Chapter 2763 God? Chapter 2763 God? He died? Sure Fong was dumbfounded at the sight of Ferbero one-shot. Not only was that red beam unbelievably fast, but it even packed enough power to kill a demon prince instantly. Although the Bible of Darkness summoned only a weak clone of Ferbero's true body, this clone still possessed the physique of a bona fide half-step demon king. Even true Tier 5 demon kings couldn't slay a half-step demon king in one hit. As for the red beam originating from a barrier trap or magic circle, the likelihood of that was low. Any barrier trap or magic array would require its user to be present to display its greatest power. Without the user, barrier traps and magic arrays could at most trap someone. They definitely did not have the ability to kill the clone of a half-step demon king instantly. Not to mention, the beam just now didn't look like it originated from a magic array or barrier, but more like an offensive spell. Everyone else present was also stunned by this situation, and chills spread all over their body instantly. What happened? That's a half-step demon king we are talking about. The demon prince that they believed was invincible had actually gotten killed instantly. If they took a similar attack on their Tier 3 bodies, they, too, wouldn't last a second. However, this still wasn't the crucial point. The fact that the other party could one-shot a half-step demon king meant that the other party was among the most horrifying existences they had come across. Meanwhile, none of these horrifying existences were things players dared to offend because the possible consequences in doing so included the annihilation of their souls. If that happened, they would really have to start all over again. However, before anyone could snap out of their daze, a terrifying mental pressure assaulted them. As if time had stopped, everyone froze in place. In fact, even their thoughts had fallen into a torpor. They simply stood still, not knowing what to do. While everyone stagnated, Sherfone clearly sensed something, and his heart immediately grew cold at this discovery. It's over. In his previous life, he had seen this time-stopping phenomenon only once in a video of a group of Tier 6 God-ranked experts clashing against an ancient evil god. The fight back then had been earth-shattering. However, aside from the Tier 6 God-ranked experts and a few Tier 5 experts, the other players present had no idea what exactly had happened. By the time everyone recovered, the battle was already over. For most of the players present, the battle had basically started and ended in an instant. To them, it felt as if nothing had happened whatsoever. However, that had been far from being the case. By the time everyone recovered from their stupor, 1/10 of a kingdom had disappeared from God's domain, leaving behind an endless wasteland littered with shattered space. Now that this scene was replaying before Shifeng's eyes, this meant that the other party was no weaker than that ancient evil god in the past. Just when the flow of time was slowing and Shifeng's thoughts were about to stagnate, a crimson glow suddenly bloomed from his spatial bag. The appearance of the crimson glow immediately dispelled the power enveloping him. Afterward, a shabby yet dazzling broken blade flew out of the spatial bag and hovered quietly in front of him. This is the Ash Blade. Shifeng was shocked when he saw this broken blade. Various legends were circulating in God's domain regarding the Ash Blade, which was rumored to be the God-Slayer's weapon. A weapon named the Ash Blade had also appeared in Shifeng's previous life. Back then, the owner of this weapon had been a mysterious expert nobody knew. However, what everyone did know was this mysterious person's heaven-defying feat with the Ash Blade in hand. This mysterious expert had single-handedly annihilated a super guild's main city. Moreover, the Ash Blade this person wielded was incredibly powerful. Even epic weapons would break after suffering 3 or 4 hits from the Ash Blade. Only fragmented legendary weapons could barely withstand its power. For this reason, everyone had suspected that the Ash Blade was a legendary weapon. Hence, Shifeng had kept the Ash Blade all this time instead of discarding it. After all, there might be a day when he could recast it. Of course, there was another legend regarding the Ash Blade, which stated that the ash blade was a clue to the God Slayer's legacy. However, according to historical materials in the libraries of the various kingdoms and empires, nobody had ever found the ash blade. Only after that mysterious expert had appeared and thoroughly shattered the status quo of God's domain did everyone start paying attention to the ash blade. How interesting! Out of the people that arrived this time, someone actually brought that item. It seems you are quite lucky. While Sher Fong was surprised by the ash blade, a deep and indifferent voice came from the depths of the cave. It used not the human language, but divine language instead, similar to the demonic language. Despite Sher Fong having no knowledge of the divine language, his brain still understood the meaning conveyed by the words. Before Sher Fong could react to the divine words, an elderly man clad in a gray robe appeared before him. This elderly man's body was in a translucent soul state. Moreover, it was incredibly unstable, as if it would disappear at any moment. However, Sher Fong could still feel great power coming from the old man, which awoke in Sher Fong the urge to submit. The old man's information was thoroughly hidden. It was impossible to glean any information about him at all. Esteemed elder, we came here purely by mistake. We did not come here with any purpose. I hope you can forgive us, Sher Fong said apologetically to the old man. He dared not display any disrespect to the elder before him. Although Sher Fong wasn't aware of the old man's true identity, the fact that the old man could stop time meant that he was undoubtedly at the Tier 6 standard. Even if the old man was only a remnant soul now, he still wasn't an existence Sher Fong could afford to offend. You don't have to lie. I know why you came here, the old man said as he looked at Sher Fong quietly, his deep gaze seemingly seeing through Sher Feng's soul. Not only did you acquire that map, but you even hold the ash blade. In that case, you qualify to enter this place and know its secret. How much you can gain from this secret will depend entirely on yourself. I am only an observer and the protector of this place. I won't do anything to interfere with your progress. Sher Fong felt deeply relieved when he heard the old man's words. As for whether the old man was lying to him or not, Sher Fong didn't care. After all, even if the old man was lying to him, Sher Fong couldn't do anything about it. Esteemed elder, may I know what will happen to my friends? Sher Fong asked worriedly. Although he himself was no longer in any immediate danger, he couldn't say the same for his teammates. It was entirely possible for the old man to erase their existences permanently to keep this place a secret. Don't worry. I won't kill them, the old man said, chuckling as he glanced at Sher Feng's teammates. After all, they are individuals blessed by heaven. They won't die even if they are killed, right? Sher Fong couldn't help growing slightly nervous at the old man's question. For some reason, he had a feeling that this old man knew a lot of things. In fact, he might even understand the true existence of players. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked such a question. This was the first time Sher Fong had met such an NPC. All right, I'll stop messing with you. Since Sher Fong didn't dare respond to his question, the old man dropped the topic. He then said, You hold the ash blade, which means you are the chosen one. Hence, you may enter the cave. As for the others, they will be teleported out of this place. Of course, as you have been lucky enough to get selected, you can also bring 9 people with you. However, you'd best think about who to bring with you. The secret of this place isn't something heaven-blessed individuals like yourselves can imagine. A single mistake might even result in a true death for you. When the old man said the words true death, he even placed emphasis on them. It sounded as if he was warning Sher Fong, yet it also sounded as if he was teasing him. His behavior made it impossible for Sher Fong to guess his thoughts. Nonetheless, Sher Fong did not pay too much heed to the old man's warning. His goal in visiting the Ruin Mountain Range was the Earthfall Secret Land. Although he did not know what kind of secret the secret land contained, from what he heard, the 3 super guilds that monopolized the secret land had acquired a lot of benefits. This meant that the secret land shouldn't be a very dangerous place. I've decided to bring the 4 of them. May I know if that is okay? Feng asked as he pointed at Lifeless Thorn, Solitary 9, Yenya, and Cleansing Whistle. Only 4. After taking a glance at Lifeless Thorn and the others, the old man looked at Feng in surprise and asked, "Are you sure you don't want to bring more? You should know that the cost of entering that place is extraordinary. The amount of time you can stay there is also very limited." "I'm sure." Feng nodded. Initially, he had considered bringing more people with him. However, with the possibility of the secret being much greater than he imagined, every additional person he brought along would be an additional risk. Hence, he decided to bring only Lifeless Thorn's group of 4. After all, the 4 of them had long since known many of his secrets. They could truly be considered his people already. However, the Azura Adventurer team's other members were not as reliable. "All right, this is your decision." The old man no longer pursued the matter and waved his hand at the 4 selected people. Apart from Lifeless Thorn, Solitary 9, Yenya, and Cleansing Whistle, all the others immediately transformed into streaks of light and flew out of the cave. The streaks of light then left the ruined mountain range, dodging the purple lightning decorating the neutral map sky. Meanwhile, Lifeless Thorn and the others suddenly jumped up in surprise. "What's going on?" When Lifeless Thorn and the others saw their current situation, they fell into a daze. Just a moment ago, there had been nobody standing before them. In fact, even Feng had been behind them. However, in the blink of an eye, not only did Feng appear in front of them, but the rest of their team also disappeared without a trace. It was obvious that there was a blank in their memories. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. It was now. A scary old man stood before them, and they couldn't read any information about this old man. "All right, stop looking around randomly. Your gazes are very annoying. Do you really think I can't sense them?" The old man suddenly shouted at Lifeless Thorn and the others, the brief pressure he exuded nearly making their knees buckle. "I'll let you off this time, but if you behave like this to anyone else, they won't be as easy on you as I am." Upon hearing the old man's words, Lifeless Thorn and the others hurriedly nodded and promptly stopped using their identification skills on the old man and their surroundings. "That's more like it. Now follow me." The old man nodded when he saw Lifeless Thorn and the others turn obedient. He then began walking into the depths of the cave. Chapter 2764 Land of Fallen Gods. Chapter 2764 Land of Fallen Gods outside of the ruined mountain range. Devouring swamp. Dozens of streaks of lights descended onto a swampy woodland as Unyielding Heart and the others were transported out of the ruined mountain range. Were we resurrected? Unyielding Heart looked at his surroundings with some confusion. Why did we get resurrected here? Where's Brother Black Flame? The Devouring Swamp was a neutral map adjacent to the ruined mountain range. However, the map was very high level, with monsters at level 130 or above. It wasn't suitable for them to travel across. Hence, they had previously traveled through a level 120 neutral map to enter the ruined mountain range. "I don't think we got resurrected," Illusory Word said, shaking her head. "We were most likely teleported here. Probably the doing of that horrifying existence we came across just now." Although she didn't know what had happened, the most likely possibility was that they were banished from the cave, since none of them had lost any levels. Big Sis Illusory, aside from Black Flame, Azura's side seems to be missing 4 people too, Blue Gown said strangely after carefully inspecting the team. At Blue Gown's words, everyone else noticed that Lifeless Thorn and 3 others of the Azura Adventure team were indeed missing. At this discovery, Azura's members couldn't help becoming anxious. Did they get left behind? Unyielding Heart subconsciously muttered a guess. At Unyielding Heart's words, everyone present felt chills crawling down their backs. Before they lost consciousness, they had clearly felt a frightening mental influence from the depths of the cave. If not for them losing consciousness a moment later, they might have dropped to their knees the next second. Without a doubt, the source of the mental influence was the most terrifying existence they had come across since entering God's domain. They found it truly hard to imagine the consequences of being targeted by such an existence. If that's true, this is bad. Illusory words also frowned at this possibility. Against that kind of frightening existence, even a Tier 4 player like Sherfong would be no different from an ant. In fact, the said existence might even be able to obliterate their souls. After all, a few of the many frightening existences she knew of possessed this kind of horrifying ability. Not to mention, the existence they just met was many times stronger than any of those frightening existences. Let's reorganize the team and go back to take a look. Simply standing around and doing nothing isn't a solution, Unyielding Heart suggested. No, we cannot go back in, Illusory Words countered, shaking her head. Since that existence chose to keep them there should be a reason for this. Otherwise, why could we safely leave that place, whereas they couldn't? Moreover, we don't have the time to enter the ruined mountain range again. How so? Unyielding Heart asked strangely. Although Illusory Words' deduction might be correct, they couldn't just abandon Sherfong and the others without doing anything. After all, they didn't even know whether they had accomplished their task. If the task wasn't completed, the 3 guilds would be in big trouble afterward. I just received news that not only did the number of NPCs increase again, but the various powers members are also facing greater difficulties in leveling up. Shortly after we started sending our members into the secret Covenant Tower, the superpowers began having designs over it. They think that the tower is an excellent leveling spot, and they've already clashed with us outside Sky Spring City several times, Illusory Words explained. We need to head back as soon as possible to preside over the situation. Otherwise, it'll be impossible to seal off Sky Spring City with just a bunch of Tier 3 experts. They're taking action already. Unyielding Heart was surprised by this revelation. Initially, he thought that the various superpowers wouldn't pay as much attention to the secret Covenant Tower just for the sake of leveling. Hence, he hadn't anticipated such a development. However, the massive increase in the NPC population had undoubtedly increased the various powers' urgency and difficulty in leveling up. This made excellent leveling spots even more valuable than before. Now, just for the sake of leveling up quickly, many superpowers had already started targeting the secret Covenant Tower. If these superpowers entered the tower and discovered the Tier 3 legacies inside, the situation would definitely become even more troublesome. So, we need to return quickly to ensure nobody sneaks into Sky Spring City and the secret Covenant Tower. Otherwise, the various superpowers would have already occupied the tower before Black Flame completes his task. If that happens, we'll end up even more passive, Illusory Words said. She then took out a transfer scroll and immediately teleported to Crimson Emperor's residence in Silverwing City. After Illusory Words teleported away, the other Crimson Emperor members took out transfer scrolls and teleported to Silverwing City, one after another. What should we do? Mu Lingsha asked Unyielding Heart as Crimson Emperor's members left. Do we return too? That's the only thing we can do. Let's just hope Brother Black Flame's side is safe. Otherwise, we'll have a difficult road to walk down the line, Unyielding Heart said, sighing as he took out a transfer scroll himself. Unyielding Soul's other members immediately followed suit one after another. As for Azura's members, they planned to remain in the Devouring Swamp and level up while waiting for their vice commanders to contact them before taking further action. During the time Illusory Words and Unyielding Heart had returned to Silverwing City to control the overall situation, Sherfong and the others in the distant Ruin Mountain Range had arrived at the deepest part of the cave. Is this the secret of this cave? Shock and surprise filled Lifeless Thorn as he stared at the icy cavern before him. The icy cavern was over a dozen kilometers wide. Its interior was a snowy white world, with ice sculptures in the shape of humans, elves, half-orcs, giants, dwarves, and other races erected all over. Every one of these ice sculptures radiated an aura that was stronger than the demon Prince Ferbero's. Meanwhile, these statues numbered in the tens of thousands. Moreover, the dozen or so ice sculptures at the cavern's center radiated an aura that was much stronger than that of the other ice sculptures. Despite standing so far away, Lifeless Thorn still felt awe and fear in his heart when he looked at these statues. He dared not approach any of them. At this moment, let alone Lifeless Thorn, even Sher Fong was astounded by this scene. Sher Fong had a much clearer idea than Lifeless Thorn did of what kind of existence those central ice sculptures were. Indeed, read latest chapters at Wuxia World. Those dozen or so ice sculptures were bona fide tier 6 gods. He had even read about a few of them in libraries. From the scene in the cavern, he could tell that these gods and people of various races had been going up against something. Only the end result was that every one of them got frozen into eternal ice sculptures. What the hell happened here? Sher Fong was greatly puzzled as he looked at this horrific scene. Tier 6 gods were existences that stood at the apex of God's domain. A force of over a dozen gods could devastate the continent. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that such a force could even sweep through the dark abyss. In fact, even if all of the Tier 6 God-ranked experts that existed in his previous life joined hands, they could just barely manage to contend with a force of a dozen or so Tier 6 gods. Yet these Tier 6 gods had actually been killed, annihilated in a single move, by the looks of. Chapter 2765, Godslayer's Legacy. Chapter 2765, Godslayer's Legacy. After a brief silence inside the cave, a deep, emotional voice entered Sher Feng's ears. You had best not ask or think about what happened in the past and what caused the deaths of so many of the world's powerful people and even gods. You also must not look into these matters. The consequences of doing so are not something even heaven-blessed individuals like yourselves can bear. You might even lose your minds as a result, the old man warned when he saw the curiosity on the faces of Sher Fong and the others. Although the old man's voice did not carry any mental influence or coercion, the certainty in his tone made Sher Fong shudder involuntarily. As for Lifeless Thorn, Solitary 9, Yenya, and Cleansing Whistle, although they reacted fearfully to the old man's warning, the curiosity on their faces was clear for all to see. It was evident that they did not take the old man's word seriously. After all, this was a matter related to gods. Players who were new to God's domain treated the word God as merely a noun. At best, gods were a type of powerful monster to them. However, those who truly ventured around God's domain and studied the historical materials in the libraries of the various kingdoms and empires would realize that gods weren't just powerful existences. Simultaneously, they represented a kind of extreme, a road leading to the top of God's domain. Hence, anything related to gods represented a massive opportunity for players. This was especially true for Tier 3 players like themselves. They were quite aware that they could no longer advance on their own. If they wished to get to the next level, they would have to follow in the footsteps of their predecessors. Meanwhile, the footsteps of gods were undoubtedly the best to follow. None of you should look deeper into this matter, at least not now, Sher Fong suddenly said to Lifeless Thorn and the others. He knew very well how attractive gods were to Tier 3 experts. They wouldn't hesitate to look into matters related to gods, even if the risks were big. After all, the road to promotion was simply too difficult. Normally, players could already improve significantly with the ruins left behind by Tier 5 existences, let alone those of Tier 6 gods. However, the disappearance of some peak experts and apex experts from both the game world and the real world most likely had something to do with Tier 6 gods. Anyone who tried to get involved with Tier 6 gods as Tier 3 and Tier 4 players would die before achieving anything. If they were lucky, they would have their accounts destroyed and need to start all over again. If they were unlucky, they might disappear like those experts in the past. Upon hearing Sher Feng's words, Lifeless Thorn and the others eyed him curiously. They never thought that Sherfong would actively stop them from looking into this matter. "It seems you know your limits, kid," the old man said, gazing at Sherfong with warm approval. "That's right. Only people who know the limits of their strength and abilities can live long lives. Even you heaven-blessed individuals are no exception." At the old man's words, Lifeless Thorn and the others promptly awakened from their greed. "Thanks, Commander. I never thought I would get seduced by the benefits in front of me," Lifeless Thorn said in gratitude, a hint of fear in his voice. God's domain had always emphasized balance. All gains came with losses. If one tried to secure an opportunity despite lacking the necessary strength, they would only wind up dead. Currently, they hadn't even reached Tier 4, yet they were actually thinking of looking into the secrets of Tier 6. That was simply suicide. That is normal. After all, not many people in God's domain can remain calm when faced with matters related to gods, Sherfong said, shaking his head. If not for him having a wealth of experience adventuring in God's domain, he wouldn't have fared any better than Lifeless Thorn. In fact, he might have reacted even more crazily. In the current era where the gods had withdrawn from the world, even the various superpowers would go nuts over a clue related to Tier 6 gods. In fact, even Tier 5 NPCs would fight desperately to secure this clue. All right, that's enough talking. After seeing that Sherfong and the others had calmed down, the old man beckoned to them and said, "Come here. Next up is the moment you have all been waiting for. It is also the final wealth and treasure that person left behind for you heaven-blessed individuals." A treasure left behind by the God Slayer? Sherfong grew a little excited at the old man's words. The God Slayer was a mythical figure in God's domain. Although it wasn't certain whether the God Slayer had become a god or not, it was certain that he was born a human. Meanwhile, the God Slayer was an existence that even gods feared. In fact, the number of gods the God Slayer had slain exceeded 10. However, for reasons unknown, the God Slayer had suddenly vanished into God's domain's history, leaving behind only a few clues pertaining to his existence. Normally, these clues were acquired from ancient ruins. It was almost impossible to find any records of the God Slayer in the various kingdoms and empires' libraries, as if the God Slayer's existence had been wiped out by history. Future generations couldn't look into the God Slayer's existence, even if they wanted to. However, there were a lot of negative comments about the God Slayer. Some people said that the God Slayer was a great sinner of God's domain, and others said that the God Slayer was the culprit behind the twilight of the gods. Shortly afterward, the old man led Sherfeng's group of 5 to the cavern center, where the dozen or so frozen gods stood. Upon arriving there, Sherfong and the others noticed a space-time crack there, as small as a fingernail, undetectable from a distance. Only after moving within 30 yards of the crack did they barely notice it. Directly underneath this space-time crack was an incomparably complicated magic array. It was so complicated that even Sherfong, who was an advanced magician, felt dizzy after just one glance at it. Needless to say, he couldn't even begin to decipher it. "This is the treasure?" Solitary 9 was stunned when he saw this tiny space-time crack. For a moment, he even felt that the old man had duped them. What possible use could they have for a fingernail-sized space-time crack? Even if this space-time crack led to somewhere, with how small it was, players couldn't enter it. "That's right. This is the treasure," the old man said, chuckling. "You might think that such a small space-time crack is no big deal, but what if I say that it connects to the past?" "Connects to the past?" Solitary 9 was again stunned. Crossing timelines was simply impossible. It should still be impossible even in a virtual reality game like God's Domain. Esteemed Elder, are you perhaps saying that this space-time crack can allow us to travel to an other world? Lifeless Thorn asked, thinking that the old man did not understand what the words "connects to the past" meant. In fact, even Sherfong suspected that what the old man truly meant was that the space-time crack allowed people to travel to a different space. After all, there are plenty of foreign spaces and other worlds in God's domain. No, it is really linked to the past. It isn't linked to an other world or a different space, the old man insisted, shaking his head. He could tell what Sherfong and the others were thinking, and he said in a determined tone, "I know you don't believe me. There is no way you can believe me, either. After all, time travel is something even ancient gods are incapable of accomplishing. However, it is true. Moreover, this space-time crack is connected to the ancient era of God's domain. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World." EU the old man's words dumbfounded everyone present. Connected to the ancient era of God's domain? Sherfong felt his worldview crumbling, shocked beyond words. Could this be the Earthfall Secret Land's true secret? The ancient era of God's domain was an era of wonders. Various super-civilizations were intertwined during this era when God still roamed the world. And because the twilight of the gods had yet to occur, the world of God's domain was incredibly rich in resources. The present era of God's domain couldn't hold a candle to the ancient era in this regard. I won't say anything more. Since this is your first time, you can enter it without any cost. However, you can only spend a limited amount of time inside. Moreover, the stronger you become and the greater your impact during the ancient era, the easier it will be for the world to notice your presence. If that happens, the world will reject your existence and expel you. What you can obtain during the ancient era will all depend on your own abilities, the old man said slowly. However, I have to warn you that the ancient era is not the paradise you imagine it to be. You will die a permanent death if you aren't careful. Before Sherfong and his companions could ask any questions, the old man waved his hand. Immediately, Sherfong and the other four transformed into streaks of light that plunged into the space-time crack, disappearing from the cavern. Chapter 2766, Ancient Era. Chapter 2766. Ancient era in a valley amid some lofty mountains. A team of nearly 5,000 people frantically fought a group of demons. The battlefield was crazed and spectacular and looked just like a battlefield in ancient times. Both sides suffered severe casualties, their blood staining the valley red. The smell of blood carried for tens of thousands of yards. Even those inured to battle would find this situation uncomfortable and unbearable. However, neither side showed any intention of stopping. Both prepared to fight to the bitter end. Of the two armies battering each other, the demon army was led by a level 135, tier 4 great demon, while a woman led the human army. The woman in question possessed golden hair and crimson eyes. She wielded a silver sacred sword and was clad in a knight's blue sacred armor. As the woman contended against several dozen, level 130 plus, tier 3 demons, her HP continuously decreased. However, despite being at a complete disadvantage, the more she fought, the brighter the glow her sacred sword radiated. The power she exhibited also kept increasing. Damn it, you're actually using the aria of Holy Blood. Don't even think I will let you finish it. The tier 4 great demon's expression turned solemn when he saw the glowing sacred sword. Immediately he spread out his 4 wings and flew toward the crimson-eyed woman. Everyone, protect the commander. Do not let that great demon approach the commander. A tall man shouted before rushing at the great demon with his golden shield raised. Subsequently, several dozen other melee classes nearby also charged at the great demon, all of them ignoring the fact that they were merely at tier 2. Scram! Seeing the crowd charging at him, the demon commander pulled out his crimson greatsword and slashed the space in front. Over 100 crimson beams shot forth, tearing apart space as they advanced. The power they carried simply wasn't something even tier 3 existences could dream of withstanding. Boom! The next moment, the several dozen tier 2 melee classes were instantly vaporized, while the shield-bearing man was sent smashing into the mountain. Damn it! I'll kill you! When a man standing nearby saw this scene, his eyes turned bloodshot, and he promptly charged at the great demon with his sword raised. However, before this man could even get near the great demon, the long-range spells of several tier 3 demons had already killed him. In the meantime, blood had already dyed the body of the crimson-eyed woman fighting several dozen tier 3 demons. Her complexion was also deathly pale. However, despite the state of her body, her gaze remained indescribably firm. "Be punished, demons!" the crimson-eyed female knight bellowed as she raised her sacred sword. The sacred sword released a beam of light that shot to the skies. Countless streaks of light then rained down on the valley like shooting stars, and the demons struck by these shooting stars immediately fell into a heavily injured state. The situation on the battlefield reversed in the blink of an eye. Kill. We cannot let these demons take even a step into human territory. The crimson-eyed knight shouted, her pale complexion showing no signs of fatigue. She then raised her sacred sword and charged at the demons who were still fighting the female knights. Words stimulated the surviving humans. They began madly fighting against the demons. However, after a few exchanges, the humans present were dumbfounded, staring at a distant pile of demon corpses in disbelief. The next moment, the great demon commander, who was over 12 meters tall, emerged from this pile of corpses, a hint of mockery and contempt on his face. The aria of holy blood is indeed powerful, and for you to still be alive after using this desperate move, your mental willpower is truly astonishing. I'm certain you can rank among the top tier 4 powerhouses, the great demon said as he looked at the crimson-eyed knight. He then asked mockingly, "But can you use it a second time?" At this great demon's words, the complexions of the surviving humans instantly turned ashen. This was the aria of holy blood they were talking about. This was the sacred sword blood moon's unique spell. Most people would be able to use it only once before departing for the netherworld. This was because the consequent pain of the body and mind was not something ordinary people could bear. However, in return for the steep price, once the aria of holy blood was cast, it exerted astonishing power. Even a great demon would sustain heavy injuries and lose half of their HP after getting struck by this move. Moreover, without restoration items such as the Water of Life, it would be impossible to recover from the attack. Yet now, needless to say, it would be impossible for the female knight to use aria of the holy blood again. However, with the humans' current combat power, they were no match for the great demon. After all, the great demon before them was a bona fide demon marquis. The purity of his bloodline was far superior to that of ordinary great demons. Since you no longer have any other moves to make, it's my turn now. When the great demon saw the silent humans before him, an indescribably excited and joyful expression appeared on his face. Don't even think about it. The female knight suddenly appeared above the great demon's head and brandished her sacred sword. 3 phantom swords appeared in the sky, the sight stunning everyone present. This is the Sword Saint Lord Lox's personal technique, Sky Cleaver. The commander actually mastered it. When the surviving humans saw the 3 phantom swords in the sky, a look of awe and admiration appeared on their faces. You're already on your last breath, yet you're still putting up such boring resistance? When the great demon saw the 3 phantom swords, he did not reveal any awe or fear whatsoever. On the contrary, he nonchalantly brandished his great sword. Boom! The great sword and 3 phantom swords collided. The resulting shockwave sent both humans and demons stumbling backward. Large cracks formed on the ground the great demon stood on, and the great sword the great demon wielded let out a low hum. The great demon's arms were also trembling. Upon seeing this scene, the humans felt both encouraged and excited. Sure enough, a sword saint's personal technique was truly extraordinary. However, a moment later, everyone's joy turned into despair because the crimson-eyed knight hadn't fared too well either. Not only was her complexion paler, but even her pupils had begun to fade. It was evident that she was on her last breath. She could no longer fight. Ha ha ha. Amazing. Amazing. This is the first time I, Neiman Carlo, have seen a powerful tier 4 human like you. The great demon burst out laughing as he looked at the female knight. However, it all ends here. Before you die, I will drag you all down to hell first. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU. After saying so, Neiman Carlo began chanting the incantation for the Tier 4 spell Hell's Gate. Suddenly, the sky darkened. A huge door decorated with skulls appeared. The blood-red glow from the skull's eye sockets and the agonizing screams coming from the door seemingly telling everyone that their destiny was about to end. Even if the humans present wished to interrupt Neiman Carlo's spell, they couldn't do so, as the surviving demons were doing their best to stop them. However, just as the formation of the Hell's Gate was about to culminate, a spatial tear over 1,000 yards long suddenly split the sky. The resulting spatial storm not only disrupted the mana in the sky, but even shattered the magic array summoning the Hell's Gate. Afterward, several figures fell out of the spatial tear and crashed onto the battlefield in the valley, their landing sending clouds of dust into the air. So this is the ancient era. The man standing in the lead of the group muttered in amazement as he glanced at the world around him. Chapter 2767. You chose the wrong opponent. Chapter 2767. You chose the wrong opponent. At the sudden appearance of Shi Feng's group of 5, the whole battlefield immediately went silent. The humans and demons all stared at Shi Feng's group with looks of surprise, confusion, or anger. Who are they? They came out of that large spatial tear, so they shouldn't be ordinary existences. Maybe they're guardians from the Holy City? However, their auras seem weak. Those people are also only at Tier 3. They shouldn't be the Holy City's guardians. Moreover, judging by their looks, they seem to be heaven-blessed individuals. The humans began a hushed discussion among themselves as they scrutinized Shi Feng's group. Initially, they had held hope that Shi Feng's group could save them. However, after noticing the 5 players' auras, they immediately fell into despair. The crimson-eyed knight peered at Shi Feng's group with her blurry sight. It was evident that she, too, felt surprised and puzzled by the sudden appearance of Shi Feng's group. Humanity's heaven-blessed individuals. When the great demon Neiman Carlo saw Shi Feng's group, he, too, was shocked. How is this possible? Neiman Carlo wasn't particularly surprised to see more heaven-blessed individuals of the human race appearing in this place. What shocked him was the spatial crack that these humans had arrived through. That massive spatial crack had carried an extraordinary amount of power. Even he would lose his life if he accidentally came into contact with it. Yet, Shi Feng's group had actually come out of it directly. Compared to the humans and demons originally fighting on this battlefield. However, the ones most surprised by the present situation were Shi Feng's 5. How is this possible? Shi Feng's heart surged with shock as he looked at a group of people standing among the human army. Why are there other players here? Aside from the many NPCs, the human army also had quite a number of players. Moreover, the average level of these players was incredibly high. Even the lowest leveled among them was level 128, while some had even surpassed level 130. Shi Feng was certain that he had arrived in the ancient era of God's domain. After all, the environment here simply couldn't be found anywhere in the modern God's domain. The mana in this land was so abundant that it was close to condensing into a liquid state. He could even clearly feel the magic elements in the air. Like sprites, some of the magic elements were cheerful and lively, some are cold and lonely, some are hot and angry, etc. He could sense all of this with exceptional clarity. Moreover, the NPCs on this battlefield wore significantly different gear compared to the NPCs of modern times. Their weapons and equipment were of much higher quality. In the modern God's domain, NPCs were mainly geared with epic weapons and equipment, Very few possessed fragmented legendary items. After all, fragmented legendary items were incredibly rare and precious even to NPCs. However, that was far from the case for the NPCs here. Every NPC had at least one or two fragmented legendary items. The female knight leading the human army was even fully equipped in fragmented legendary items. The sword she wielded was also a top-tier fragmented legendary weapon. Moreover, what was even more incredible was that Sherfong had found someone he recognized. This person was none other than Yuluo, a captain of the Heaven's Blade adventure team, based on Dragonheart Island. Only, unlike the Yuluo he had met on Dragonheart Island, the one he was looking at now was like a completely different person. Presently, not only had Yuluo reached level 129 already, but she even sported an epic staff and a full suit of epic equipment. Although her epic equipment wasn't a set, her equipment standard was still ridiculously excellent. Unlike the last time Sherfong met Yuluo, though, the cleric looked much more haggard. She did not possess the aura and spirit of a peak expert at all. Guild leader Black Flame? Meanwhile, at this time Yuluo, who stood amid the human army, also noticed the 5 new arrivals on the battlefield. And when she saw that the man leading this group was none other than Zero Wings Guild leader Black Flame, her originally dispirited expression immediately became energetic. "Do you know them, Yuluo?" The female oracle standing beside Yuluo asked curiously upon seeing the latter's reaction. The female oracle was a level 131 player clad in a white dress, wearing a white priest's hat. "Yes. Moreover, he's my fellow countryman," Yuluo said, nodding excitedly. "Fellow countryman." The female oracle scrutinized Sherfeng's group. She soon noticed that the average level of Sherfeng's group was quite low, and their appearances indeed resembled Yuluo's a lot. Particularly, the feeling of incompatibility Sherfeng's group had with the other players in God's domain was exactly the same as Yuluo. The female oracle then shook her head and said, "What a pity. His luck is truly poor. He actually got teleported to this place." Upon hearing the female oracle's words, Yuluo remembered the situation they were in, and her heart grew cold. The joy on her face promptly disappeared. The death penalty in the God's domain they were currently in was different from the God's domain on the other side. Players would not only lose 2 or more levels upon death, but also fall into a mentally weakened state. Depending on the severity of the situation, players might even lose some of their memories. And worse, the use of resurrection spells could only mitigate the loss of EXP and not restore the lost memories. Moreover, even when resurrected using a resurrection spell, players wouldn't be resurrected on the spot, but inside the life temple of a random main city run by humans. Of course, if players had registered themselves with a main city, they could get resurrected in the life temple of a fixed main city. However, Sherfeng's group had just arrived in this world. They definitely hadn't registered themselves with a main city yet. If they died, they would get resurrected at a random main city. Meanwhile, a great distance separated the main cities run by humans, and there were no teleportation arrays in these cities. In other words, so long as Sherfeng's group died, Yuluo was unlikely to meet him again. After all, humans had many main cities, even in this world. Just the ones she knew already numbered over 500. As for the possibility of Sherfeng's group coming out alive from this battlefield, that was simply impossible. In the original God's domain, a group of Tier 3 players could still put up a fight against a Tier 4 great demon. However, in this world, let alone putting up a fight, Tier 3 players would be considered capable if they could escape with their lives. The reason for this was the incredibly high average combat standard of the monsters here. Monsters of the caliber of great demons would possess combat standards rivaling peak experts. However, the combat system of monsters was completely different from the realms of refinement players relied on. In skill and spell utilization, monsters such as great demons could display combat standards at the spiritualization realm without having to exert themselves. Such monsters were not opponents Void Realm experts, like herself, could hope to match. However, before Yuluo could snap out of her daze, the great demon Neiman Carlo stopped paying attention to Shifeng's group and shifted his gaze back to the crimson-eyed knight. The great demon then looked at the dozen or so Tier 3 demons around him and commanded, "Go get rid of them! Please leave it to us, my lord." The heavily injured demons nodded and flapped their wings. They then flew toward Shifeng's group of 5, their speed greatly surpassing even Tier 3 agility-focused assassins. Not good. Those demon leaders are working together to target them. The level 131 female oracle was shocked by this development. She never thought that Neiman Carlo would have his trusted subordinates deal with Shifeng's group. Although these demon leaders had been heavily injured by the aria of holy blood, individually they were still stronger than Tier 3 experts. In addition, if over a dozen of them worked together, they could form a demonic array that greatly increased their combat power. "Big Sis Cloud, let's go save them quickly," Yuluo urged anxiously when she saw the demon leaders targeting Shifeng's group. She knew that Shifeng was incredibly strong. After all, he was someone the various superpowers on Dragonheart Island had labeled a peerless expert. His strength surpassed even that of domain realm monsters. However, not only did the demons of this world possess high combat standards, but their demonic arrays also operated like the humans' battle arrays. Even a peerless expert would fall in the face of such a group of demons. Die, humans! Runes suddenly lit up all over the demon leaders' bodies. The auras they radiated also intensified significantly until they were just short of rivaling ordinary great demons in terms of strength. Simultaneously, the weapons in their hands turned into brilliant rays of light. Tier 3 combination skill, Skyflower's Shadow. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU immediately. Countless red petals fell from the sky, heading toward Shifeng's group. Every flower petal tore space as they fluttered down, making it seem as if night was falling. You used a good skill, I'll give you that. Unfortunately, you chose the wrong opponent. Shifeng snorted when he saw the red flower petals descending toward him. He then unsheathed the abyssal blade and unleashed his aura. Simultaneously, a mana domain spread out from his body, instantly covering a 1,000-yard radius and enveloping the entire battlefield. The next moment, Yuluo saw Shifeng execute an upward slash with the abyssal blade. Bronze combat technique, Swords Transmigration. Chapter 2768. Repelling Demons, Sacred Sword Blood Moon. Chapter 2768. Repelling Demons, Sacred Sword Blood Moon. As Shifeng swung his long sword, innumerable dazzling stars suddenly formed around him. Now that he had reached Tier 4 and had the assistance of a mana domain, this sword's transmigration was more than twice as strong as when he executed it at Tier 3. Boom! The next moment, the dazzling stars shattered the descending flower petals and attacked the demon leaders. Before the demon leaders could react, they were already flying back over 100 yards away, their HPs decreasing in large chunks. They even had difficulty standing up. He's strong. He sent so many demon leaders flying with just one move. Could he really have been sent here from the holy city? Tier 4. Crap. This aura definitely belongs to a Tier 4 class. He's a Tier 4 Sword Emperor. With that power, he's a powerhouse even among other Tier 4 classes. Everyone was momentarily stunned by this development. None of them thought that the seemingly ordinary Shifeng would send over a dozen demon leaders flying in one move. Moreover, he was even a bona fide Tier 4 Sword Emperor, an existence capable of rivaling Tier 4 great demons. Yuluo, your fellow countryman, is so strong. No wonder you were so excited to see him. I never thought he would be a Tier 4 Sword Emperor. With that kind of strength, he can definitely rank within the top 5, or maybe even top 3 in our city. the female oracle named Cooling Cloud exclaimed as she looked at Sherfong. She, too, had not expected you, Luo's acquaintance, to be so powerful. A Tier 4 player, this was a goal players like herself struggled toward desperately. Unfortunately, the Tier 4 promotion quest was simply too challenging. Her one attempt had failed. In the main city she resided in, there were only 3 known Tier 4 players. Every one of them was a big shot in the city. They were existences far beyond Tier 3 players like herself. However, at this moment, let alone Cooling Cloud, even Yu Luo, who was familiar with Sherfong, was wide-eyed in shock and incredulity. Tier 4. She had improved a lot after arriving in this world. However, Tier 4 remained a huge threshold to cross. Unless she could take one step further in her combat standard, she would be doomed to hover forever in the ranks of Tier 3. However, despite being at level 127, Sherfong had already become a Tier 4 Sword Emperor. Moreover, he had accomplished this feat even before entering this unbelievable world. Meanwhile, as the humans were goggling at Sherfong in shock, the great demon Niemann Carlo gazed at Sherfong with a solemn expression, as if he was looking at a monster. "Who are you?" Niemann Carlo asked, a hint of fear appearing in his eyes. "A heaven-blessed individual can't possibly wield such power." After Sherfong unleashed his aura, let alone the demon leaders present, even a demon marquis like himself felt suppressed. In fact, even the mana flowing inside his body was significantly slower. Now he could exhibit only 60% of his normal combat power at most. Generally, suppressing a Tier 4 existence's strength by even 10% was already a difficult feat. What more 40%? Yet, Sherfong had done it. "That's none of your business." Sherfong paid no heed to the great demon's question. Instead, he smiled and said, "I will give you 2 options now. The first is for us to continue fighting and determine the victor through life and death. The second option is for you to get out of my sight, together with your people." As soon as Sherfong finished speaking, a deathly silence fell over the battlefield. Yu Luo and the other players, in particular, gaped, their wide-open mouths forming an O. Is he crazy? Even if he's a Sword Emperor, Niemann Carlo won't spare him after being threatened in such a way. It's over. That Niemann Carlo will definitely go all out against us. Demons had always been arrogant in God's domain. They did not place other creatures in their eyes at all, even when dealing with the dragon race. Needless to say, the arrogance of a demon marquis was even greater. Even their commander, Angelica Teresa, would not dare utter such words to Niemann Carlo. After all, Niemann Carlo was truly powerful. His strength was outstanding even among Tier 4 demons. He had the potential to become a demon prince. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become the commander of a demon army. Sure enough, after the demon marquis heard Sherfang's words, Niemann Carlo's complexion turned indescribably ugly. Simultaneously, everyone felt the ambient mana grow violent. However, just when everyone thought a bloody battle was about to begin, "We're leaving," Niemann Carlo said, his mouth practically twisting. After giving Sherfong one last glare, he turned around with clenched fists and instantly disappeared, leaving behind only a group of demons exchanging stunned looks. What? He left. What's going on? Everyone in the human army was dumbfounded at Niemann Carlo's departure. After all, even with the assistance of a Tier 4 Sword Emperor like Sherfong, their army was still in dire straits. Yet Niemann Carlo had actually left without saying another word. He behaved nothing like a demon at all. Angelica Teresa, the commander of the Night Legion present, couldn't help looking at Sherfong strangely. She never thought that Sherfang's words would carry such great deterrence for the demons. The great demons here are actually so smart. Cleansing Whistle was also surprised when she saw Niemann Carlo leaving. She knew that Sherfong possessed the Bible of Darkness, which could be used not only to summon demons but also to suppress hostile demons. This was why Shifeng could push back those demon leaders so easily. However, of those present, only Shifeng knew what exactly had happened. The Bible of Darkness held absolute control over demons. Although Neiman Carlo did not know Shifeng held the Bible of Darkness, the great demon still possessed an instinctive fear and dread of it. Moreover, Shifeng had repelled over a dozen demon leaders with a single move. This aggravated the fear in Neiman Carlo. Demons were very smart creatures. After the first major update took place, demons would almost never fight battles that they were not confident of winning. Even if Neiman Carlo were significantly stronger than Shifeng right now, the fear and dread he felt for the Bible of Darkness would deter him from casually starting a fight. After the demons left the battlefield, the surviving humans all breathed out a sigh of relief. They then began reorganizing their formation and treating the injured. A large number of people also gathered by Angelica Teresa's side with downcast and unreconciled expressions. This was because the female knight's mental state and soul had already reached the brink of collapse, despite her having a lot of HP remaining. This was clear even to the Tier 3 individuals present. "Commander, it's all our fault. If we weren't so useless, the commander wouldn't have had to use the aria of holy blood. Damn it, someone in the city must have leaked information on our operation. Otherwise, Neiman Carlo couldn't have led an army to surround us." Both NPCs and players present expressed sadness when they saw Angelica's current state. It was evident the female knight was loved and respected by these people. Unlike players, it was incredibly difficult for NPCs to get resurrected. "Big Sis Cloud, what should we do now? The commander won't last at this rate," Yuluo said while frantically casting healing spells on Angelica. However, healing spells worked on only physical injuries. They had no effect on damage to one's mental state and soul. Commander Angelica Teresa was the only hope for their main city survival. In this world, both NPCs and players had difficulty surviving because this world was several times crueler than the modern god's domain. It was also because of Angelica that Yuluo had managed to live well until this day. Yet now, there's nothing we can do. The aria of Holy Blood's backlash is too powerful. The fact that the commander managed to cast it once is already plenty amazing. Yet, after using the spell, she even used a taboo skill that placed a huge burden on the mental state. Now even a Tier 4 Great Divine official can't save her, Cooling Cloud said as she shook her head, a gloomy expression appearing on her face. While the two Tier 3 healers, Yuluo and Cooling Cloud, were doing everything they could to save Angelica, Teresa, Shifeng, who watched all of this from a distance, was filled with an indescribable sense of shock and surprise. "She's actually Angelica, Teresa." Shifeng couldn't help doubting his eyes for a moment as he gazed at the frail female knight. "What's the matter, Commander?" Solitary 9 asked curiously when he noticed Shifeng's surprise. In Solitary 9's opinion, there shouldn't be anything in God's domain capable of surprising Shifeng. Yet now the man actually evinced surprise because of an NPC. This was a truly strange situation. Have you never visited a library to read about God's domain's history during your free time? Shifeng rolled his eyes at Solitary 9. She is the Angelica Teresa. She holds the title of Valkyrie and is one of the 2 founding elders of the Fire Dragon Empire. She's a founding member of one of the 4 ancient countries. Solitary 9 did a double take at Angelica Teresa when he heard Shifeng's words. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU, the 4 ancient countries of the modern god's domain, were the only 4 human empires that had existed since the ancient era. According to legend, the founding emperors of these empires possessed incredible power. In the case of the Fire Dragon Empire, though a large part of the reason it survived the ancient era was the contributions of its 2 founding elders, and even gods feared these 2 founding elders. However, by the looks of it, she seems to be dying lifeless thorn said in a quiet tone. Maybe she just has the same name? No, she is definitely that person, Shifeng affirmed. The sacred sword Blood Moon is ranked 6th among God's domain's famed swords. It is said that this sword once belonged to Angelica Teresa, one of the Fire Dragon Empire's founding elders. While a person can have the same name, the chances are low that she would wield the same weapon. God's domain's 36 famed swords were unique existences, and their owners were all historical figures in God's domain. In other words, it was precisely because of the people wielding these swords that the swords became unique existences known throughout God's domain. What should we do now, then? If she dies, will it alter God's domain's history? Solitary 9 asked anxiously. At this point, he still couldn't tell whether they had arrived in the real ancient era of God's domain or just a replica. If it was a fake, then good. If it was real, then the results would be very bad. No sooner had Solitary 9 finished speaking than the system's cold, mechanical voice entered Shifeng's ears. Chapter 2769, Inferior Mythic Quest. Chapter 2769, Inferior Mythic Quest System. Warning. Warning. System. You have triggered an optional inferior mythic world quest. Quest content. Assist Angelica Teresa to become Meteorite City's Lord. Rewards 1 unknown item and God's Domain World Authority +2. Penalties unknown. System. You have 30 seconds to consider. Quest will be accepted by default if no response is made. An inferior mythic quest? Shifeng couldn't help doubting his ears when he heard the system. As far as he knew, legendary main storyline quests were already the most challenging quests players could pick up. However, there were quests of a higher grade than legendary main storyline quests, mythic quests, which had always been a mystery of God's domain. Despite the rumors of mythic quests, nobody had ever personally verified their existence. Yet he had now triggered an inferior mythic quest. Do I accept it? Shifeng hesitated. This was most likely the only opportunity he would ever get to challenge such a quest. After all, he had never even heard of anybody receiving a quest of this rank. He had most likely triggered such a quest only because he happened to visit God's domain's ancient era and came across a key historical figure. Moreover, by the looks of it, the other players around him had not received this quest. This meant he had satisfied some unknown conditions to trigger this quest. Only, the penalty for failing a legendary quest was already more than enough to end a player's career in God's domain. The penalty for failing an inferior mythic quest would most likely be several times greater if he failed to complete the quest after accepting it. However, when he saw the reward of God's domain's world authority +2, greed momentarily overwhelmed him. In the present God's domain, everyone else was probably unaware of God's domain's world authority, as it was simply far too difficult to obtain. Normally, players had to have achievements that affected the entirety of God's domain to acquire this world authority. Players who successfully obtained world authority, even if only 1 point of it, would receive unimaginable assistance in their progression in God's domain. Just like the name suggested, gaining world authority meant one would become an existence with special rights in God's domain. The various superpowers were willing to go all out and risk incurring massive losses just to obtain the special rights the war god's temple offered. After all, obtaining these rights meant one's guild could surpass other guilds by a large margin and solidify its position in God's domain. Individual players could also obtain special rights in God's domain. This was world authority. Obtaining even 1 point of world authority was equivalent to attaining God's domain's recognition. Players with world authority would then gain an unimaginable affinity with the world. On the surface, gaining an increased affinity with the world might not seem very useful. However, it would provide players with a clearer perception of the various magic elements and their operating principles. This was crucial for players aiming to reach Tier 6. In the past, for the sake of producing Tier 6 God rank players, The various super guilds were willing to do everything they could just to help a select few of their members gain world authority. However, even the 5 great super guilds had managed to gather only a handful of world authority points after struggling for 4 or 5 years. Nevertheless, it was also a fact that every player that obtained world authority points had reached Tier 6. Now that Shifeng had the opportunity to obtain 2 world authority points just by completing one quest, how could he not feel greedy? If he succeeded, let alone Tier 5, even getting promoted to Tier 6 would become a lot easier. "Commander, are you all right?" Yan asked worriedly when she noticed Shifeng's strange expression. "Did you consume too much concentration after using that combat technique just now?" Previously, Shifeng had exhausted himself during the fight with Tedelia, although they had taken a small break afterward. The amount of concentration he managed to recover was most likely limited. "I'm fine," Shifeng said, shaking his head. He then looked toward Angelica, Teresa, who currently lay weakly on the ground, and gritted his teeth. "It seems I have no choice but to help her." Truthfully, he didn't wish to take part in this matter. After all, the old man from before had emphasized that if he overdid things here, the world would quickly discover his existence and forcibly return him to the modern world. If that happened, it would be a huge loss for him. After all, the environment here was truly wonderful. Moreover, God's Domain's ancient era was far superior to the modern era in many aspects. The available legacies aside, just the materials, weapons, and equipment available here were already leaps and bounds superior to the modern God's Domain. At this point, he had yet to find out how he could earn a large amount of resources from this ancient era, so he naturally couldn't recklessly take action. This was also why he had chosen to chase away Neiman Carlo instead of killing the great demon. Needless to say, he also wished to avoid saving the NPCs of this era if possible. This was especially true for a big shot like Angelica Teresa. Steady progression was the way to go in God's Domain. However, the quest rewards were far too generous. Even if it meant taking a huge risk, Shifeng still planned to give it a try. After all, in his current state, he really wasn't confident of getting promoted to Tier 5. If he merely relied on legacy guidances, constructing even a completely new mana body would be tough, let alone constructing a mana body that matched the physique of Tier 5 monsters. Ultimately, Shifeng walked up to Angelica Teresa, his actions causing the other people present to grow alert. Although Shifeng had repelled the demon army for them, he was still a foreign powerhouse. Their wariness of him was only natural. After all, there were many insidious people in God's Domain who were capable of stabbing others in the back with a smiling face. No one wouldn't be completely safe from such people, regardless of one's identity. The best example would be their commander. Their commander possessed a great reputation in their city. Most of the city's big shots respected and favored her, yet she still ended up getting stabbed in the back. Upon seeing Shifeng walk over, Yuluo gritted her teeth and asked in a quiet tone, "Guild leader Black Flame, do you have a way to save our commander?" "So long as you can save the commander, I will help you with whatever you want, even if it means sacrificing myself." In reality, Yuluo did not think Shifeng would have a way to save Commander Angelica Teresa. After all, even Cooling Cloud, who was both a skillful healer and advanced master alchemist, was helpless. "I indeed have a way to save her. However, I don't need you to sacrifice yourself or anything of the sort." Shifeng smiled involuntarily when he saw the resolution on Yuluo's face. "I just need you to tell me about the situation here once afterward." Even if Yuluo didn't ask for his help, he would still save Angelica Teresa. After all, a dead person couldn't become the overlord of Meteorite City. "You have a way to save the commander, Guild leader Black Flame?" Yuluo was momentarily stunned by Shifeng's reply. However, she quickly recollected herself and said excitedly, "No problem. So long as it is something I know, I will definitely tell you." On the other hand, Cooling Cloud, who stood aside, was confused when she heard Shifeng's confident reply. She was an advanced master alchemist, Yet even she was helpless about Angelica's situation. She found it truly hard to believe a fellow countryman of Yuluo's had a way to save the commander. This wasn't because Cooling Cloud was belittling Shifeng and Yuluo, but because the knowledge Yuluo had shown regarding God's domain was simply too inadequate. Even her usage of skills and spells was crude. In addition, while it wasn't necessary for all healers to become a specialized master alchemist, it was still common sense for healers to know how to craft some potions. Yet Yuluo did not. Hence, Cooling Cloud concluded that Yuluo and Shifeng came from some backwoods. Otherwise, they shouldn't lack such common sense. However, Shifeng did not respond to Yuluo's question. He merely took out a translucent crystal from his bag and passed it to her. "Have her eat this. She'll gradually recover once she does," Shifeng said without further explanation. Yuluo was confused when she received the translucent crystal from Shifeng, not understanding how such a crystal could save Commander Angelica. However, when Cooling Cloud saw the crystal in Yuluo's hand, she was shocked. A crystal of souls. How is this possible? At Cooling Cloud's exclamation, the other healers present stared at Shifeng as if they were looking at a monster. "Big Sis Cloud, is this crystal of souls something amazing?" Yuluo asked, bewildered. Realizing that she had lost her composure, Cooling Cloud quickly calmed herself, then explained, "The crystal of souls isn't just valuable. It is incomparably rare even on the scale of the entire God's domain. The Holy City's side can secure only a few of such crystals, as they are simply too rare. Normally, such crystals appear in places where souls gather, such as the Netherworld. These crystals can not only heal one's mental state, but also strengthen the soul to a certain degree. It is impossible to purchase a crystal of souls on the market, and it is many times more valuable than even the water of life. It's such a rare item." Yuluo was startled. She never thought Shifeng would actually use such a precious item to save someone. With this, she would owe him a massive favor. "All right, you'd best save her first," Shifeng said. When he saw the astonished looks everyone was giving him, he only shook his head and smiled. The crystal of souls was indeed precious. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't be willing to use it. After all, he had to rely on himself to harvest the necessary monster souls to create crystals of souls. However, the crystals weren't so precious that he couldn't afford to waste them on others. After all, the soul orb was one of the 7 treasures that could easily produce crystals of souls. He merely needed to kill great Lord ranked monsters 5 levels higher than himself to obtain the necessary monster souls. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU at Shifeng's reminder, Yuluo quickly snapped out of her daze and helped Angelica consume the crystal of souls. Shortly afterward, Angelica's complexion recovered significantly. Although she had fallen unconscious after consuming the crystal of souls, one could tell that her condition was no longer critical. Now, all they needed to do was wait. By the time Angelica woke up on her own, she would be thoroughly recovered. Meanwhile, after seeing that Angelica was saved, Cooling Cloud, as a captain in the Night Legion, took the initiative to invite Shifeng's party to rest in Meteorite City, the main city they resided in. Shifeng did not refuse the invitation, as he was curious to learn more about God's domain's ancient era. The human army walked for over a dozen hours before eventually arriving before a stalwart mountain range. A city that was more spectacular than even the royal capitals found in the modern God's domain appeared inside the valley of this mountain range. Chapter 2770, City of Riches. Chapter 2770, City of Riches, Meteorite City. Meteorite wasn't just a gathering place in the Meteorite mountain range for humans to live and conduct trade in. It was also the safest location for humans in the Meteorite mountain range. After the Night Legion registered the information of Shifeng's party with the city, Cooling Cloud led the 5 straight into the city. Meanwhile, as Shifeng and his party members were non-residents of Meteorite City, They each had to pay an entrance fee of 5 magic crystals, let alone lifeless Thorn and the others. Even Sher Feng was stunned by this fraudulent price. Meteorite City's entrance fee was more than 10 times greater than the various guild cities, not to mention that of modern NPC cities. At this point, the market value of magic crystals had already risen to 40 silver per crystal. 5 magic crystals was the equivalent of 2 gold. Unless the city's mana had condensed into a liquid state, only a fool would pay such an entrance fee. However, from the behavior of the NPCs and players here, it looked as if they had long since gotten used to this situation. Even Yu Luo paid the 5 magic crystals without hesitation. Guild leader Blackflame, this is the standard price here. Naturally, Yu Luo could tell what was going through the minds of Shifeng's party. Smiling, she whispered, "But please believe me that this price is absolutely reasonable." Initially, she, too, had been shocked by this price. After all, she wasn't the guild leader of a guild, unlike Shifeng, but merely a team leader in an adventure team. The magic crystals she had on hand had only numbered 200 or so. Paying 5 magic crystals just to enter a city had been an extravagant expenditure for her. However, after entering Meteorite City, she quickly realized that this price was definitely reasonable. Compared to the NPC main cities in the modern God's domain, Meteorite City could practically be considered a holy city. Of course, Shifeng wouldn't dwell on this matter. After all, 5 magic crystals was basically nothing to him. He was merely surprised by the absurd entrance fee. Afterward, Shifeng paid the entrance fee for his party of 5, then followed Cooling Cloud and Yu Luo through the magic array that enveloped Meteorite City. This is a main city of the ancient era. When Shifeng set foot in Meteorite City, a comfortable feeling immediately enveloped his body. This comfortable feeling was different from the kind of comfort he felt when entering a place with high mana density. Instead, entering this city allowed him to have a clearer perception of the world. Particularly, his perception of the various magic elements had sharpened over twofold. When he had first arrived in the ancient era, he had already sensed a significant improvement in his affinity with magic elements. If he could train in the environment here, he was confident that not only could he break through his mana body's 100% threshold, but his efficiency in learning magic arrays, skills, and spells would also double or triple. This was a wondrous place for development. Nonetheless, the environment inside Meteorite City was actually significantly better than the environment outside. In fact, Shifeng even had a hunch that if he used a legacy guidance here, he could exceed his mana body's 100% limit in just a few days. The magic array protecting the city is personally crafted by a human saint. Not only does it have strong defensive properties, but it even improves the mana perception of the city's inhabitants. However, operating this magic array requires a lot of magic crystals, hence the entrance fee, Yu Luo explained. Actually, Meteorite City's big trade market and huge population flow have already helped reduce the entrance fee. Some cities even charge 7 or 8 magic crystals. No wonder you managed to improve your control over mana so much, Shifeng said in realization as he looked at Yu Luo. Yu Luo had already unlocked her mana body's potential to 100%, and her control over mana had even reached the Master Magician standard. If her concentration standard reached Tier 4, she would be able to form her own mana domain and become top tier among Tier 3 peak experts. Most domain realm experts hadn't even reached the Master Magician standard at this stage of the game. And although Yu Luo was very talented, she was still far from comparable to Aqua Rose and Gentle Snow. Yet, even with his help, those two were still half a step away from becoming Master Magicians. So how could Yu Luo possibly overtake them? The only explanation was the environment here. I've improved a lot after arriving here, Yu Luo said as she nodded confidently. That's right. Yu Luo has been improving rapidly during this period. Now, she can already rank among the Night Legion's top 5 healers, Cooling Cloud said, nodding. Although she didn't have a high opinion of Yu Luo's initial strength, she very much acknowledged the cleric's talent. Actually, it is all thanks to Lady Angelica's teachings, Yu Luo said. At the mention of Angelica Teresa, an expression of gratitude and admiration appeared on her face. It's a pity that we failed to complete the quest this time. Had we succeeded, Lady Angelica might have become the Lord of Meteorite City. If the city comes under Lady Angelica's leadership, the city will prosper and possibly even rank up into an advanced main city. Become the Lord? What kind of quest is she trying to do? Shifeng asked curiously. His inferior mythic quest had stated that he needed to help Angelica Teresa become Meteorite City's lord. Now that a clue on how he could do so had appeared, he naturally was curious. It's nothing. Everyone in the city already knows about it at this point. Since Shifeng expressed interest in this topic, Cooling Cloud explained slowly, Meteorite City has been developing for hundreds of years already, and its population and scale of operation have grown significantly. However, at this point, the city has reached a bottleneck. The old city lord also abdicated recently. As one of the candidates to replace the lord, Lady Angelica Teresa wishes to improve Meteorite City. Meanwhile, there are two ways to help Meteorite City develop further. The first is to expand the city. However, the city's magic array was personally established by the saint, and nobody in the city is capable of modifying it. The only way to modify the magic array is to go to the holy city and meet with the saint. The chances of success are dismal. Setting aside how far away the holy city is, just trying to meet with the saint is already an incredibly difficult task. Hence, Lady Angelica can only resort to the second method, strengthening the magic array's core, which would, in turn, upgrade the magic array. Recently, we received news that a Tier 4 infant dragon appeared over at the Ghostfire Hills. If we can hunt this infant dragon and secure its dragon eyes and dragon crystal, we can strengthen the magic array's core. Only, at this point, Cooling Cloud sighed, let alone hunting that Tier 4 infant dragon, they had already fallen prey to a demon army's ambush shortly after leaving Meteorite City. What followed next was what Shifeng himself had witnessed. Travel to the holy city to meet with the saint or kill a Tier 4 infant dragon. Shifeng shook his head and smiled bitterly at Cooling Cloud's words. Although he didn't know where the holy city was, since the NPC cities here had no teleportation arrays linking them, the journey to the holy city could easily take several months. Moreover, even after arriving at the holy city, it wouldn't necessarily be possible to meet with the rumored saint. As for the other option of killing a Tier 4 infant dragon, that was even more ludicrous. A Tier 4 infant dragon was an existence above even demon princes. It was an existence that could truly match Tier 5 existences. When Shifeng was in his Tier 4 legacy land, even after reaching Tier 4 and gaining a Tier 4 legacy skill, he could only put up a fight against the Tier 3 infant dragons there. Even with the Heavenly Dragon Breath's help, he still couldn't kill those Tier 3 infant dragons. Now, Angelica Teresa actually had designs on a Tier 4 infant dragon, despite being only at Tier 4 herself. Calling her actions suicidal would be an understatement. Moreover, killing the infant dragon probably had to be done as soon as possible. After all, dragons did not have the habit of living in a fixed location long term. If he couldn't help Angelica kill the infant dragon before it went elsewhere, he would have to look for the elusive saint. Sure enough, this isn't a quest that can be completed easily. However, Shifeng did not feel particularly surprised by this situation. A legendary quest was already monumentally difficult to complete. An inferior mythic quest would only be worse. He also had to admit that Angelica Teresa matched the legends, which portrayed her as a brave warrior who stood up against dragons. If Angelica succeeded in slaying a Tier 4 infant dragon despite being at Tier 4 herself, that would truly be a legendary feat. The only thing Shifeng could do now was look for opportunities to improve both his and his party's strength. Otherwise, he would be utterly helpless against the infant dragon. Under Cooling Cloud and Yu Luo's lead, Shifeng's party arrived at Meteorite City's trade market. When Lifeless Thorn and the others saw the dazzling items put up for sale, their eyes widened in shock. The basic currency used in the market here was actually the magic crystal. Coins did not exist here. However, they also had to acknowledge that the ancient era of God's domain was truly amazing. The NPCs here even sold epic weapons and equipment players could use. Only the price was somewhat high. Even a random piece of level 150 epic equipment sold for 20,000 magic crystals. If converted to the gold coins used in the modern era, that would be equivalent to 8,000 gold per piece of level 150 epic equipment. While the various super guilds would kill to purchase level 150 epic equipment for 8,000 gold, it was a different story if the payment had to be in magic crystals. In addition to epic equipment, fragmented legendary weapons and equipment occasionally appeared in Meteorite City's auction house, which the various player forces in Meteorite City competed for. Only one needed a minimum deposit of 300,000 magic crystals just to participate in the auction. Meanwhile, these fragmented legendary items usually ended up selling for over 400,000 magic crystals. Whether it was Lifeless Thorn or Shifeng, they couldn't help feeling like they had become beggars after entering Meteorite City. Although Shifeng carried some magic crystals with him, that number was only 50,000, just enough to purchase 2 pieces of epic equipment at most here. Of course, it was also much easier to earn magic crystals here than in the modern god's domain, since the magic crystal was the main currency used in the ancient era. Whether one completed quests or traded materials with NPCs, payment was in magic crystals. Hence, local players found the prices of the epic and fragmented legendary items reasonable. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU. After walking around for several hours, Cooling Cloud bid goodbye to Shifeng's party, since she still had matters to deal with as a captain in the local Night Legion. As for Yu Luo, she stayed behind to serve as a tour guide for Shifeng's party. Inside a high-class hotel in Meteorite City, staying in one of the ordinary rooms here cost 50 magic crystals a day, while the high-end rooms cost 200 magic crystals per day. Shifeng chose to rent a high-end room without hesitation. Shortly afterward, Shifeng's party of 5 and Yu Luo sat quietly inside the room. Out with it. How long has it been since you arrived here? Shifeng asked seriously as he looked at Yu Luo. What's up with the players here? Chapter 2771. Alien-like players. Chapter 2771. Alien-like players at Shifeng's question. An exceptional silence filled the room. Lifeless Thorn and the others simultaneously focused their gaze on Yu Luo. Ever since they arrived in this place, they had come across too many unknown and surprising matters. However, the only thing they could do was remain silent and quietly observe everything, including the so-called NPCs and players here. In their opinion, be it the NPCs, monsters, or players here, they all felt alien. This was especially true for the players here. Despite being players, the players here gave them a completely different feeling than the members of their party. It felt as if the players here were not players at all, but rather the original inhabitants of this world. It was as if these players had already accepted this virtual world as their own. No, to be precise, these players treated the world of God's domain as a real world. Moreover, judging by these players' behavior, they had resided in this world for a considerably long period. Otherwise, the alien feeling they gave off wouldn't be so conspicuous. This alien feeling was especially familiar to Shifeng. Looking at the players in this ancient era felt like looking at Phoenix Rain back when he met her in Flame Dragon City. It was just that Phoenix Rain seemed more alien back than in these people. She felt as if she was a player yet not a player at the same time. In short, she gave off a very strange feeling. Now, the players here gave him a similar feeling. Hence, The shock he felt when he met these players initially was much greater compared to that of Lifeless Thorn and the others. However, he couldn't openly state his feelings. After all, the matter concerning Phoenix Rain was of great importance. Moreover, at the same time as their party was finding the players here alien, these players had similarly noticed the strangeness of their party. It was evident that these players were foreign to players like their party as well. In addition, through the previous conversation he had with Cooling Cloud, Sherfone got the impression that they lived in completely different worlds. The old man in the cave had already stated that this world was the ancient era of God's domain. Logically, there shouldn't be any other players in this world. Yet, not only were there players living in this world, but there were even a large number of them. Based on his initial estimates, there should be well over 5 million players residing in Meteorite City. This was already on the level of royal capitals in the modern era. Meanwhile, according to Cooling Cloud, there were at least 500 such main cities on the continent. If Meteorite City was representative of these main cities, there should be well over 5 billion players in the ancient era. Yet, none of the various powers in the real world had an inkling that there were players playing in the ancient era of God's domain. That's right. Everything is, as you guys have guessed. When Yu Luo saw the look everyone was giving her, her originally light and happy expression instantly vanished, replaced by a solemn expression. Whether it is this God's domain or the players here, both come from a different world from ours. A different world. Solitary Nine's breathing grew heavy at Yu Luo's words. How is this possible? Although he had already had suspicions, he still found it unbelievable after hearing Yu Luo's confirmation. While it was indeed true that God's Domain was a virtual reality game like no other, it was still far-fetched to say that people of a different world were playing the game with them. No, it would be somewhat incorrect to say that they're from a different world. Shaking her head, Yu Luo smiled and added, "To be precise, they are people living in a different world." "What do you mean?" Sherfone asked curiously. "You should know of the migration plan that took place 100 years ago, right?" "Of course we know. Back then, due to a shortage of resources and the worsening environmental pollution, Earth had gradually become unsuitable for human life. Hence, a migration plan was executed. I heard that many people at that time were sent out to explore the universe for habitable planets," Solitary Nine answered, nodding. "Could it be? Are you saying these players are the people who were sent out?" "Yes, they are the descendants of those explorers," Yu Luo said. "Back then, Earth had already discovered several habitable planets. However, they were too distant from Earth, and the journey would take a long time. Hence, after gathering all of the world's power, several hundred interstellar spaceships with self-sustaining environments were constructed. These spaceships then set forth toward the selected habitable planets, while carrying all sorts of resources and hundreds of millions of Earth's outstanding personnel. These people have been living on the interstellar spaceships for these past 100 years. However, these people experienced a much longer time than people on Earth during their journey. I heard that they've been living in space for over 600 years. Some spaceships have even experienced over 900 years of life. The population on these spaceships has also continued to grow over time, with the total population having exceeded 10 billion long ago. The original spaceships have also acquired resources from various planets on the way and modified and upgraded themselves. At this point, these spaceships can no longer be considered mere spaceships, but more like interstellar continents, and they're still making their way to the habitable planets. However, as these interstellar continents had limited resources, the majority of their population can only reside in virtual worlds. Only a small minority has the privilege to roam the outside world. Hence, these people are accustomed to virtual worlds. The professional players of our worlds can't even compare to these people in this regard, as virtual worlds have long since become a part of these people's lives. After God's Domain's launch, the game became their everything. The understanding they have of God's domain far exceeds ours. When Yu Luo finished speaking, silence enveloped the room for a long time. Solitary 9 and the others even had their mouths hanging wide open. They never thought that they would actually be ignorant of such a huge matter happening outside Earth. They also couldn't even begin to imagine how it felt to live out in the open universe for several centuries. I see. After hearing you Luo's explanation, Sherfong came to another realization. During his previous life, right before he reincarnated, God's domain had suddenly launched an expansion pack for seemingly no rhyme or reason. It was the most special expansion pack ever added to the game. Normally, the main God system would first implement a new expansion pack in the game before notifying players about it. However, news of this expansion pack had spread in the real world before its implementation. In fact, even its name had been revealed beforehand. War of Worlds. The description that came with this announcement also clearly stated that there would be several worlds attacking the main continent of God's domain. For the sake of their own survival, these worlds would wage war with each other on an unprecedented scale. The winner would live, and the loser would die. This announcement had agitated countless people in God's domain when it came out. After all, the territories on the main continent were basically fixed at that point, and few disputes occurred between the various powers. The game had been trending toward stability. With the sudden appearance of several new worlds, how could the players of God's domain not feel excited? The various major powers, in particular, had immediately begun sharpening their blades after the announcement. So long as the new expansion pack took place, they would immediately invade these new worlds and start a new journey. However, as a consequence of the expansion pack, Sherfong found himself fired. Upon seeing the stunned expressions of the people around her, Yuluo revealed a bitter smile and said, "My arrival here was a complete accident. While exploring an underground space in Dragonheart City by myself, I got caught in a space-time storm. By the time I woke up, I was already in this place. Currently, I have spent 20 days here already. Although I want to go back, I haven't been able to return even after dying or jumping into other space-time storms. What's most frustrating is that I can't log out of the game from here." "You can't log out?" At Yuluo's words, Solitary 9 and the others hurriedly checked whether they could log out or not. If they couldn't, then it would be a huge problem. Nowadays, all virtual gaming cabins had a nutrient solution storage that could let players stay online for 1 or 2 months without any problem. The latest model could even let players stay online for 3 months. And in the event that players depleted their supply of nutrient solution and couldn't leave their gaming cabin for some reason, the cabin would issue a system alert, and professionals would come quickly to deal with the problem. Hence, players had no need to worry about starving to death. Even so, this wasn't good news. "No way. I really can't log out." Solitary 9 couldn't help growing anxious. It would be very inconvenient for them if they couldn't go offline. After all, there were many things they needed to do in the real world. Moreover, staying online long-term would affect their physical bodies to a certain degree. They can't log out? Looking at the log out button on his system interface, Sherfong found that it was still brightly lit, indicating that he could go offline whenever he wanted. Is it because of that world stone in my bag? After some thought, the only explanation Sherfong could come up with for this situation was the world stone. After all, this item could stabilize the principle of all things, which meant that he should be able to bypass the rules of this world. With this, it seems I don't need to be too anxious. While the ancient god's domain was indeed excellent, he also had many things he needed to do in the real world. He couldn't stay online long-term. With the world stone, he could now feel relieved. Sherfong then conversed with Yuluo about the basic information of this world, particularly about information relating to legacies. After the conversation, Lifeless Thorn and the others sighed ruefully. The ancient god's domain was indeed different. Compared to the modern god's domain, the players living in the ancient god's domain had a much easier time getting promoted. With a reliable team, players had no problem at all securing a complete Tier 3 legacy. In fact, with enough rare materials, one could even seek out a Tier 3 instructor to exchange for a complete legacy. The only limitation of this method was that players could only exchange up to 3 legacies. As for the promotion to Tier 4, while it was significantly more difficult than that to Tier 3, it was still much easier compared to the process in the modern God's domain. At the very least, players didn't have to seek out a legacy land in the middle of nowhere. They could simply head to a Tier 4 instructor and choose to challenge their Tier 4 promotion quest. They would then be teleported to a Tier 4 legacy space. However, the cost of this method was high. Each challenge required the payment of 15,000 magic crystals. The difficulty of the promotion quest was the same as in modern times. Players still had to learn a Tier 4 legacy skill or spell during the allotted time. Failure meant having to wait 20 natural days before they could re-challenge it. At this time, only 3 players in Meteorite City had successfully reached Tier 4. At this point, Sherfong wished he could bring all of Zero Wing's Tier 4 Flowing Water Realm experts and above to this place. Even if it meant spending a lot of magic crystals, it would still be much better than searching for a legacy land. After all, searching for a legacy land was not only time-consuming, but success was also highly dependent on luck. If word of this matter got out in the modern God's domain, every power across the continent would most likely do everything they could to secure this opportunity. "Commander, can I borrow 10,000 magic crystals from you?" Lifeless Thorn asked as he looked at Sherfong. "I'll pay you back double as soon as we return." "Commander, you can't play favorites." Solitary 9 objected hurriedly, knowing that Sherfong did not bring a lot of magic crystals with him to the ancient God's domain. Every bit given away counted. Meanwhile, Yenya and Cleansing Whistle also stared at Sherfong with eloquent eyes. "Relax." Sherfong smiled spontaneously when he saw everyone's reactions. "Although I didn't bring a lot of magic crystals with me, I still have a way to let each of you challenge your promotion quests once. You can challenge yours as well, Yuluo." "Me?" Yuluo was stunned by Sherfeng's words. "But I don't have that many magic crystals." She, too, yearned to challenge her Tier 4 promotion quest. However, it wasn't easy to save up magic crystals while living in Meteorite City, as everything cost magic crystals here. Even until now, she had only around 4,000 magic crystals, still far off from the 15,000 required. "So long as you help me with the matter, I'll pay you 15,000 magic crystals as remuneration. How about it?" Sherfong asked as he looked at Yuluo. The ancient God's domain was a massive treasure trove, its value easily billions of times greater than a Grade 1 or Vane. It was no wonder 3 of the 5 great super guilds had deemed it worthwhile to work together to seal off the Earthfall secret land. If such a secret became public, the consequences would be unimaginable. Of course, acquiring the various resources of the ancient God's domain wouldn't be an easy task, either, since the base currency used here was the magic crystal, something relatively rare in the modern God's domain. And while the ancient God's domain had an abundance of magic crystals, it would be nigh impossible for modern players to earn a large amount of magic crystals here. After all, the modern God's domain was inferior to the ancient God's domain in almost every aspect. For players living in the modern God's domain, visiting the ancient God's domain would be equivalent to Stone Age people visiting the modern era. Modern players would need to work hard to earn magic crystals here. Fortunately, it wasn't completely impossible for modern players to earn money in the ancient era. One way to do so would be to take advantage of the unskillful handling of problems relating to the mind and soul in the ancient God's domain, particularly when it came to healing one's mental state. The ancient God's domain was actually far weaker than the modern God's domain in this aspect. This point was obvious from the gap between the concentration recovery potions sold on the market and those made by Cooling Cloud, an advanced master alchemist. In short, there were very few methods available for players to recover their concentration. Moreover, the death penalty here even placed players in a mentally weakened state for long periods, which prevented them from exhibiting their full strength. This meant that methods that could help heal the soul and mind were incredibly valuable. Okay. Yu Luo agreed immediately, understanding that Sherfeng was trying to help her. What do you need me to do? Taking out a crystal of souls from his bag, Sherfeng said, "Take this crystal of souls and consign it to the auction house for now. You're a member of the local Night Legion, so you should be able to spread information about it quickly. Just say that this is the crystal of souls that healed Angelica Teresa and that it has a minor soul-strengthening effect, which can increase one's chances of passing the Tier 4 promotion quest. Can you do that?" "No problem. If it is only publicizing the crystal, I can probably inform the whole city in just a few hours," Yuluo said, nodding as she accepted the crystal of souls. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. She had personally witnessed the crystal of souls' effects, so she knew that Sherfeng was indeed telling the truth. As for the aid the crystal could provide in the Tier 4 promotion quest, it was partly true. After all, if one's soul got strengthened, one's learning ability would improve as well. Hence, it couldn't be considered an outright lie. Meanwhile, spreading this news throughout the city was a piece of cake for her as a member of the local Night Legion. Yu Luo left the hotel room to get the word out, while Lifeless Thorn and the others went to their respective rooms to sort out their thoughts and prepare themselves to challenge their Tier 4 promotion quests. Once Sherfeng was alone in his room, he took out a memory crystal from his bag. This crystal was none other than the complete legacy guidance crystal he had obtained from killing Tedelia. The effects of this room sure are excellent. My perception is strengthened by a further 30% compared to the outside world. Now that I have some time to myself, I can give it a try. Immediately afterward, Sherfeng took out 100 magic crystals and activated the legacy guidance crystal. Chapter 2772 Breakthrough. Chapter 2772 Breakthrough inside the quiet and spacious living room. As Sherfeng continuously poured mana into the legacy guidance crystal in his hand, divine runes and magic arrays began appearing all over the crystal one after another. A short moment later, the mana inside the room started surging toward the memory crystal. Afterward, the crystal radiated a dark blue glow that enveloped Sherfeng. What a powerful legacy! Sherfeng was astonished when the blue light engulfed him. This was because the owner of this legacy wasn't an ordinary person, but someone known as the Saint of the Ice World. The quality of this legacy was far superior to that of ordinary legacies. In addition, the Ice World Saint's legacy explained a lot about the ice element's operating principles and described some basic methods to construct one's mana body using the ice element as the basis. This sort of legacy guidance was incredibly rare in God's domain. In most cases, legacy guidances only provided a demonstration of the manipulation of magic elements and some explanations of their operating principles. The chances of a legacy guidance containing a demonstration of how to construct a mana body from scratch were less than 0. 1%, let alone a saint's guidance and demonstration. Existences holding the title of saint were either gods or existences approaching gods. Some saints were even existences that gods feared greatly because a saint represented the epitome of a certain aspect in God's domain. Not even gods could match a saint in their specialty. In other words, while a saint could be a god wouldn't necessarily be a saint. The requirement to become a Tier 6 god wasn't to achieve the extreme of a certain aspect. Instead, one only needed to reach a certain threshold. As to what that threshold was, only those who had actually reached Tier 6 would know. Meanwhile, the Ice World Saint had undoubtedly attained the ultimate in the manipulation of the ice element. Hence, the Ice World Saint's control over the ice element was undoubtedly superior to everyone else's. Even gods wouldn't be a match for the Ice World Saint. Following this, time passed by, second after second. As Sherfeng injected more mana into the memory crystal, the Ice World Saint's demonstration sped up. The information the saint conveyed also became increasingly complicated. Half an hour later, the saint's demonstration ended. Feng, who had been focused on the demonstration the entire time, felt mesmerized by the information he learned. What a pity! The guidance barely talked about elements other than the ice element. If the guidance for the other elements were as detailed as the one for the ice element, my control over the magic elements would definitely reach the Grandmaster standard. At that time, I might even stand a chance against superior mythic monsters. Feng sighed ruefully when the demonstration video disappeared. He had to admit that the existences granted the title of saint were indeed powerful. Saints who had reached the ultimate in control of a specific magic element were especially amazing. Their understanding and explanation of magic elements were incredibly enlightening. However, the Ice World Saint's explanation became increasingly complicated as it progressed, and Feng found himself struggling to understand the lecture. It felt as if the saint's explanation had gone from talking about one dimension to 2 dimensions to 3 dimensions to 4 dimensions. He could still understand up to the 3rd dimension, but when the explanation progressed to the 4th dimension, his mind failed to comprehend the saint's thinking. Despite understanding the surface meaning of the saint's words, he couldn't understand how to apply them in practice. Hence, Feng could only treat the magic element usage methods explained at the end as gibberish. Nevertheless, he had still made massive gains. At the very least, he had made qualitative improvements in manipulating and understanding the ice element. Now, all he needed to do was experiment with his newfound knowledge. This Ice World Saint's legacy is truly extraordinary. I will have to get Violet Cloud and the others to study it earnestly. It would simply go to waste if given to someone without an affinity with the ice element. Feng now placed even greater importance on the legacy guidance crystal in his hand. He wouldn't have if it were any other legacy guidance, but this was a saint's guidance they were talking about. The Ice World Saint's guidance even provided such detailed information about the magic elements. Giving this legacy guidance to someone without an affinity with the magic elements would be a complete and utter waste. In fact, had he used this legacy guidance crystal in the modern god's domain instead of the ancient god's domain, he would have wasted a precious opportunity. If the information he absorbed from watching the legacy guidance here consisted of only 20% of the total information, then he probably would have failed to comprehend even 5% of the information had he watched it in the modern god's domain. After all, he didn't possess much affinity with the ice element. He was much more attuned to the fire element. Fortunately, the environment in the ancient god's domain was excellent, and it drastically improved his affinity with and perception of the ice element. Now he could perceive the ice element much more clearly than he could the fire element when he was in the modern god's domain. After absorbing the Ice World Saint's legacy guidance, Feng took out a drop of soul water and drank it, boosting his concentration recovery and energizing his brain. Immediately afterward, he began attempting to break through his mana body's 100% threshold by constructing a new and simpler control array to link and control the various magic arrays all over his mana body. Previously, I insisted on using only one mana manipulation method to control the magic arrays of my body. On the other hand, the Ice World Saint constructed his mana body with the ice element and used several mana manipulation methods to gather and manipulate the ice element. For now, I should follow his example and try using 2 manipulation methods to control my mana body's magic arrays. After thinking up to this point, Feng began experimenting. Previously, he had been controlling the magic arrays on his mana body according to the mana body's construction because he believed this was the only way to manipulate the mana in his mana body. However, his thoughts changed after seeing the Ice World Saint using multiple mana manipulation methods to control the magic elements in his mana body. Master magicians like Feng excelled in attacking from multiple fronts. Since he couldn't break through the 100% threshold by attacking from only a single front, he would try attacking from multiple fronts simultaneously, which would allow him to maximize the effects of every magic array. Subsequently, the intensity of the mana Feng's body radiated fluctuated repeatedly. Sometimes his mana didn't even reach the standard of ordinary tier, 3 players. Sometimes it would far surpass the times he had fully exerted himself. He experimented for 3 consecutive hours and tested several dozen mana manipulation methods. From his experimentation, he concluded that using multiple methods simultaneously to manipulate his mana body was incredibly difficult. Even with his current concentration standard, he could just barely implement 3 at a time. However, the benefits of a 3-fold manipulation method were also evident. He had directly broken through the 100% threshold and reached the legendary 112% mark. Unfortunately, when implementing a 3-fold manipulation method, his mind would be so occupied that he couldn't execute a bronze combat technique, much less a mana technique. Hence, to maintain his combat power, Shifeng had no choice but to abandon a 3-fold manipulation method for a 2-fold manipulation method. 87%, 102%, 99%. The completion rate of Shifeng's mana body changed constantly. At the same time, the rate at which he expended his concentration also increased. This is the last option that suits me. I'll be satisfied so long as it goes beyond 103%. Of the various 2-fold manipulation methods Shifeng had tried, the best one produced a result of 103%. However, he wasn't particularly satisfied with it. After all, he had already experienced what having a mana body with 112% of its potential unlocked felt like, and it was a truly amazing experience. Meanwhile, after combining the manipulation method of light shadow, the mana technique he frequently used, with his original mana manipulation method and continuously refining the combination, he had produced what he deemed to be the best combination currently possible. If this one still didn't work, he would have no choice but to settle for the 103% manipulation method. Taking a deep breath, Shifeng opened his eyes abruptly and began manipulating the magic arrays inside his mana body. Immediately, the magic arrays began operating one after another, drawing upon the ambient mana in the room. The mana density around him increased steadily. 120%, 134%, 157%. As the density of the mana surrounding Shifeng increased, the sensitivity of his 5 senses also improved slightly. Although the improvement was minor, there was no doubt that they had improved. The next moment, the numerous magic arrays all over Shifeng's mana body began combining into a super large magic array. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU boom! Suddenly, a ripple of mana spread from Shifeng's body and surged toward the surrounding walls. The mana inside the living room then stilled. However, a moment later, every bit of mana inside the room converged around Shifeng, a faint layer of mist forming around him. If one did not possess an acute sensitivity to mana, they would most likely have difficulty noticing this layer of condensed mana flowing over Shifeng's body. System, congratulations! You have successfully surpassed the mana body's 100% threshold and achieved a 110% completion rate. Chapter 2773, Mana Beyond the Limit. Chapter 2773, Mana Beyond the Limit. Upon hearing the system's voice ringing by his ears, Shifeng revealed a rare expression of joy. A 110% completion rate. Sure enough, integrating the mana manipulation method of mana techniques is the way to go. The mana manipulation method of light shadow was much more refined than the methods he had thought up by himself, especially in the aspect of manipulating magic elements. His own manipulation methods utilized only the 4 major elements, while light shadow utilized both the 4 major elements and the 7 supreme elements. Due to this difference, he had managed to unlock his mana body's potential to 110% with just a 2-fold manipulation method. And although there was only a 7% difference between this 2-fold manipulation method and his previous best method, past the 100% threshold, every 1% increase provided significant improvements to the mana body. The difference between a 103% mana body and 110% mana body was like the difference between heaven and earth. Subsequently, Shifeng punched at the empty space before him. Boom! All of a sudden, the living room's stable space shattered, spatial cracks forming one after another. Only after extending to the living room's wall and coming into contact with the magic barrier did this phenomenon stop. What an amazing result! Shifeng was astonished as he looked at the fractured space before him. His mana body had truly undergone a qualitative transformation after reaching a 110% completion rate. Now, even his normal punches carried a hint of a mana technique's power. Moreover, he didn't even need to manipulate his mana actively to gain such an effect. Afterward, Shifeng closed his eyes and felt his surroundings. Even with his eyes closed, he could still perceive the entire room within his mind. Not even a speck of dust escaped his perception. Not only has my physique improved by at least 30%, but even my 5 senses have risen to the next level. In my present state, my perception is just slightly inferior to a demon prince's. Shifeng opened his eyes, an ecstatic look appearing on his face. Although he still wasn't Ferbero's equal in terms of physique and 5 senses, he was much closer to matching the demon prince than before. This was undoubtedly joyous news for him. Originally, he felt that a Tier 4 player needed a legendary weapon to contend with a Tier 4 demon prince. After all, the difference in physique between the two was massive. However, Shifeng now felt that it might just be possible for players to gain the astonishing physique of a demon prince while still a Tier 4. After all, his current mana body was only at a 110% completion rate, yet he was already close to matching a demon prince's physique. If he could push his mana body to the rumored 120% completion rate, his physique then might match that of a demon prince. Shifeng was relatively confident of pushing his mana body to a 120% completion rate. After all, he had already proven that utilizing multiple manipulation methods to control his mana body was the way to go. At the very least, he wouldn't be utterly clueless about how to develop his mana body, unlike before. All he needed to do was figure out how to improve on this aspect. Now that I've reached the limits of twofold manipulation, I'll need to raise my concentration standard so that I can execute threefold manipulation fluidly. This way, I'll have a high chance of achieving a 120% completion rate. At that time, whether it is that divine dragon's trial or that mysterious NPC, I won't be utterly helpless. At this point, confidence welled up within Shifeng. However, for safety's sake, I should first gather the Solomon's sword fragments. If I have the complete Solomon's sword, I won't have to fear going up against even true Tier 5 existences. After thinking up to this point, Shifeng felt that he needed to resolve his matters in the ancient era quickly and return to the modern era to secure the remaining 2 fragments of Solomon's sword. Previously, he still hadn't been particularly confident of securing the 2 remaining fragments. However, now that his epic mana body had reached a 110% completion rate, he could probably solo even superior mythic monsters of the same level. The reason for his confidence was the qualitative transformation his mana had undergone. Originally, the mana flowing inside his mana body was merely gaseous, albeit of incredibly high density. However, after his epic mana body had reached a 110% completion rate, the mana flowing within it had thoroughly condensed into a mist. Moreover, it had achieved this state without him needing to manipulate external mana. Since God's domain's foundation was mana, the strength of a player's mana had a huge impact on their combat power, especially when using skills and spells. A skill powered with mist-like mana wouldn't just be 30% or 50% stronger than a skill powered with gaseous mana. Instead, the two would be on completely different levels. Why were superior mythic monsters so much more powerful than mythic monsters of the same level? It was because their physique and the quality of the mana inside their bodies were superior to ordinary mythic monsters. Currently, although Shifeng's physique still wasn't a match for superior mythic monsters. The quality of his mana was already on par with theirs. That, combined with the weapons and equipment he possessed, made it entirely possible for him to offset the difference and fight against superior mythic monsters on an equal footing. As Shifeng was immersing himself in the effects of his improved mana, Yuluo suddenly contacted him. Guild Leader Black Flame, information on the Crystal of Souls has already spread across Meteorite City. Many player forces and even NPC forces have expressed interest in the crystal. All of them are requesting to purchase it at a high price, Yuluo said excitedly. The Skyflare Adventure Team, one of the top 3 player forces in the city, contacted me, saying they're willing to purchase the crystal for 150,000 magic crystals. If it were in the modern god's domain, 150,000 magic crystals would be equivalent to 60,000 gold. That was already enough money to arm a 100-man team to the teeth. In Meteorite City, 150,000 magic crystals could still fully gear a player in level 150 epic equipment. That won't be necessary. Since we said we would auction it, we will do just that. If they wish to buy it, they can buy it through the auction, Shifeng said, shaking his head. The offer of 150,000 magic crystals was indeed incredibly high. If the Crystal of Souls were to be auctioned in the modern god's domain, it definitely wouldn't sell for such a high price. In fact, it would be a miracle if he could sell it for 50,000 magic crystals. However, it was a different story in the ancient god's domain, where methods to recover from a mentally weakened state were incomparably rare. In fact, the streets of Meteorite City were littered with players in mentally weakened states. All of these players could only rely on the city's dense mana to slowly recover. After players fell into a mentally weakened state, a full recovery would take a very long time, even with the help of dense mana. If these players were willing to stay cooped up in Meteorite City without leaving to grind even once, they would still need around 2 weeks to recover. Yet it was simply impossible for expert players to stay inactive for such a long period. A period of 2 weeks was already enough to create a huge gap between expert players. In fact, even dying twice wouldn't cost as much as remaining inactive for 2 weeks. Hence, an excellent recovery item like the Crystal of Souls was considerably precious to the ancient god's domain's players and NPCs. Meanwhile, his purpose in holding the auction this time was simply to find out the market price for the Crystal of Souls. Only after doing so could he maximize his profits. After all, he didn't have a lot of Crystals of Souls on hand since he didn't kill a lot of monsters that were 5 levels higher than himself and at the Great Lord rank or above. Not to mention, he would also use some of the crystals normally. As a result, he only had 43 crystals of souls saved up. On the other hand, he had plenty of soul water. At this time, he already had 2,764 drops accumulated. This was the fruit of long-term accumulation. Although he had given out a lot of soul water to the guild members using the bronze and silver legacy tablets, he still had a lot remaining. However, the soul water's effects were significantly inferior to those of the Crystal of Souls. If the Crystal of Souls couldn't sell for a high price, then the soul water naturally wouldn't sell for much either. But now that Skyflare is also competing for the Crystal of Soul, both player and NPC forces will most likely step aside out of respect for Skyflare. After all, aside from Skyflare's commander, one of Skyflare's vice commanders is rumored to have also reached Tier 4 already, Yuluo explained. She naturally understood Shifeng's thoughts. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. The various powers won't pick a fight with Skyflare just for 1 Crystal of Souls. If you go through with the auction, I'm afraid it won't go for a high price. This world was different from the world they came from. The NPC cities here were separated by great distances. Only after reaching Tier 4 would players be able to travel between NPC cities without worry. Tier 3 players could only roam the vicinity of the main city they belonged to. This meant that players residing in the same city would often come across each other. Meanwhile, Tier 4 combatants were considered true powerhouses in God's domain. Even NPCs feared them greatly, all the more the player forces. If one angered the Skyflare adventure team, one shouldn't even think about leaving the city to grind for levels anymore. A player force is suspected to have 2 Tier 4 players? Sure Phone was surprised by this revelation. He never thought that the player forces in the ancient god's domain would be so powerful to actually have 2 Tier 4 players, one more than what Zero Wing had. Although the search for legacy lands played a huge factor in this disparity, it wasn't so easy for players to complete their Tier 4 promotion quest either. Immediately he said, "How about this? I'll rent a hall at the auction house, and we'll organize a small auction of our own. Announce that we will be selling a total of 5 crystals of souls, in addition to 50 drops of soul water, which is a slightly inferior version of the crystals. If we do that, that Skyflare adventure team will have difficulty monopolizing everything." Shurfang's word surprised Yuluo. She never thought he would actually have other concentration recovery treasures besides the Crystal of Souls. He was practically a walking treasure trove. Moreover, if Shurfang were to sell so many crystals of souls and soul water, Skyflare would indeed have difficulty monopolizing everything. There was no way the various powers in the city would step aside in the face of such numbers. After all, aside from being useful for healing the mind, these treasures could also increase by a small margin one's odds of completing the Tier 4 promotion quest. Not to mention, Skyflare wasn't the only power in the city with Tier 4 combatants. Okay, I'll spread this information right away. Luo nodded, then promptly disconnected the call. Sure Phone notified Lifeless Thorn and the others of his plans before making his way toward Meteorite City's auction hall by himself. In the meantime, Luo also spread the news regarding the crystals of souls and soul water, instantly causing a sensation throughout the city. Chapter 2774 Ancient Legacy Inheritor. Chapter 2774 Ancient Legacy Inheritor, Meteorite City, Skyflare Hotel. The Skyflare Adventure Team was one of the top 3 powers of Meteorite City, and the Skyflare Hotel it owned was one of the city's landmarks. Not only did the hotel boast 19 floors, but it even occupied the largest plot of land in the city's business district, with roughly the footprint of a sports stadium. The Skyflare Hotel also had the best resting environment in Meteorite City. Due to its relatively reasonable prices, it had become the first choice of many players and NPCs for lodging. The hotel was so popular that it ranked within the top 10 most profitable businesses of Meteorite City. At this time, a level 131 female assassin clad in pitch-black epic equipment walked into the Skyflare Hotel's top-floor lounge. She then stopped before an imposing man sorting documents behind an office table. This imposing, middle-aged man was none other than the Skyflare Adventure Team's commander, Lionheart, nicknamed Raging Lion. "Commander, I've already looked into the person you mentioned. She's Luo, a cleric from the Night Legion. She's the one responsible for spreading the information across the city. Not long ago, she made another announcement stating that her side will be hosting a small auction at the auction house. They will be selling 5 crystals of souls and 50 drops of soul water, which is an inferior version of the Crystal of Souls," the black-clad assassin reported. She then passed a memory crystal to Lionheart and continued, "There is a record of her image in there. From what I found out, she seems to be a proxy. The real seller should be the party of 5 people that entered Meteorite City with the Night Legion. I included a record of their appearances in the crystal. Of the 5, the cloaked man walking in the lead is verified to be a Tier 4 Sword Emperor. However, I did not find any records of him appearing within Meteorite City's vicinity." "Good job," said the Crimson Light, armor-clad Lionheart, who had reached level 133. After glancing at the images recorded in the memory crystal, he nodded and looked toward the several vice commanders inside the lounge. He then asked calmly, "What do you guys think of this matter?" "They're simply picking a fight with Skyflare. We've already shown a lot of respect to that Sword Emperor by offering such a high price, yet they still refuse to reciprocate," sneered a gloomy man standing beside the French window. "I think we need to teach these outsiders a lesson. If they wish to mingle in Meteorite City, they need to know their limits. The treasure in question can increase the success rate of completing the Tier 4 promotion quest. We absolutely cannot let the other powers in the city get their hands on it." The 3 other vice commanders present nodded in agreement with the gloomy man, Wind Chaser. Although Wind Chaser was a cold and ruthless person, he was incredibly loyal to the Skyflare adventure team. Most importantly, Wind Chaser was a Tier 4 Nightwalker. When it came to assassination, he was undoubtedly the best player in Meteorite City. In terms of top combatants, the Skyflare adventure team was already the strongest player force in Meteorite City. Simply put, this was the best opportunity for the Skyflare adventure team to consolidate its grip on Meteorite City. Hence, how could they let other player forces gain an opportunity to rise up? Now that the several outsiders were showing no respect to their adventure team, they definitely needed to teach these outsiders a lesson. It didn't matter even if the other party had a Tier 4 Sword Emperor on its side. After all, not only did Wind Chaser hold a peak hidden class, but he had even inherited a special mana technique. So long as he was hidden in the darkness, he could potentially one-shot even Tier 4 MTs, let alone a Tier 4 Sword Emperor. Well, let's go over and talk to him first. If we can agree on a good price, everybody can be happy. If not, it won't be too late to take action, Lionheart said after giving the matter some thought. Lionheart, too, agreed with Wind Chaser's opinion, especially about the Crystal of Souls, which could strengthen a player's soul by a small margin. After all, the strength of a player's soul would greatly affect their learning ability. Even a small boost to the soul would be a great help to players learning a Tier 4 skill or spell during their promotion quest. Hence, Skyflare had to obtain the Crystal of Souls. The 4 vice commanders present all nodded in agreement with Lionheart's decision. Billow, find out that Sword Emperor's current location. I need to know right away, Lionheart ordered the black-clad assassin. Commander, don't you know how I operate? Smiling, the petite assassin named Crimson Billow added, As soon as you told me to look into this matter, I set my sights on that Sword Emperor. Hence, I had people keep track of his every move. Currently, that Sword Emperor is at the auction house. By the looks of it, he plans to rent an auction hall to host a small auction. Good. Lionheart nodded in satisfaction as he looked at Crimson Billow. Billow, you and Chaser will follow me in secret. I'll meet with that Sword Emperor in person and find out his origins and purpose. Truthfully, he felt very curious about the Sword Emperor mentioned. Tier 4 players were still incredibly rare in the current God's domain. According to Skyflare's information network, most main cities had only 1 Tier 4 player. The main cities with 2 or 3 Tier 4 players were all cities with massive populations. Logically, after a player reached Tier 4, the first thing they should do was expand their influence in their city as much as possible, capitalizing on their advantage. However, this foreign Sword Emperor had actually chosen to visit another city. It was simply inconceivable. Understood. Crimson Billow and Wind Chaser responded respectfully. Meteorite City, auction house. Meteorite City was a large trade city, and the auction house could be said to be the most prosperous place here. Not only was the local auction house much larger than the ones found in the modern God's domain's royal capitals, but its visitor traffic was also massive. A huge variety of products was on sale, including mana ore, which was quite rare in the modern God's domain, sold by the stack at dastardly cheap prices. 1 stack of 200 mana ores cost only 49 magic crystals. If sold in the modern God's domain, it would be bought out instantly. After all, mana ore was a byproduct of certain ores, and the chances of acquiring it were low. Hence, the price of mana ore in the modern world was already close to 30 silver coins per piece. Even then, supply was still tight. It's a pity I can't travel freely between the two worlds. Otherwise, I could definitely make a killing, and Zero Wing wouldn't have to worry about lacking funds and resources anymore. Shifeng sighed ruefully as he looked at the available items in the auction house. According to the old man's words, only 10 people could visit the ancient god's domain at a time. Moreover, while first-time visitors could get in for free, the second visit onward had a price. It might be fine if the price was reasonable, but if it was exorbitant, his visits to the ancient era would be limited. Although he could leave the visits to other people, the importance of the ancient god's domain was too significant. If the Earthfall secret land's secret got out, every superpower on the continent would either try to annihilate Zero Wing or compete for the secret land. Shifeng spent 500 magic crystals to rent a small auction hall that could fit 200 people at most. For Meteorite City's various powers, this number was already more than enough. After Shifeng finished making the necessary arrangements, an imposing and mighty man suddenly approached him. The man was clad in crimson light armor and carried a knight's shield with crimson runes. At the appearance of this imposing man, silence descended momentarily on the entire auction house. Everyone looked at this man in surprise, a hint of awe and admiration gleaming in the eyes of both players and NPCs. Crap! It's Lionheart. He looks so handsome. He looks much better than the photo on Skyflare's promotional posters. But why is a big shot like him here? Could it be because of the news of that small auction? A discussion over Lionheart promptly broke out in the auction hall. Everyone couldn't help wondering why a VIP like Lionheart would personally visit the auction house. Skyflare's commander. He actually came in person. Yu Luo, who had just arrived in the auction house, gaped in shock and doubted her eyes when she saw Lionheart enter the building. Lionheart was an amazing individual. Despite having started with nothing in this ruthless world, the adventure team he established had grown to the point where it managed to defeat several large guilds and become one of the top 3 powers in Meteorite City. In terms of achievements, the Skyflare Adventure Team easily eclipsed the Heaven's Blade Adventure Team. On the interstellar continent, living resources were incredibly scarce. Ordinary civilians couldn't hope to compare with large guilds in terms of the resources they could acquire. This was because large guilds generally had high-level authorities as backers. These authorities boasted resources and influence far greater than those of the large guilds on Earth. Just one word from these high-level authorities would be enough to allow a civilian who could barely feed themselves to move to the interstellar continent's core area. In the core area, one would be able to not only eat like a king, but also enjoy recreational activities in the real world and appreciate the beauty of the vast universe. Just this point alone allowed large guilds to walk over civilian players with no background. Meanwhile, Lionheart was only a civilian on the interstellar continent. His development of Skyflare to such an extent was a remarkable feat. He was practically a legend among the civilians there. If he were in the modern god's domain, he would definitely become a noteworthy existence, known throughout the mainland. The next moment, Lionheart stopped before Shifeng. Immediately, everyone in the auction house focused on Shifeng curiously, the stares making him feel very uncomfortable. You're the person selling the crystals of souls, right? Looking at Shifeng, Lionheart went straight to the point, saying, I am Lionheart, the Skyflare Adventure Team's commander. You should have heard of me already. Of course, I've heard of you. In fact, I've heard a lot about you. Shifeng did not deny Lionheart's statement. Calmly, he asked, May I know what business you have with me? Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU Shifeng had gained plenty of information regarding Lionheart. The man was undoubtedly a powerhouse. Not only did he reach the domain realm, but he had even set foot onto the second step the upper domain realm. The amount of time he had spent immersed in virtual reality games was much greater than that of the modern god's domain's players. Rumor had it that Lionheart's control over mana had already reached the advanced Master Magician standard, and that he was only half a step away from becoming a grandmaster. In addition, Lionheart also possessed an ancient hidden class called the Blood Knight, which gave him the strongest defense among players. At this point, he was a complete monster when it came to defense. His terrifying defense was why the Skyflare Adventure Team had managed to conquer plenty of powerful bosses. The Adventure Team had even killed quite a few level 120 superior mythic bosses. Hence, Lionheart was also known as Meteorite's Wall by Meteorite City's players. This isn't a place to talk. Why don't we find a place to sit down and have a proper conversation? Lionheart suggested as he scrutinized Shifeng. When he saw Shifeng's special state, he was surprised and confused. However, he quickly set aside his surprise and treated Shifeng with the respect due a foreign Tier 4 expert. Sure. Shifeng nodded. He then turned to the empty space a short distance behind Lionheart and asked, "Are those two coming along too?" Chapter 2775 Astronomical Transaction. Chapter 2775 Astronomical Transaction. Those two? Yu Luo was confused when she followed Shifeng's gaze. After all, there was nobody there. Even when she pushed her perception as a Void Realm expert to the limit, she still couldn't sense any aura or presence of a living being. She didn't notice any unusual fluctuations in space, either. Experts at the Void Realm would be aware of even the slightest disturbances around them. At the end of the day, an assassin's stealth only turned them invisible to the naked eye. They remained physically present in the world. So long as they moved, no matter how slow, they would cause some air turbulence. Such unnatural changes wouldn't escape the perception of a Void Realm expert. Hence, even a Void Realm assassin generally couldn't get within 30 yards of other Void Realm experts undetected. Normally, they could operate only outside the 30-yard radius. As for assassins at the Domain Realm, while they could perform better, they still wouldn't be able to get within 20 yards of Void Realm experts undetected. And even if they did manage this feat, they would be able to maintain it for only a matter of seconds. However, the spot Shifeng was currently looking at was within 20 yards of himself. Moreover, the conversation between Shifeng and Lionheart had lasted more than a few seconds already. Even a Domain Realm expert wouldn't be able to stay hidden for so long. Upon hearing Shifeng's words, Lionheart was slightly surprised. Simultaneously, a hint of alertness and admiration appeared in his eyes. Amazing! As expected of a Tier 4 expert capable of moving between main cities. Part of the reason Lionheart had brought Wind Chaser and Crimson Billow with him this time was to test Shifeng's strength. Crimson Billow was ranked second in Skyflare in terms of stealth. Utilizing her advantages as a Domain Realm expert, she had created a unique concealment technique that allowed her to maintain a high degree of stealth despite being in motion. Meanwhile, after combining this technique with a potion that hid one's life aura, let alone Tier 3 Domain Realm experts, even Tier 4 Domain Realm experts wouldn't detect her even when she was within 20 yards of them. Of course, Tier 4 Domain Realm experts would definitely detect her once she got within 16 yards of them. Even so, being able to conceal herself to such an extent was already more than enough for her to rank at the top of Meteorite City and instill fear into Tier 4 experts. Wind Chaser was even more powerful. After reaching Tier 4, his stealth skill was no longer limited to just turning his physical body invisible and concealing his life aura. Instead, the skill would place his body in a shadow space. No matter what he did inside this space, it wouldn't affect the outside world. Naturally, others wouldn't be able to detect his movements while he was inside this shadow space. In fact, despite knowing about Wind Chaser's ability, Lionheart hadn't realized that Wind Chaser was already standing within 20 yards of him. Nevertheless, Shifeng had stated that there were two people behind Lionheart. This meant that he had detected both Crimson Billow and Wind Chaser. "Chaser, Billow, you two can show yourselves now," Lionheart said, smiling as he looked at the empty space Shifeng indicated. "No need to hide anymore." As soon as Lionheart finished speaking, two figures gradually appeared in that empty space. They were none other than Wind Chaser and Crimson Billow. The two assassins were looking at Sher Fong with eyes brimming with surprise and confusion. "Commander, did I show some irregularities just now?" Crimson Billow quietly asked Lionheart through the team chat. Afraid that she would get detected, she had deliberately maintained a 21-yard distance between herself and Sher Fong. After all, she hardly knew anything about Sher Fong, apart from the fact that he was a Tier 4 expert, and she didn't wish to ruin Lionheart's attempt at probing Sher Feng's strength. Yet, despite the 21-yard distance, he still detected her. Excluding Lionheart, this was the first time a Tier 4 individual perceived her from beyond 20 yards. "You didn't. It's just that this person is much stronger than we thought," Lionheart responded, shaking his head. "Don't act rashly against him afterward." Sher Fong had discovered not only Crimson Billow, but also Wind Chaser. While defeating a Tier 4 expert like Sher Fong would be simple for the current Skyflare, killing him would be incredibly difficult. Unless absolutely necessary, they had best not offend the Sword Emperor. In response, both Crimson Billow and Wind Chaser nodded silently. The trio had conversed for only 2 or 3 seconds, so outsiders did not find anything wrong with the situation. They merely saw Wind Chaser and Crimson Billow approaching Lionheart slowly after making their appearance. When Yu Luo, who stood beside Sher Fong, saw the two assassins walking over, her eyes widened in shock. There really are two people. Despite the two assassins being so close to her, she actually failed to notice either of them. This overturned her understanding of the assassin class. Meanwhile, when Sher Fong saw the two assassins, a hint of wariness also appeared in his eyes. The two assassins were astonishingly strong. This was especially true for Wind Chaser. If not for the recent breakthrough Sher Fong achieved with his mana body, which granted him a physique and perception far superior to ordinary Tier 4 individuals, he would have most likely failed to notice Wind Chaser's presence. If Wind Chaser really were intent on targeting a specific player, it would be a nightmare for the said player. After all, the Tier 4 assassin was capable of suddenly appearing within 20 yards of his target without giving off any indications, a distance that any Tier 4 combatant could cross in the blink of an eye. If Sher Fong was not careful, even he might end up falling prey to Wind Chaser's ambush. "Let's head to a reception room to continue our conversation," Lionheart suggested to Sher Fong. "Sure." Sher Fong did not object to the proposal. His original goal in coming to the ancient god's domain was to acquire a large amount of resources. Meanwhile, the best way to do so was by partnering with a local tyrant. He could gather resources much faster this way than if he did it by himself. In fact, he could even gain access to items that normally wouldn't appear on the market. Lionheart's taking the initiative to seek him out was naturally good news for Sher Fong. Lionheart led Sher Fong and Yu Luo to the top-floor reception room he had reserved beforehand. Commander Lionheart. After taking his seat, Sher Fong went straight to the point, saying, "Please just say what you have to say. There is no need for us to waste both our time by playing around with words. You really are a straightforward person, Brother Black Flame." Lionheart smiled at Sher Feng's words. "I was thinking the same thing. In that case, I'll be blunt with you. Skyflare wishes to purchase all of the crystals of souls and soul water you are selling. It seems you are very ambitious, Commander Lionheart. You actually plan to monopolize Meteorite City?" Sher Fong didn't feel particularly surprised at Lionheart's declaration. Calmly, he said, "Of course, we can go with such an arrangement as well. Only, I have quite a number of these items, and I'm afraid your adventure team can't swallow them all." As soon as Sher Fong finished speaking, Wind Chaser, who stood behind Lionheart, laughed. "What a joke! There is nothing in Meteorite City that our adventure team cannot swallow." Looking at Sher Fong, Wind Chaser sneered, "Of course, That is under the premise that your price is fair. At Wind Chaser's provocation, Shifeng simply shook his head and smiled. Truthfully, even at 150,000 magic crystals per crystal of souls, you won't be able to afford everything. Not to mention, there's still the soul water. He had a total of 43 crystals of souls. If he sold each for 150,000 magic crystals, that would equate to 45 million magic crystals. Even though the ancient god's domain was rich in resources, a player force with a sphere of activity limited to just one city couldn't take out such an amount. At Shifeng's words, Wind Chaser, who initially planned to probe Shifeng further, fell silent. There was no way a Tier 4 expert like Shifeng wouldn't know about the Skyflare Adventure Team's status and general wealth in Meteorite City. For Shifeng to say such words meant he had absolute confidence backing him. Meanwhile, after hearing Shifeng's response, both Yu Luo and Crimson Billow couldn't help gasping. They never thought that Shifeng would actually be so wealthy. They had already investigated the Crystal of Souls, so they knew it was a precious treasure that wasn't obtained easily. Yet, Shifeng had just declared that Skyflare couldn't afford to purchase all his stock. This proved that Shifeng had a lot of crystals of souls on hand. Who knew how many Tier 4 experts one could create with so many crystals of souls? You truly are extraordinary, Brother Black Flame. Lionheart immediately broke into a smile. Moreover, this was a very sincere smile. I apologize to you on behalf of my brother. At the same time, I also hope that the Skyflare Adventure Team can form a long-term partnership with you. What do you think? I admit that Skyflare cannot take out the necessary magic crystals to purchase all your crystals of souls. However, our adventure team still ranks within the top 3 of Meteorite City's player forces in daily income. We might not be able to swallow everything in one bite, but I'm sure we can do so after several or a dozen bites. Furthermore, I can assure you that not only will we purchase each crystal of souls for 200,000 magic crystals, but we will also ensure a weekly transaction of 3 million magic crystals at a minimum. May I know what you think of this, Brother Black Flame? Yu Luo gaped in shock at Lionheart's words despite herself. She never imagined that the Skyflare Adventure Team had such astonishing wealth. Even the superpowers in the modern god's domain were far from comparable to Skyflare in magic crystal acquisition. Moreover, Lionheart even raised the price of the Crystal of Souls to 200,000 magic crystals. Skyflare was probably the only power in Meteorite City capable of offering such a price. After all, a piece of fragmented legendary equipment cost only around 500,000 magic crystals, while fragmented legendary weapons cost around 1 million magic crystals. Lionheart's promise of a weekly transaction of 3 million magic crystals meant Skyflare was trading away 3 fragmented legendary weapons every week. Commander. At this time, even Wind Chaser was stunned by Lionheart's offer. The Skyflare Adventure Team operated only in Meteorite City's vicinity, and there were only so many resources available in the area. If Skyflare really pushed through with this transaction, the Adventure Team would have to tighten its belt and strictly limit its future expenditures. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU. Okay, I can agree to those conditions, Shifeng said, nodding. After giving the matter some thought, he felt that this price was probably the best he could get for the crystals of souls. Even if he could get a higher price at an auction, it wouldn't be much higher. However, before this, I wish to test you, Commander Lionheart. We can verify our transaction depending on your performance. What do you think? Test our commander. Shifeng's words infuriated Wind Chaser. Crimson Billow's complexion also darkened, a hint of hostility appearing in her eyes as she looked at Shifeng. Even super guilds would not dare say that they wished to test their commander's qualifications for cooperation, yet a person of unknown origin actually did so. Shifeng was utterly looking down on the Skyflare Adventure Team. However, before Wind Chaser or Crimson Billow could say anything else. Lionheart extended a hand to stop them. He then looked at Sherfong with a glint of determination in his eyes as he asked, "May I know how you wish to conduct your test, Brother Black Flame?" "Simple. So long as you survive a hit from me, you'll pass," Sherfong said decisively. Chapter 2776 Duel Between Sword and Shield. Chapter 2776 Duel Between Sword and Shield. Survive a hit from you? Lionheart was momentarily stunned by Sherfang's words. Even Wind Chaser and Crimson Billow fell into a daze for a long time. They felt that Sherfang was simply toying with the Skyflare adventure team. Looking at Sherfang, Wind Chaser asked to verify, "Are you sure this is your condition? Do you know what title our commander holds in Meteorite City?" Initially, Wind Chaser thought that Sherfang would make things difficult for them to invalidate this transaction. Yet, Sherfang's condition for partnership was simply for Lionheart to survive a hit from him. This test was beyond simple. Let alone Tier 4 players, even superior mythic monsters were incapable of one-shotting Lionheart. The Skyflare adventure team had relied precisely on Lionheart's overwhelming defense to develop to its current extent. It would be a complete and utter joke to say that a Tier 4 player could one-shot Lionheart. For a moment, Wind Chaser even suspected that Sherfong had never bothered looking into Lionheart's information. Either that or the man thought that Lionheart's fame was exaggerated. "Of course, I'm very certain." Sherfong nodded earnestly. Yuluo also couldn't help looking at Sherfong strangely. She simply couldn't understand why Sherfong would set such a meaningless condition. She knew that Sherfong was indeed very strong. This was evident from how he repelled over a dozen Tier 3 demon leaders with one move. However, Lionheart wasn't a pushover either. The achievements he had today were piled up through innumerable battles. Wind Chaser and Crimson Billow turned to Lionheart. Although they didn't know what Lionheart thought of this matter, Sherfang's test presented no problem to them. It wouldn't even be an exaggeration to call it a free pass. Meanwhile, so long as their two sides entered into a partnership, the Skyflare adventure team would be able to gain full control over Meteorite City easily. In fact, it wouldn't be long before they could start establishing branches in other NPC main cities. And even if the player forces of the other cities opposed Skyflare's intrusion, they would have difficulty doing so. After all, what truly mattered in a fight between powers were Tier 4 combatants. Although the saying one Tier 4 player could easily go up against a countless number of Tier 3 players was indeed exaggerated, it was still a fact that Tier 4 players could do many things that Tier 3 players couldn't. This was the difference between tiers and life ratings. "No problem. I agree to your condition," Lionheart said. After giving the matter some thought, he couldn't find any problems with Sherfang's condition. "However, are we going to hold the test here?" In Lionheart's opinion, Sherfong probably wasn't aware of the strength of his Blood Knight class. As one of the incredibly rare ancient legacies in God's domain, the skills it offered were far superior to ordinary peak legacies. Not to mention, he currently had 3 fragmented legendary items on him: the Bulwark of Holy Blood, the Void Magic Armor, and the Windwall Ring. Even when he had only the fragmented legendary shield and armor, he could already fend off superior mythic monsters. In fact, if not for the high HP and defense of superior mythic monsters, he could even solo these monsters, given enough time. Now that he had the Windwall Ring, his defensive capabilities had soared even further. "I'm afraid this place isn't sufficient. We'll need to rent an advanced combat room," Sherfong said, shaking his head. "In that case, let's go to our adventure team's Skyflare Hotel. There's a special combat room there. It should be enough for us to display our strengths," Lionheart suggested. "A special combat room?" Sherfong was surprised at Lionheart's words. He never thought that special combat rooms already existed in the ancient God's domain. Special combat rooms were far superior to advanced combat rooms. They were perfect for practicing skill and spell usage. However, special combat rooms simply weren't something that could be acquired at this stage of the game. Let's go to the Skyflare Hotel, then. Shifeng and Luo followed Lionheart's group to the Skyflare Hotel, which was only 1 block away from the auction house. The instant the group walked into the Skyflare Hotel, Luo grew a little excited. The Skyflare Hotel wasn't a place just anyone could enter and rest at. Aside from Skyflare's members and the members of Partnered Powers, who received a 50% discount, visitors would be charged the full price when staying at the hotel. Meanwhile, even the most basic room here cost 400 magic crystals per day. Even a Tier 3 Void Realm expert like herself wouldn't dare stay here for no good reason. Only when she needed to verify some theories and techniques she thought of would she make an exception and stay here. As for Shifeng, he felt as if he had just walked into a sacred training ground. The density of the mana here was truly amazing, much more than even in Stone Forest City's Freedom Hotel. In fact, the boost he got for his perception of magic elements was roughly 20% higher than what he got from the hotel he was currently staying at. No wonder he's so confident of being able to take out 3 million magic crystals per week. At this time, Shifeng finally understood why Lionheart was so confident in the Skyflare Adventurer team's abilities. Meanwhile, along with Shifeng and Luo's arrival, an uproar occurred among Skyflare's executives. I heard that guy named Black Flame wants to test the commander. What? That guy must be crazy. He thinks the commander is someone he can test? Even if the commander just stands there and does nothing, he won't be able to injure the commander in the slightest. It's not a standard PvP, though. He only wants the commander to take a hit from him. It seems this person is trying to show his strength to our adventure team. He must be worried that he can't beat the commander, so he came up with that kind of condition. At that time, even if he fails to injure the commander, he could still salvage his reputation somewhat. When Skyflare's several dozen executives looked at Shifeng, who had already entered the special combat room, they promptly conducted hushed discussions among themselves. They all felt that Shifeng was pulling such a stunt because he wished to gain respect, yet was also worried about making a fool of himself. However, in their opinion, Shifeng's actions were pointless. After all, when Lionheart dueled against other players, he almost never used his full strength to achieve victory. Even Wind Chaser, who had reached Tier 4 as well, had been almost helpless against Meteorite's wall. And although Wind Chaser had eventually emerged victorious in his duel against Lionheart, he had done so by dragging out the fight and chipping away at Lionheart's HP. Not to mention, this was in a situation where Lionheart had not gone all out. Otherwise, even Wind Chaser shouldn't think of harming Lionheart in the slightest. Shortly afterward, all of Skyflare's executives packed the special combat room's spectator stands. Some executives had even abandoned their quests to spectate this duel. Lionheart had never fought in a duel since Wind Chaser had gotten promoted to Tier 4. During this period, Lionheart had improved significantly. Not only did he gain a new Tier 4 legacy skill, but he had also obtained the fragmented, legendary, ranked Windwall ring, a defense-oriented ring. At this point, it wasn't an exaggeration to say that their commander's strength had already surpassed their imagination. While Skyflare's executives were eagerly waiting for the duel to begin, Shifeng and Lionheart were standing in the middle of the room's spacious battlefield. At this point, both fighters had already adjusted their conditions and were ready to take action at any time. "I'm ready. You can make your move whenever you want," Lionheart said as he raised his shield and longsword. From the crimson runes decorating the shield and longsword, it was evident the two were a set. Only the mana gathered around the weapon was slightly inferior in quality compared to what was around the bulwark of the Holy Blood. At this time, Lionheart stopped concealing his statistics. Immediately, his HP of 6 million appeared for everyone to see, flaunting the high HP of a Tier 4 defensive class. It was evident that Lionheart planned to let Sherfeng see his own strength. He has 6 million HP. How is this possible? Yu Luo gasped reflexively when she saw Lionheart's HP. As a defensive class player, Lionheart already possessed incredibly high defense to begin with. Combined with his various defensive skills and HP, he was practically a boss monster. Yu Luo even doubted that Sherfeng could one-shot Lionheart even if the latter did not defend himself. In fact, it would already be a miracle if Sherfeng could remove 1/3 of Lionheart's HP in one hit. Amazing! Level 130 tier, 3 defensive classes usually have only 9 million HP on average. Yet you have almost twice that, Sherfeng said in admiration. It's nothing. It's only because of my unique legacy. Lionheart didn't pay particular attention to Sherfeng's words of appreciation. On the contrary, he wanted to use this opportunity to let Sherfeng realize the Skyflare adventurer team's might. After all, Skyflare had already lost once to Sherfeng before. He needed to reclaim this loss and level the playing field. Since you're ready, I'll begin. Sherfeng naturally understood what was going through Lionheart's mind. Unfortunately, Lionheart simply wasn't aware of Sherfeng's aim. Come. Lionheart readied his shield, a serious expression appearing on his face. Immediately afterward, not only did Lionheart's aura skyrocket in intensity, but a faint, blood-red barrier had also appeared around his body. Crap, the commander is getting serious. He's actually going all out and fully exerting his mana body right off the bat. One of Skyflare's vice commanders, a robust level 132 shield warrior, said in astonishment. Blood armor. This was the Tier 4 legacy skill Lionheart obtained after achieving a 100% completion rate with his mana body. Although the magic barrier appeared flimsy, it could absorb up to 5 million damage. Moreover, the barrier would replenish itself once every 40 seconds. In other words, if one failed to cause over 5 million damage to Lionheart within 40 seconds, one had no chance of slaying him. Had Lionheart used this move during his duel with Wind Chaser back then, Wind Chaser wouldn't have been able to harm him at all. However, before Skyflare's members were done admiring their commander's Tier 4 passive skill, they saw Sherfeng unsheath the abyssal blade. Immediately afterward, everyone clearly sensed the mana in the room trembling and freezing momentarily. Before anyone could react to the unexpected development, Sherfeng raised the abyssal blade with both hands and looked at Lionheart. The mana inside the special combat room then began to boil, the phenomenon causing everyone present to shudder involuntarily. Afterward, everyone felt a wave of scorching heat wash over their body. How is this possible? When Wind Chaser sensed the mana around him boiling, he was stunned. After all, the space inside the special combat room was massive, with a 1,000-yard radius. That was more than enough for 2 Tier 4 players to fight to their heart's content. Nevertheless, Sherfeng caused all of the mana inside the combat room to boil just by entering a stance. This kind of thing was simply unheard of. At this time, Lionheart's gaze also changed. If entering a stance was enough to trigger such a phenomenon, Sherfeng's strength was definitely far more extraordinary than he initially thought. However, before Lionheart could take any further action, the flow of time inside the combat room seemed to slow down. The only thing capable of moving was apparently the sword in Sherfeng's hands. Second sword, Holy Devour. As the long sword descended, an overwhelming pressure fell upon the room. Afterward, space within the room ignited, as if it couldn't withstand the terrifying and violent pressure. The resulting flames threatened to burn everything in the room into nothing. Not good. Holy Blood Wall. For Saint's Descent. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. Upon seeing the boundless flames approaching him, Lionheart hurriedly activated the defensive skill, Holy Blood Wall, then stabbed his shield into the ground and activated his strongest tier for defensive legacy skill. The next moment, a twofold magic array appeared before the bulwark of holy blood, which was followed by an illusory crimson shield that was over 12 meters tall. Crimson runes flared all over Lionheart's body, solidifying the surrounding space until it was as sturdy as a steel wall. Meanwhile, the instant Lionheart used 4 Saints' Descent. The endless sea of flames devoured him like a giant beast. Boom! Accompanied by a thunderous explosion, the space within the special combat room transformed into a dark, empty void. Chapter 2777, Shocking Sky Flare. Chapter 2777, Shocking Sky Flare. A dark void enveloped the battlefield. Let alone Tier 3 players, even Tier 4 players couldn't survive in this space. Meanwhile, when Skyflare's executives, seated in the spectator stands, saw this scene, they were dumbfounded. How can one Slash carry such destructive power? Even those Tier 4 NPCs aren't capable of exhibiting such power. Is he really just a Tier 4 player? He has such terrifying strength, yet we actually failed to find any information on him. Just who is he? After a moment of silence, Skyflare's executives began a heated discussion among themselves as they goggled at the battlefield's shattered space. At this time, they no longer underestimated Sherfong in the slightest. Now, only shock and fear filled their hearts. With such terrifying combat power, Sherfong was no longer an opponent vulnerable to Zerg tactics. Only powerful Tier 4 NPCs could match him. He was actually so strong. Tas Yuluo's eyes were also wide with disbelief as she looked at the shattered space. Even Angelica Teresa's strongest attack would fall short of Sherfang's from what she could tell. Angelica Teresa was a peak-rank Tier 4 existence and one of the top 5 powerhouses of Meteorite City. In addition, as an NPC, the items and basic attributes she possessed were also far superior to players. Yet, Sherfong had actually executed an attack way stronger than even Angelica Teresa's strongest attack. Commander! The commander couldn't have fallen, right? After a while, Wind Chaser and the others snapped out of their daze and searched hurriedly for Lionheart's figure in the dark void. Out of the player attacks they had seen thus far, Sherfang's was undoubtedly the strongest. Even Tier 4 NPCs were unlikely to be capable of executing such an attack. Hence, although they knew that Lionheart possessed a heaven-defying defense, they couldn't help doubting his ability to survive Sherfang's attack. After everyone had searched for some time, the shattered space gradually recovered. 2 vague figures appeared, standing in the recovering space, with one of them looking incredibly miserable. This is great. The commander is still alive. I knew the commander could withstand it. He is Meteorite's wall after all. There's no way he can be one-shot by a player. When Skyflare's members saw Lionheart's figure, they immediately grew excited. However, unlike his colleagues, Lionheart did not feel happy or excited at all. Instead, his heart pounded with fear and relief. That was too close. If not for the Windwall ring, I would have definitely been one shot. Lionheart smiled bitterly when he looked at his remaining HP. Currently, he had less than 6 million HP remaining. While this might seem like a lot, he had only managed to retain this amount of HP thanks to the Windwall ring's passive skill. The Windwall ring's passive skill, Wind's Protection, was capable of reducing all the damage he received by 35%. Even if he received a Tier 5 attack, its damage would still be reduced by a full 35%. Wind's Protection was also the Windwall ring's only skill. The Windwall ring was different from other equipment with passive damage reduction skills. Although the alternatives might even have skills offering much greater reductions than Wind's Protection on paper, there were hidden limits to these skills. Generally, their upper limit was Tier 4. Once an attack reached the Tier 4 standard, their effect would be significantly weaker, and against Tier 5 attacks, their effect was practically negligible. However, that was not the case for the Windwall ring's Wind's Protection. The skill's description clearly stated that it could reduce the damage of even Tier 5 attacks by 35% and not 1% less. On the other side, after Shifeng executed Holy Devour, his complexion had paled significantly. Is it still too much to execute this move? When Shifeng sensed that more than half of his concentration had disappeared, he was shocked. He had already developed his epic mana body to 110% completion rate, yet he still had trouble gathering and condensing the mana required to execute Holy Devour. For a moment, he couldn't help imagining what kind of power he could exhibit if he successfully executed the third sword, Holy Annihilation. Tier 5? Tier 6? Regardless, this is a good result. At the very least, I can now use the complete Holy Devour. Now, I should be able to cope, even against a half-step Demon King. As Shifeng sheathed the Abyssal Blade, he was satisfied with his previous attack, although his mana had undergone a qualitative transformation, thanks to the improvement of his mana body. The improvement this change brought to his skills and spells was limited. It wasn't enough for them to undergo a qualitative transformation. However, it was a different story for mana techniques, whose power was highly dependent on the quality of the mana used. Now, if he went all out, he could execute an attack at the Tier 5 standard. The only drawback of Holy Devour was the huge burden it placed on his concentration. Even at peak condition, he could execute the complete Holy Devour only once. Nevertheless, it was already more than enough as a trump card. As Shifeng was savoring the experience of executing Holy Devour, Lionheart approached him. "Brother Black Flame, that move of yours really is ruthless. If I hadn't gained some improvements recently, I would have really died," Lionheart said jocularly. At this moment, Lionheart no longer underestimated or looked at Shifeng with contempt. Only respect was present in his eyes. The fact that Shifeng had managed to execute such a move as a player meant that he already stood at the apex of the entire god's domain. Just this point alone was already more than enough to earn him everyone's respect. In God's domain, strength was everything. It was also something that could not be faked. For Shifeng to have developed himself to this extent, he must have experienced countless trials and hardships. "You're too humble, Commander Lionheart. The fact that you managed to block my attack is all due to your own ability, not luck." Looking at Lionheart, Shifeng added, "Now that our one-hit agreement is complete, according to our previous arrangement, I will supply the crystals of souls and soul water to only the Skyflare adventure team for Meteorite City's side." "Thank you. As for the matter of magic crystals, please rest assured. The Skyflare adventure team definitely won't let you down, Brother Black Flame." Lionheart couldn't help feeling a little happy at Shifeng's words. With Shifeng willing to partner with Skyflare, Skyflare would be able to take full control of Meteorite City easily. Next, let's talk about the specifics of our transaction. Going straight to the point, Shifeng said, "Like I said before, so long as you manage to withstand one hit from me, I will agree to partner with you, Commander Lionheart. However, after we start our cooperation, I'll need your help with something." "Of course. I won't have you help me for nothing. In exchange, I'll sell the Crystals of Souls at 150,000 magic crystals, each to Skyflare. How about it? 150,000 each." Lionheart was slightly tempted. "May I know what you need help with?" Previously, when he offered to purchase the Crystals of Souls at 200,000 magic crystals each, the price was actually a little too high for Skyflare to bear. However, the Crystals of Souls were far too important. They would also play a crucial role when Skyflare attempted to conquer other main cities. Hence, he had gone through with the price. Lowering the price to 150,000 magic crystals each would definitely alleviate a lot of Skyflare's burden. "Help me kill a boss," Shifeng said, smiling. The reason Shifeng wanted to test Lionheart wasn't just to experiment with the power of his upgraded mana body. He had also wished to see whether Lionheart could withstand the attack of a Tier 4 infant dragon. After all, if he didn't have anyone capable of tanking a hit from a Tier 4 infant dragon, Slaying it would be utterly impossible. Since Lionheart clearly met this requirement, combined with the effects of the heavenly dragon's breath, challenging an unrestrained Tier 4 infant dragon was entirely feasible. Kill a boss! Lionheart was a little puzzled. He never thought Shi Feng's request would be so simple. Is this boss very strong? Very strong. Not bothering to hide the truth, Shi Feng said. It's a Tier 4 infant dragon. A Tier 4 infant dragon? Lionheart gasped at Shi Feng's words. Immediately he thought of something and asked, Are you referring to the one Lady Angelica is trying to challenge? That's right. It's that one. Shi Feng nodded. Actually, this matter is also beneficial to you as well, Commander Lionheart. After all, Meteorite City's promotion will attract more players and resources to the city. At that time, Skyflare can grow stronger together with the city. Lionheart nodded in agreement. In reality, he too wished for Meteorite City to grow stronger and become an advanced main city. However, the incredibly high difficulty of challenging a Tier 4 infant dragon made him decide to have Skyflare opt out of Angelica, Teresa's expedition. After all, Skyflare already had 2 Tier 4 players under its command, and had yet to stabilize its advantages. If Skyflare eagerly participated in the risky expedition and failed, the adventure team would definitely lose a lot of its advantages. What do you think, Commander Lionheart? Shi Feng asked. Previously, he didn't hold much hope for slaying the Tier 4 infant dragon. After all, a Tier 4 infant dragon was comparable to Tier 5 existences. It was much stronger than even a demon prince. Even though he could use the complete Holy Devour now, it wouldn't make any difference since he couldn't use the technique indefinitely. However, the story would change if Lionheart was present. The fact that Lionheart could survive a Tier 5 attack meant that he could defend against a Tier 4 infant dragon's attack. Okay. After thinking for a while, Lionheart gritted his teeth and agreed to Shi Feng's condition. However, Brother Blackflame, as Skyflare has just gained some advantages, we cannot afford to invest everything into helping you. We can send only a 100-man team, at most. In response to Lionheart's worries, Shi Feng simply chuckled and said, That's already more than enough. In fact, it's fine so long as Skyflare can dispatch its 2 Tier 4 players, let alone a 100-man team. May I know when we will begin the operation? Lionheart asked. Raiding a Tier 4 infant dragon was an important matter. Preparing the necessary manpower and supplies would take a lot of time. We're not in a rush right now. I'm afraid it will still take several days before we can set out, Shi Feng said, shaking his head. I'll notify you when the time comes, Commander Lionheart. Challenging a Tier 4 infant dragon with just 3 Tier 4 players would be outright suicide. It wouldn't matter even if they had a large number of Tier 3 players supporting them. Fortunately, the ancient god's domain did not require players to search for their legacy lands to challenge their Tier 4 promotion quests. So long as he had Lifeless Thorn and the others challenge their promotion quests, and some of them succeeded, he would have a much greater chance of success. All right, if that's the case, I can make more preparations on my side. Lionheart breathed out a sigh of relief at Shi Feng's words. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU afterward, Shi Feng signed a partnership contract with Lionheart to the effect that Skyflare would purchase crystals of souls from Shi Feng at 150,000 magic crystals per crystal and soul water at 30,000 magic crystals per drop. For the first transaction, Skyflare purchased a total of 20 crystals of souls and 50 drops of soul water, the total expenditure amounting to 5 million magic crystals. When it came to magic crystals, Skyflare was wealthier than most superpowers operating in the modern god's domain. When the transaction was completed, Shi Feng couldn't help his elation. After all, he now had the 8 million magic crystals required to construct the small mobile fortress. Afterward, all he needed to do was collect 2 million pieces of mana ore, and 30,000 mana stones. In addition, he also had a chance to raid the Tier 4 Infant Dragon. Leaving the Skyflare Hotel, Shifeng looked at the additional 5 million magic crystals in his bag and smiled. Now that I have the money, it's about time to have Lifeless Thorn and the others undergo their promotion. Chapter 2778 Semi-Finished Mana Body. Chapter 2778 Semi-Finished Mana Body Meteorite City, Silver Hotel. After Shifeng received 5 million magic crystals from Skyflare, he returned to the Silver Hotel with Yu Luo. As for the small auction he initially planned to hold, Lionheart had announced to the public that Skyflare would monopolize all of the products. Hence, the commotion over the auction died down quickly. None of Meteorite City's various powers dared to voice their opinions on Skyflare's monopoly. After all, Skyflare was the sole power in the city with 2 Tier 4 combatants under its command. Previously, the powers with Tier 4 combatants still dared to stand up against Skyflare because Lionheart could not easily kill other Tier 4 combatants by himself. However, now that Skyflare's Windchaser was a Tier 4 assassin, it would be a piece of cake for Skyflare to kill any individual Tier 4 combatant. Hence, even the other 2 of the top 3 player forces in Meteorite City decided to tolerate the situation. Not to mention, while the Crystal of Souls could indeed strengthen an individual soul, the amount of help this improvement could provide in the Tier 4 promotion quest was minuscule. Even if Skyflare obtained all 5 Crystals of Souls, the adventure team would, at most, increase the number of Tier 4 combatants it had from 2 to 3. Meanwhile, back in his room, Shifeng promptly took out 75,000 magic crystals and distributed them to Lifeless Thorn, Solitary 9, Yenya, Cleansing Whistle, and Yu Luo. Right? Each of you take a drop of soul water as well, Shifeng said as he took out 5 drops of soul water and distributed them. Once you're done collecting the legacy fragments, drink it immediately. Although it isn't as effective as the Crystal of Souls, it can still clear your mind. You should have an easier time learning your legacy skill. In response, Lifeless Thorn and the other Azura members nodded and accepted the soul water. Yu Luo, however, hesitated. She didn't know whether she should accept the soul water, which cost 30,000 magic crystals a drop. Guild Leader Black Flame, this soul water is too valuable. I already feel very indebted to you just for letting me challenge my Tier 4 promotion quest this time. I really cannot accept this soul water, Yu Luo said, rejecting Shifeng's gift after giving the matter some thought. Heaven's Blade had cooperated with Zero Wing only once. The 2 organizations couldn't even be considered allies. If she accepted this soul water, she would owe Shifeng a huge favor. In that case, she would have a difficult time explaining herself to Zwei once she returned. However, in response to Yu Luo's rejection, Shifeng shook his head and said, Miss Yu Luo, you must have misunderstood me. I'm not giving you this soul water for free. I need you to help me with something in the near future. If you reach Tier 4, we'll have a higher chance of success. Help you with something? Yu Luo was a little dazed. That's right. I plan to raid that Tier 4 Infant Dragon. However, Tier 3 players are useless against an Infant Dragon. Only Tier 4 players will matter. Meanwhile, as you've reached the Void Realm already, your control over mana should be excellent. Your concentration should also be only 1 step away from reaching the Tier 4 standard. With the Soul Water's help, you'll have a better chance of promoting to Tier 4, Shifeng said, nodding. Hence, this soul water is my investment in you. I'm not giving it to you for free, so you don't need to overthink things. The upcoming raid of the Tier 4 Infant Dragon wasn't something Tier 3 players could stick their hands into. Only Tier 4 players could be of help. A Tier 4 healer would be especially useful, since Shifeng couldn't guarantee that Yanyu would succeed in her Tier 4 promotion quest. Having a backup plan would naturally be better. Not to mention, he currently had over 2,000 drops of soul water on hand. He could still afford such a small investment. I understand. If I don't get promoted to Tier 4 this time, I will find a way to pay you back for this soul water, Yuluo said. With Shi Feng's words, the burden she felt lightened considerably. Truthfully, she would be lying if she said that she did not want the soul water. After all, the Tier 4 promotion quest was no walk in the park. Meteorite City's peak experts demonstrated this point quite well. Among all the peak experts who had challenged their Tier 4 promotion quest, less than 10% succeeded. Not to mention, she was slightly weaker than them. However, if she had the soul water's mind-cleansing effect, she would most likely be able to stand on equal footing with the local peak experts. Yuluo accepted the soul water, a glint of determination appearing in her eyes. This was because this drop of soul water represented not just hope, but also a burden. If she completed her Tier 4 promotion quest, then she would be able to repay all of the favors she owed right away. After all, Tier 4 Great Clerics were incredibly rare even in the ancient gods' domain, let alone the modern gods' domain. You guys can go now. Whether you can get promoted or not will all depend on yourselves now, Shi Feng said after Yuluo accepted the soul water. He then instructed the group of 5. Remember, act according to your strengths when choosing your respective Tier 4 skills. There is no need to learn the strongest one. Instead, learn the one you're most proficient at. He did not doubt the ability of the 5 people before him to collect the necessary number of legacy fragments. His only worry was their ability to learn a Tier 4 legacy skill within the allotted time. Afterward, under Yuluo's lead, Lifeless Thorn and the others departed for Meteorite City's Tier 4 instructors. Now, only Shi Feng remained inside the hotel room. Let's hope a few of them can reach Tier 4. If that's the case, we'll have an easier time dealing with that infant dragon. Looking at the group of 5's departing figures, Shi Feng inwardly celebrated the fact that he managed to get through his Tier 4 promotion quest previously. Immediately afterward, he sensed the state of his mana body and smiled. It's about time I grinded for some levels. If I don't get used to this mana body, I might cause the quest to fail. After unlocking his mana body to a 110% completion rate, he had not had an opportunity to get used to it properly. His duel with Lionheart didn't prove anything. After all, mana bodies provided all-around improvements to players. There was no way he could determine all of these improvements just by putting all his strength into one attack. In fact, he couldn't even tell if his overall combat power had improved or not through his duel with Lionheart. This was because the mana body's improvement mainly led to subtle improvements in various aspects. On the surface, it was impossible to tell if his improved mana body had brought any changes to his overall combat power. After all, his basic attributes remained the same as before. Right now, the only obvious improvements were in the density of his mana, his control over mana, his physique, and his 5 senses. During his fight with Lionheart, he had only proven that the improvement of his mana body had positive effects on his mana techniques. Even then, he still wasn't clear how the improvement had triggered such a change. Needless to say, he was even more clueless about the other benefits his improved mana body had to offer. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU if he wished to fully utilize his new mana body and maximize his combat power, he would need to readapt to his mana body. It was akin to learning a new skill or spell. He would need to put in a lot of time and effort into adapting and training. Only after he could make use of his mana body at an instinctive level could he be considered to have truly adapted to it. At this point, his mana body could only be considered a semi-finished product. Next, he would have to explore his mana body thoroughly. Shi Feng drank a drop of soul water, recovering some of the concentration he had expended executing Holy Devour. He then put on his black cloak and silently departed from Meteorite City. After taking a look at the system map, he took to the skies and made his way toward the anti-magic volcano, a level 135 neutral map located a distance from Meteorite City. From start to end, nobody in Meteorite City was aware that he had left the city. Chapter 2779 Astonishing Improvements. Chapter 2779 Astonishing Improvements according to Shifeng's understanding. Few players and NPCs from Meteorite City and other nearby cities were willing to come to the anti-magic volcano to grind and explore. Several factors contributed to this situation. Firstly, the thin mana environment here prevented players and NPCs from exhibiting the power of their skills and spells to their fullest extent. This, in turn, would put players and NPCs at a severe disadvantage against monsters. Secondly, what little mana there was in the anti-magic volcano was incredibly chaotic, which made it nigh impossible to control. Hence, doing combat here would not allow one to improve their control over mana. Thirdly, and most importantly, the monsters inhabiting the anti-magic volcano consisted solely of fire-type elemental creatures and beasts. These monsters had a combat power a lot higher than the average monsters. In addition, they existed in large numbers in the anti-magic volcano. Even a 1,000-man team of Tier 3 players would have difficulty staying alive in this map, let alone grinding for EXP. However, unlike other players, Shifeng considered this neutral map the perfect leveling spot for him. This place really is amazing. There are actually so many great lords and grand lords here. As Shifeng looked down at the wandering monsters while hovering in midair, he couldn't help a little excitement. With this, I won't have to worry about not having enough crystals of souls. Volcanic Behemoth, Demonic Beast Grand Lord, Level 139 HP 3,600,000,000 Infernal Warlord. Elemental Creature Great Lord, Level 137 HP 1,320,000,000 Infernal Chieftain. Elemental Creature Grand Lord, HP 3,100,000,000 Shifeng had to admit that the anti-magic volcano was a sight to behold. This neutral map teemed with great lord ranked monsters. Moreover, they moved in large groups of 100 or more closely positioned to each other. If one made too much of a commotion when fighting a group of monsters here, one would easily attract monsters from other areas. However, despite the high difficulty of this map, it was the perfect grinding spot for Tier 4 existences, specifically Tier 4 experts with a mana domain. Shifeng charged at the volcanic behemoth, the strongest monster in sight, without hesitation. The next moment, when Shifeng got within 300 yards of the volcanic behemoth, the Grand Lord in question noticed his presence. Immediately, the 30-meter tall beast covered in flaming scales let loose a deafening roar. The roar instantly attracted the wandering and resting volcanic beasts, and over 3,000 volcanic beasts converged on the volcanic behemoth's location in the blink of an eye. The majority of these volcanic beasts were level 135 plus lords, with some of them great lords. Even a 1,000-man team composed of Tier 3 experts of the same level would falter when faced with so many volcanic beasts. After all, not only were these monsters moving in an organized manner, but the mana their bodies radiated also showed faint signs of synchronizing, which would double the power of the fire-type spells they cast. Suddenly, thousands of fiery attacks shot into the air, heading toward Shifeng. Although the attacks were not fully synchronized with each other, the sheer number still allowed them to exhibit power at the Tier 4 standard. That was more than enough to deter any ordinary Tier 4 combatant from tanking the attacks. Come. However, when Shifeng saw the several thousand attacks coming at him, not only did he not show the slightest sign of fear, but he even displayed excitement. The next moment, Shifeng swung his hand and began manipulating his mana body's power. Suddenly, with Shifeng as the center, a ripple spread into the surroundings. At the same time, a storm brewed in the surrounding space, causing even space to shudder. Boom! 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 For a time, explosions echoed throughout the sky in rapid succession. The sky itself transformed into a sea of flames as the storm annihilated the thousands of fiery attacks. Afterward, the volcanic beasts enveloped by the storm knelt on the ground one after another. Only the great lord ranked volcanic beasts remained standing. However, standing was pretty much all they could do, as even moving their bodies took grueling effort. As for the volcanic behemoth, the leader of the volcanic beasts, it didn't fare that much better than the great lord ranked volcanic beasts, either. My mana domain has improved to such an extent? Sher Fong was astonished when he saw the thousands of kneeling volcanic beasts and the volcanic behemoth, which had great difficulty moving his current mana domain, was actually capable of suppressing even a grand lord to such an extent. Despite being a strength-based demonic beast, the volcanic behemoth had barely half of its mobility left. If he used his mana domain against agility-based demonic creatures, the suppression effect would most likely be even more prominent. After a moment reveling in the improvement of his mana domain, Sher Fong stopped being polite with the volcanic beasts. Immediately, he activated Blade Domain and began slaughtering the volcanic beasts with the 7 summoned magic swords. All his attacks dealt damage in the tens of millions, with critical hits causing over 100 million damage. In the case of the Lord-ranked volcanic beasts, which had only several hundred million HP, they fell after just 2 or 3 hits. In the end, it took Sher Fong less than half an hour to annihilate the 3,000-plus volcanic beasts. Even the volcanic behemoth failed to escape his grasp. Since Sher Fong fought monsters of a higher level, his experience bar skyrocketed after the battle ended. Of course, as he had already reached Tier 4, monsters at the Lord rank and below granted him diminished XP. Only those at the Great Lord rank and above granted him normal amounts of EXP. This could be considered one of the disadvantages of getting promoted to Tier 4. Even so, Sher Fong still reached 34% of level 127 after the battle. His leveling speed was simply phenomenal. At this rate, he could easily level up twice by the end of the day. However, he wasn't the slightest bit surprised by this situation. In God's domain, after one reached Tier 4, leveling up became a very simple task. All one needed to do was search for places with a lot of monsters. Hence, in the past, Tier 4 players would complain about the lack of grinding spots in God's domain. Often, the task of searching for monsters was much more troublesome for Tier 4 players than the task of killing monsters. What was even more troublesome was collecting the monsters' loot. The time it took to collect the loot of the monsters they killed was several times longer than the time it took to kill the monsters. Sure enough, the loot collection process is much more tiresome than the grinding process. Sher Fong got a headache when he saw all the loot scattered within a 1,000-yard radius of himself. At this moment, he finally understood the suffering of those Tier 4 experts in the past. However, ignoring the loot wasn't an option, either. After all, these monsters dropped considerably excellent loot. Among the items dropped were standard magic crystals, fire-attributed magic crystals, and various rare ores. The fire-attributed magic crystals were especially valuable, worth far more than the standard magic crystal. Attributed magic crystals were essential in the production of certain epic weapons and equipment. Some peak constructions also required attributed magic crystals to build. However, attributed magic crystals were incredibly rare in the modern God's domain. Hence, it would be a massive waste to simply ignore the loot. Sher Fong ended up spending 2 whole hours gathering all of the items scattered across the battlefield. However, he had to admit that he had earned a huge harvest. Even if he ignored the numerous level 130 bronze, mysterious iron, secret silver, and fine gold weapons and equipment he got. Just the magic crystals numbered over 4,000 already. He had also picked up over 300 fire-attributed magic crystals. Afterward, he killed several more groups of monsters in the anti-magic volcano, pushing his level from 127 to 128, the total number of magic crystals collected to beyond 30,000, and the number of fire-attributed magic crystals collected to 1,500. Be it his leveling speed or money-making speed, both exceeded the standard of ordinary Tier 4 players. Since the sky was darkening, Sher Fong found a safe cave and called up his system interface. That's enough for today. With several more days grinding here, I should be able to exceed the average level of the peak experts here. By then, I shouldn't be at a disadvantage in levels when the infant dragon raid takes place. When Shifeng saw that he had already reached 19% of level 128, he found his leveling speed very satisfactory. Not to mention, he had managed to produce 7 crystals of souls through today's grind, far more than what he could produce in the modern god's domain. Afterward, Shifeng logged out of the game to rest. After all, he had already spent more than 24 hours online. Even if he was using the fearless cabin now, staying online for long periods still wasn't wise. Once he went offline, before he could even climb out of his cabin, a message notification sounded in his cabin. The message's sender was none other than Liang Jing, the person managing Zero Wing's headquarters on his behalf right now. Guild leader, you finally decided to pick up. Liang Jing said in exasperation. I've already brought the 2 vice guild leaders to Yuantian City as per your request. What should we do now? Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU, you're here already? Surprised by Liang Jing's swift action, Shifeng chuckled and said, Okay, bring them to the upper zone's entrance now. I'll wait for you there. The upper zone's entrance. Liang Jing couldn't help growing a little excited at Shifeng's words. Okay, we'll be there in 3 hours. Shifeng burst into laughter at Liang Jing's excited expression. However, he understood her mood. After all, the upper zone was a place countless people yearned to enter. But this is a problem. I only managed to get 100 points yesterday, even after exchanging all of the credits I had. If the 2 of them join me, I can't even afford food for the 3 of us. It seems I'll have to convert those 5,000 units of 7 Luminaries crystal now. The thought of the food prices here gave Shifeng a headache. Fortunately, he had earned a killing from mythology. Otherwise, he would have to start begging for food. Shifeng tidied himself up and hurried to the Green God Tower. Chapter 2780, Minor Character? Chapter 2780, Minor Character? Upper Zone Base Layer. Shifeng enjoyed the scenery of the base layer as he strolled around the residential area he lived in. Contrary to his expectations, he did not see any of the paradisiacal sceneries depicted in the rumors spread in the outside world. Instead, what he saw were only high-rise buildings. The areas not occupied by high-rise buildings held facilities such as restaurants, training halls, and gyms. Moreover, compared to the outside world, almost all of the people gave the impression that they were incredibly busy and they all had tense expressions on their faces. This could be considered natural. After all, the upper zone wasn't some kind of paradise. Instead, it was a place with far more intense competition than the outside world. From what Shifeng understood, Yuantian City's upper zone had a population of less than 300,000, nearly a quarter of which were employees of the Green God Company. As for the remaining inhabitants, the majority of them belonged to the various major corporations, and only a small portion were people who had entered the upper zone through special selections or reserved slots. Meanwhile, unlike what the general public thought, one wouldn't live a carefree life after entering the upper zone. On the contrary, one would face even greater pressure than when they lived in the outside world. The reason for this was the upper zone's ridiculously high cost of living. Just the matter of food already gave Shifeng a headache. Even the most basic meal cost 30 points, equivalent to 300,000 credits. Nobody would pay such an absurd price for food in the outside world. Yet, in the upper zone, this amount of money would buy only the most basic meal. This was still only a small problem in the upper zone. The truly troublesome aspect was the various training resources available here. Just living in the upper zone wouldn't be enough for a person to achieve longevity. One still needed to include various exercises and medicines into the equation, all of which cost a lot of points. Without sufficient wealth and resources, one couldn't live in the upper zone at all. Those born in the upper zone were allowed to live freely until the age of 12. Afterward, they had to undergo a series of tests until they reached 15. If they failed the tests, they would be banished from the upper zone. Moreover, passing the Green God Company's basic assessment would only qualify one to work at the lowest level of the Green God Company. Only if one conquered the mental path before the age of 20 or made a great contribution to the Green God Company would one gain authority and be considered an ordinary person in the upper zone. If one wished to live longer and better in the upper zone, and perhaps even gain influence and become someone respected by the major corporations, one would have to head to the middle layer. Otherwise, one would only be an ant living in the base layer. After all, the base layer's average lifespan might be 150 years, but that didn't mean every individual would live up to 150 years old. Moreover, there was also the matter of retaining one's youth and physical vitality. For residents living in the base layer, even if they could live a fulfilling life and constantly supplement themselves with the various resources available in the base layer, they could retain their youth until the age of 50 at most. Afterward, their physical fitness would decline. By the time they reached 100 years old, they would have entered old age. However, in the case of people living in the middle layer, they would still retain their youthful vitality even at the age of 80. Appearance-wise, they would look like they were just entering their 30s. In other words, the middle layer's residents got to retain their youth for nearly twice as long as the base layer's residents. And even at the age of 120, they would only be middle-aged and look like they were just entering their 40s. Who wouldn't go crazy at such a temptation? After strolling about for a while, Shifeng rode one of the upper zone's free levitating smart cars and arrived at the Green God Tower roughly 20 minutes later. At the end of the journey, he had to admit that the upper zone was truly amazing. The various transportation facilities here were completely free, and the cars were even equipped with fully intelligent navigation systems. He could travel anywhere he wished with just a word. Shifeng made his way to the Green God Tower's 7th floor, which was where all resource exchanges took place in the base layer. Everyone seeking to convert credits into trade points, exchange rare resources for trade points and contribution points, or exchange points for the various medicines the Green God Company offered would come here. Upon arriving on the 7th floor, he found that the hall, which was the size of 8 basketball courts, was crowded with thousands of people. Compared to the registration room he visited previously, this place was many times livelier. Most of the gathered people were wealthy children seeking to exchange for trade points using credits. As to why they were doing so, the reason was simple. Most, if not all, of the major corporations operating in the upper zone had existed for over a century already. After operating for such a long time, the shareholder families running these corporations had grown significantly in size. At this point, with how large the shareholder families' population had become, these families would be fortunate to put their children into the upper zone. In addition, the resources the Green God Company sought were all incredibly rare and valuable. For the sake of their own future in the upper zone, the various corporations wouldn't let the children of their shareholder families casually exchange resources for points at all. Hence, aside from the designated heir or heiress of their respective families, the other children who had entered the upper zone would have to rely on themselves to secure resources in the upper zone. However, as most of these children were not particularly talented, they naturally didn't have the means to get the necessary resources or achievements to earn themselves a lot of trade points and contribution points. They could only visit the exchange center every day to exchange for trade points using credits. As a result, despite the Green God Tower's exchange center being open 24/7, there would almost always be people lining up before the credit area's exchange counters. If news of such a scene were to reach the outside world, jaws would definitely drop. After all, every one of the wealthy children lining up in the exchange center was a prince or princess of a major corporation. Normally, they would have numerous people at their beck and call. Yet, in the exchange center, they had no choice but to behave like normal people and stand in line themselves. And even more surprisingly, none of these wealthy children in the queue was making a fuss. Unlike the credit area, there was only one exchange counter in the contribution area. Usually, almost nobody stood before this exchange counter, and anybody wishing to use its services could do so without having to wait. However, when Shifeng approached the contribution area, 2 people were already standing before the exchange counter there. Moreover, he actually recognized both of them. One of them was none other than Han Yifeng, the heir of the 5 States Corporation. Out of all the corporation heirs Shifeng had met before, Han Yifeng had the most exaggerated physical fitness. Han Yifeng also did not behave like the typical princeling of a major corporation. The person standing behind Han Yifeng was the butler Zhuolinqiu. Young master, now that we've completed the Green God Company's assignment, I believe your total contribution points will reach 60,000 once the evaluation is complete and enter the top 10 rankings. If we factor in the corporation's decision to support you fully this time, I'm certain you'll be able to enter the top 3 in the contribution competition this time, Zhuolinqiu said excitedly. The contribution competition was held once every 3 months. The top 3 of the competition would gain the right to stay in the middle layer. Although the duration of the stay was only 3 short months, this was also one of the few ways the various corporations could gain access to the middle layer. Meanwhile, so long as Han Yifeng entered the middle layer, he could acquire resources that were far superior to what was available in the base layer. At that time, his status in the upper zone would immediately skyrocket. However, Han Yifeng remained indifferent to Zhuolinqiu's words. Shaking his head, he said, "While I am confident of getting into the top 5, my chances of getting into the top 3 are still slim. The people currently ranked among the top 3 have held those positions for the past 2 years. According to rumors, those 3 people are close to gaining high-grade authority. They will definitely do everything they can to retain their positions, so it won't be easy to surpass them in contributions. In fact, despite not having put in any real effort, they have already accumulated over 100,000 contribution points. If we show signs of trying to compete for the top 3, it wouldn't be strange if their points suddenly doubled or tripled." At Han Yifeng's words, Zhuolinqiu fell silent, acknowledging that the top 3 rankers were indeed a cut above everyone else. After all, those 3 people had already monopolized the top 3 positions of the contribution competition for the past 2 years. Trying to surpass them in contributions definitely wouldn't be an easy task. While Han Yifeng and Zhuolinqiu were conversing, the staff member manning the exchange counter finished calculating Han Yifeng's contribution. "Sir, after including the assignment you completed this time, you now have 62,425 contribution points accumulated. You are currently ranked 7th in the contribution competition." 7th. Han Yifeng did not feel particularly happy to hear that he was ranked 7th in the competition, taking the result in stride. After giving the staff member a nod, he promptly turned around to leave. The instant Han Yifeng and Zhuolinqiu turned around, they noticed Shifeng making his way to the counter. "Why is he here?" Zhuolinqiu rubbed his eyes in doubt when he saw Shifeng, who was dressed in white casuals. The upper zone was a place that countless people sought to enter but couldn't. The guild leaders of many superpowers didn't have the qualifications to enter the upper zone even now. Yet Shifeng, who was merely the guild leader of a pseudo-superpower, had actually entered it. This was simply incredible. At this time, let alone Zhuolinqiu, even Han Yifeng revealed a rare look of surprise on his face. When Han Yifeng last met Shifeng in Fomlin City's Redstone restaurant, the latter was merely an insignificant minor character in his eyes. After all, Shifeng and his subordinates simply weren't capable of reaching the playing field Han Yifeng fought on. At best, he could only use Zero Wing as a pawn to hinder his opponents. Even when Zero Wing developed rapidly and became enemies with many superpowers, he still thought nothing of the guild. After all, what the various major corporations were truly competing for wasn't God's domain, but the upper zone's resources. Yet now a minor character like Shifeng had actually set foot into the upper zone. This situation was as unbelievable as a fairy tale. Did the Boulder Corporation give him a reserved slot? Han Yifeng muttered in speculation. That should be the case. Otherwise, there's no way someone like him, with no background, can enter the upper zone, Zhuo Linqiu said, nodding in agreement. In the recent struggle for the reserved seats of God's domain's 12 great guilds, Frostheaven had surpassed everyone's expectations and secured itself a seat, instantly becoming a true titan in God's domain. The biggest contributor to Frostheaven's victory was undoubtedly Zero Wing. Hence, it wouldn't be strange for Frostheaven to grant Zero Wing a few of the upper zone's reserved slots in gratitude. After thinking up to this point, Han Yifeng and Zhuo Linqiu calmed down. Meanwhile, as Shifeng walked over, he merely glanced at Han Yifeng and Zhuo Linqiu before continuing on his way. He did not take the initiative to say hello. After all, he wasn't exactly familiar with the two. He was also in a hurry right now. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. Zhuo Linqiu's expression turned ugly at Shifeng's response. He never imagined that Shifeng would actually show so little respect to Han Yifeng. The man didn't even bother saying hello and merely walked away like a stranger. Shifeng simply didn't place the Five States Corporation in his eyes. However, before Zhuo Linqiu could vent his anger, he was stunned to see Shifeng stop before the contribution area's exchange counter. What is he trying to do? Han Yifeng was confused when he saw Shifeng conversing with a staff member at the counter. That's the exchange counter for the contribution area. Did he come here to exchange for trade points because there was no line here? Sure enough, he is a minor character. He only knows how to head to places where he can gain advantages. He thinks he can save time by coming here, yet he is wholly ignorant of the rules. Zhuo Linqiu sneered as he looked at Shifeng, who was still conversing with the staff in contempt. However, no sooner had Zhuo Linqiu finished speaking than the nearby staff member suddenly exclaimed in a loud and excited tone, "Congratulations, Mr. Shi! You have gained a total of 50,000 contribution points and 5 million trade points this time. You are currently ranked 10th in the contribution competition." Chapter 2781. Times Have Changed. Chapter 2781. Times have changed. 50,000 contribution points? 10th place? When Zhuo Linqiu heard the Green God Company staff's words, he was dumbfounded. In fact, even Han Yifeng, who possessed an apathetic personality, felt a little dazed at the staff member's words. After all, Shifeng was initially only a pawn in their eyes. Yet, not only did he climb up to the same playing field they fought on, but he was now even actively competing with them. No wonder he didn't put us in his eyes. Realization dawned upon Zhuo Linqiu as he looked at Shifeng. However, a moment later, a hint of mockery appeared on his face as he said, "It's a pity he doesn't know that the contribution competition participants are just warming up and that the current rankings are only temporary." The upper zone's contribution competition had been going on for many years now, and everyone mostly understood how it worked. Those intent on participating in a particular season's competition generally wouldn't reveal their cards in the first 2 months of the season. This was because contribution points were basically trump cards for participants. Naturally, it would be best if participants hid their cards as deeply as possible and only revealed them at the last possible moment. Only then could these trump cards play a vital role. Moreover, there was an added benefit to accumulating contribution points in secret, deciding whether one would continue participating in a particular season's contribution competition or not. After all, aside from time-based assignments, other forms of contributions could be reserved for future competitions if necessary. Since the contribution competition had been running for many years now, some participants had been accumulating contribution points for a long time. These participants were waiting for the fateful day when they would reveal all their cards, instantly securing one of the top 3 positions and gain access to the middle layer. Meanwhile, the current contribution competition was less than a month long. Hence, the various participants were still testing the waters and had yet to seriously invest their contribution points. The majority of their current points were from completing time-based assignments the Green God Company issued, not from long-term assignments that could be turned in at any time. Although I don't know why he made such a move, this is a good opportunity for us, Hanifeng said, shaking his head as he regained his calm. Old Zhua, go talk to him and tell him I'll buy the remaining points he has kept hidden at double the price. Double the price? Zhuo Linqiu looked at Hanifeng in surprise. Young master, historically, purchasing points at 5 times their original value is already pretty high. After all, there is no way these people can secure one of the top 3 rankings. There's no meaning for them to hold on to their points. If other people were to find out that you're offering to purchase his hidden points at double the price, they'd most likely raise their own prices as well. There were many instances where multiple participants joined hands to compete in the contribution competition. After all, unlike contribution points gained through completing assignments, points gained through other sources could be freely traded in secret. When a competition was about to end, participants who were close to the top 3 positions would often purchase the hidden points of other participants. Naturally, as Hanifeng was aiming for one of the top 3 positions this time, he would also participate in this practice. The exchange rate would be based on the prices of the items sold by the Green God Company. Just do as I say. The Green God Company announced that the top 20 participants would receive a reward. So many people are trying to compete for the top 20 positions. It is only natural for the price of contribution points this time to be higher, Hanifeng said, shaking his head. According to the information he had obtained, the Green God Company intended to further squeeze the various corporations for their wealth. To do so, the company had intensified the competition by allowing the top 20 participants to exchange for a limited number of items exclusive to the middle layer. Once this information spread, the price of contribution points would definitely increase. However, while a price hike was inevitable, the increase wouldn't be exaggerated either. After all, there were only so many items the top 20 participants could exchange using contribution points. Beyond that purchase limit, whatever contribution points they had remaining would become useless. I understand. Zhuo Linqiu nodded and walked toward Shifeng. On the other side, Shifeng was currently ecstatic. Just a second ago, he had still been a poor bastard in the upper zone. Now, however, he had 5 million trade points to his name, enough to purchase 5 ordinary housing units in the base layer. Of course, these points were still insufficient to purchase a large villa in the base layer. However, they were definitely more than adequate for his daily expenditure. At the very least, even after welcoming gentle snow and aqua rose into the upper zone, he wouldn't have to worry about their necessities. However, it's going to be difficult to get another large influx of points. It seems I'll have to think of a long-term way to secure 7 luminaries crystals in bulk, Shifeng thought with a sigh. 5,000 units of 7 luminaries crystal was a significant amount, yet it was only enough to get him 5 million trade points and 50,000 contribution points. With just this many trade points and contribution points, let alone catching up with the top 3 rankers of the competition, he probably couldn't afford anything from the middle layer. However, for his present self, obtaining more 7 luminaries crystals wasn't much of a challenge. After all, he was currently in the ancient god's domain. The resources available in the ancient era were far more abundant than in the modern era. After verifying on his quantum watch that he had received the 5 million trade points and 50,000 contribution points, Shifeng planned to head for the upper zone's entrance to receive gentle snow and aqua rose. After all, this was the first time they were visiting the upper zone. Without anyone to guide them, it was very easy for problems to occur. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. There were many taboos in the upper zone. If they accidentally violated one of these taboos, there was a high chance they would be banished from the upper zone permanently. However, before Shifeng could leave the exchange counter, Zhuo Linqiu appeared beside him. Guild leader Shi, we meet again. Although Zhuo Linqiu felt displeased at Shifeng's earlier attitude, As Han Feng's butler, he still greeted Shi Feng politely. Master Zhuo, do you have business with me? Shi Feng asked calmly as he looked at Zhuo Linqiu. Inwardly, though, Shi Feng was a little surprised by this situation. Although he had expected Han Feng to seek him out sooner or later, he never thought that the man would act so quickly. Kurue had informed him about the ins and outs of the contribution competition, so he knew that those competing for the top 3 spots would secretly purchase contribution points from other participants. Now that he had just exchanged for 50,000 contribution points in one fell swoop, those seeking the top 3 spots couldn't ignore his existence. Indeed, I do. Moreover, this is great news for you, guild leader Shi, Zhuo Linqiu said with a faint smile. I believe you know about the matters regarding the contribution competition already, so I'll get straight to the point. Young Master Han wishes to purchase the contribution points you have yet to turn in. Moreover, young Master Han is willing to purchase them at double their market value. May I know what you think of this, guild leader Shi? Chapter 2782, Wealthy Shi Feng. Chapter 2782, Wealthy Shi Feng. Double the market value? Shi Feng was a little surprised when he heard Zhuo Linqiu's words. According to Kurue, the transaction price for contribution points would reach 1.5 times the market value at most. Moreover, that was when the contribution competition was incredibly intense. After all, unless one entered the middle layer, it didn't matter how many contribution points one managed to accumulate. Yet, Han Feng was offering double the market value. Even if the Green God Company would allow the top 20 participants to exchange for 3 items from the middle layer this time, this was still a very high price. After all, the difficulty of getting into the top 3 was simply too great. Before Shi Feng looked into the current top 3 participants, he had still been confident of getting into the top 3. However, after gaining an understanding of those 3 participants, all thoughts of entering the top 3 had disappeared from his mind. This was because those 3 people could instantly gain an additional 1 million contribution points if they grew serious. In other words, if he wished to secure one of the top 3 positions, he would need 100,000 units of 7 luminaries crystal at the very minimum. What did this amount represent? Even if he squeezed the 5 great super guilds and a dozen other superpowers dry, getting such a huge number of 7 luminaries crystals was impossible. Moreover, this was only the minimum requirement to compete for the top 3 positions. Hence, he had no choice but to wait for Zero Wing to grow stronger and set aside trying for one of the top 3 spots for the future. In the current competition, he simply had no chance whatsoever. Even if he was currently in the ancient god's domain, with its more abundant resources, the 7 luminaries crystal was still an incomparably valuable commodity. Moreover, its rarity was not the slightest bit lower than in the modern era. In fact, competition for the 7 luminaries crystal was intenser in the ancient era. From what he heard, the interstellar continent's various powers were similarly purchasing 7 luminaries crystals at astronomical prices. Residents of the interstellar continent could exchange for living resources in the real world using 7 luminaries crystals. In fact, if one collected a sufficient number of 7 luminaries crystals, one could even get promoted from an ordinary civilian to a resident of the core area. Simply put, every player in the ancient era was competing for 7 luminaries crystals. On the other hand, only the major corporations based in upper zones were competing for 7 luminaries crystals in the modern god's domain. The competition over the crystals had nothing to do with ordinary players. In fact, it didn't even have anything to do with ordinary corporations. Hence, even if he were to contest frantically for 7 luminaries crystals in the ancient era, the amount he could get his hands on was unlikely to secure him one of the top 3 spots in the current contribution competition. Now he would be satisfied so long as he could secure one of the top 20 positions, and he could indeed afford to sell a portion of his additional points. That's right, double the market value. Guild leader Shi, you should be able to see young Master Han's sincerity in this matter, Zhuo Linqiu said, chuckling. I can assure you that you won't find another person in the base layer who would offer you such a price. The Five States Corporation was one of the top corporations in the country. It had deeper foundations than even the Boulder Corporation, albeit by only a slight margin. In addition, the corporation even had a genius like Han Yifeng as its heir. It was only a matter of time before the corporation set foot in the middle layer. After giving the matter some thought, Shifeng replied, I can agree to that price, but I have a condition. Han Yifeng's offer would tempt anyone. After all, this was equivalent to receiving a 50% discount on the various products the Green God Company put up for exchange. For Shifeng, who was currently severely lacking in the upper zone's resources, Han Yifeng's offer was heaven sent. Condition? What condition? Zhuo Linqiu frowned slightly. In his opinion, the price Han Yifeng offered was already quite generous. He never thought that Shifeng would want a foot after getting an inch. I want to settle the transaction using life potions, phantom potions, or the middle layer's limited products, Shifeng said. I will not accept anything else, apart from these items. 5 million trade points were already more than enough for him to get by in the base layer. There was no point in getting more. Only the limited exchange items were of value to him. Particularly, the life potion and the phantom potion weren't available in the outside world. Even if he tried to exchange for these items using his authority, he could get only 5 bottles per year. This amount wasn't even enough for his own use, much less sharing it with other people. This condition is too much. You should know that those items can't be bought even with a large number of trade points and contribution points. Zhuo Linqiu flatly refused Shifeng's condition. Nobody in the entire base layer would satisfy this condition of yours. Whether it was the life potion, the phantom potion, or the middle layer's limited items, they were all incredibly precious to the various corporations. No one would casually trade them away. How about I buy them at their original price? Shifeng suggested. Shifeng understood that he was indeed asking for a lot with his condition. However, this was also how negotiations worked. Only after both sides agreed on a price could a transaction take place. Zhuo Linqiu fell speechless at Shifeng's response. He felt that Shifeng didn't understand his previous words at all. However, before Zhuo Linqiu could manage a response, Han Yifeng's holographic projection suddenly appeared from Zhuo Linqiu's quantum watch. It is impossible for me to sell those items at base price. However, with my authority, I can sell some to you at double the price. This is also the lowest I can go, Han Yifeng said. Moreover, I believe that nobody else in the base layer would offer you a better price. That works. Shifeng didn't feel particularly surprised at Han Yifeng's counter-offer. On the contrary, he found this outcome to be quite excellent already. The limited items the Green God Company offered for exchange came with fixed price tags, and residents with the necessary authority could exchange for these items at any time. However, as their description suggested, each resident could exchange for only a limited number of these items. If a person wanted to get their hands on more, they could purchase these items from other residents at a marked-up price. Moreover, even if one were willing to pay the extra cost, one wouldn't necessarily be able to find a willing seller. That settles it, then. Han Yifeng nodded. However, let me get one thing straight first. Every transaction we conduct must be valued at 50,000 contribution points or more. Otherwise, our transaction will be invalid. That won't be a problem, Shifeng assured, smiling. He understood what was going through Han Yifeng's mind. A sum of several thousand contribution points was most likely nothing in Han Yifeng's eyes. Moreover, such an amount wouldn't be of any help to him in the contribution competition. After all, if the top 3 participants were serious, they could easily add 1,000,000 points to their names. Hence, a transaction of 50,000 contribution points was most likely the lowest acceptable amount for Han Yifeng. Okay, so long as you've collected 50,000 contribution points, you can come and find me at any time, Han Yifeng said before disconnecting the quantum communication. After Han Yifeng finished speaking, Zhuo Linqiu turned around and walked away, leaving Shifeng alone at the exchange counter. When Zhuo Linqiu returned to Han Yifeng's side, he had a hesitant expression. "Just speak your mind," Han Yifeng said as he looked at his old butler. "Young master, I'm afraid the old master and the others will have big opinions about your decision to sell him those items at just double the price," Zhuo Linqiu said worriedly. "After all, those items are things the corporation went to great lengths to accumulate. They are meant to serve as the foundation for the family's younger generations." Foundation? Han Yifeng suddenly smiled. "Unless we enter the middle layer, the 5 States Corporation will be nothing but ants in the eyes of those above. Also, we have failed to enter the middle layer after all these years. If we don't fight now, when will we fight? Moreover, the family has already promised to assist me with everything they have. If they're not even willing to part with these items, how are we supposed to compete with the other participants? However, just Shifeng's 50,000 contribution points won't change anything," Zhuo Linqiu said. "I naturally know this. Shifeng is only one of the small sources for me to secure contribution points." At this point, Han Yifeng's eyes began glowing slightly. The old man has already met with the other corporations in the upper zone and made some promises to them. I believe he should have no problem securing 700,000 or 800,000 contribution points for me. Afterward, it'll depend on whether I can complete the Green God Company's bounty. So long as I succeed, I am certain I can enter the top 3. He was hell-bent on winning the contribution competition this time. Meanwhile, after Han Yifeng and Zhuo Linqiu left the exchange center, Shifeng made his way to the item exchange counter. Compared to the contribution points counter, the item exchange counter had many more people lined up before it. After waiting in line for around 15 minutes, Shifeng exchanged for 5 phantom potions and 5 life potions, as well as 5 strengthening potions, which cost the same as the phantom potions and life potions. In the end, he spent a total of 75,000 trade points. In the outside world, that was already equivalent to 750 million credits. The strengthening potion was considered the least promising product in the upper zone because it had only one function: the strengthening of the user's physical fitness. However, residents in the upper zone would have their physical fitness automatically raised to a certain level, even without any training. If one combined this effect with daily exercise, they could elevate their physical fitness to astonishing levels. Hence, there was simply no need to spend 5,000 trade points to exchange for a strengthening potion. Nevertheless, Shifeng naturally believed it was better for him to raise his physical fitness as quickly as possible. After all, the stronger his physical fitness became, the easier it would be to improve his brain activity. Often, when Shifeng gained enlightenment and achieved a qualitative improvement in his techniques, he would find himself facing various problems stemming from his inadequate physical fitness. Had he been as fit as Han Yifeng during those times, he wouldn't have faced any problems at all. Hence, he felt that it wasn't a loss to spend 25,000 trade points for 5 strengthening potions. Not to mention, he could already be considered a wealthy person in the base layer. It's almost time to pick up Qingxue and Aqua. After taking a look at the time, Shifeng promptly departed the Green God Tower and hurried over to the upper zone's entrance. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. 2 hours later, a levitating car stopped at a designated parking lot before the gigantic metal door serving as the upper zone's entrance. For people, 1 man and 3 women then alighted from the car. They were none other than Lei Bao, Liang Jing by Qingxue and Aqua Rose. As to why Lei Bao had come along, it was as a precaution. After all, many powers were currently targeting Zero Wing. Meanwhile, Liang Jing, someone with little combat power, was unsuited for going out alone. Hence, Lei Bao would usually accompany her whenever she left Zero Wing's headquarters. Ordinary bodyguards would have little to no use against the opponents Zero Wing faced. So this is the upper zone. Liang Jing was surprised when she saw the vast steel wall at the upper zone's entry. Even Lei Bao was surprised by the sight. He never thought that the rumored upper zone would have such an appearance. Chapter 2783 Era of Hegemony. Chapter 2783 Era of Hegemony Upper Zone. Entrance. While Liang Jing and Lei Bao were shocked by the sight before them, Shifeng, who had been waiting quietly by the entrance for some time, approached them. "How is it? It's different from what you imagined, right?" Shifeng asked, smiling faintly as he looked at the two. Their expressions and thoughts were exactly the same as his when he first arrived before the upper zone. "Guild leader, how is the upper zone?" Liang Jing asked as she looked at Shifeng. "Is it as amazing as the rumors make it out to be?" There were many rumors circulating in the outside world about the upper zones. Nobody was allowed to go near the upper zones without permission, despite them being in the middle of bustling cities. Hence, while everyone knew of the upper zones' existence, no outsider truly understood them. In fact, there was not the smallest piece of official news on the upper zone in the world. The information everyone knew came only from rumors. Lei Bao couldn't help pricking up his ears at Liang Jing's question. To him, the upper zone was a place he never even dared to dream of visiting. After all, even world champions in fighting couldn't visit it. "It's amazing." Shifeng replied with a smile. "It's even more amazing than the rumors make it out to be. The people inside can constantly grow stronger physically without doing any training." "So, is it true that even world champion level fighters are not a big deal in the upper zone?" Lei Bao asked when he heard Shifeng's words. The fact that a place could automatically improve a person's physical fitness was simply unbelievable. This revelation thoroughly shattered his view of physical training. "That rumor is slightly exaggerated, but it's not far off from the truth, either," Shifeng replied, not trying to conceal the truth. Even without physical training, the upper zone's residents can still achieve a physical fitness rivaling Honglian masters. With some systematic training, their physical fitness becomes even more astonishing. "It's actually such an amazing place." Lei Bao was shocked. He had undergone plenty of intense training to achieve his current physical fitness, yet the upper zone's residents could easily accomplish a similar feat without any training. Who would possibly believe this? However, Lei Bao knew that Shifeng wouldn't lie to him, so this inflicted an even greater shock. All of a sudden, Lei Bao felt as if he had lived his life for nothing. He felt as if all his previous efforts were nothing but a joke. "Master Lei Bao, no need to be discouraged." Looking at Lei Bao, who suddenly grew disheartened, Shifeng said, "Zero Wing will also develop in the upper zone in the future. At that time, it won't be just Qingxue, Aqua, and myself who can enter this place. I will let many more people join us. Just like those international corporations, we will treat the upper zone as our headquarters." Although Shifeng did not speak loudly, both Lei Bao and Liang Jing gasped involuntarily at his words. At the same time, a hint of anticipation and excitement flashed in their eyes. If anyone else had made the statement, they would have most likely treated it as a joke. However, Shifeng was someone who constantly worked miracles, having single-handedly developed Zero Wing to its current scale. Moreover, he never did anything he was not confident of succeeding in. His declaration meant that he had some way to achieve this goal. Zero Wing will also develop in the upper zone in the future. Liang Jing couldn't help growing excited when she looked at the distant steel wall. If Zero Wing really accomplished this feat, it would truly become a powerful existence. At that time, even ordinary superpowers would be a joke to the guild. Lei Bao clenched his fists in excitement and anticipation. He felt that his decision to join Zero Wing was the wisest choice he had made in his life. "These 3 bottles here are strengthening potions. Liang Jing, take 2 back and give them to Fire and Violet," Shifeng said as he took out 3 strengthening potions and handed 2 to Liang Jing. He then turned to Lei Bao and said, "Master Lei Bao, you take 1 as well." I believe that you should be able to go a step further with this strengthening potion. Fire Dance and Violet Cloud normally train their physical bodies very seriously. The two of them also possessed incredible talent in this regard. Unfortunately, due to insufficient resources, their improvements had been gradual. With the strengthening potion's assistance, their development would no longer be hindered. As for Lei Bao, he also possessed excellent talent. Unfortunately, as he had always been a lone wolf, he never managed to get his hands on any resources and could only rely on hard work. However, he had reached the point where he couldn't improve further through hard work alone. Although Shi Feng had previously given Lei Bao several bottles of S-rank nutrient fluids, which allowed him to improve his physical fitness significantly, it was evident that S-rank nutrient fluids alone couldn't fully bring out Lei Bao's potential. However, with the strengthening potion, Lei Bao might be able to go a step further and become a half-step Honglian Grandmaster. Meanwhile, if Lei Bao succeeded, then Zero Wing would gain an additional layer of protection. Thank you, Guild Leader. I won't disappoint you. Lei Bao's eyes shone with gratitude as he looked at Shi Feng. He had heard of the strengthening potion before. This thing was basically treated as a divine item in the fighting industry. Just one bottle could allow a person's physical fitness to undergo a qualitative transformation. Unfortunately, the medicine was incredibly rare, much rarer than even the life potion. According to rumors, even Grandmaster martial artists had difficulty getting their hands on a bottle. In fact, some Grandmasters would even put their lives on the line just to get their hands on it. Yet Shi Feng not only took out 3 bottles, but even gave him one. How could Lei Bao not grow excited in this situation? With this strengthening potion, he was confident that even if he couldn't become a Honglian Grandmaster, he could at least reach a level where he could contend with neutralizing Grandmasters. By the way, Guild Leader, more and more NPCs are appearing in God's domain. As a result, some superpowers have designs on the secret Covenant Tower. In fact, they've already clashed with us over a dozen times outside Sky Spring City. Currently, both sides have lost over 1,000 Tier 3 players, Liang Jing said suddenly. Fortunately, Vice Guild Leader Illusory Words and Vice Guild Leader Unyielding Heart returned in time to preside over the situation. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. However, the two of them believe that if this situation continues, their two guilds are unlikely to hold back the various superpowers for very long. Moreover, some small guilds have already begun disbanding due to the NPC population pressure. Many new NPC forces have also emerged in the various NPC cities, and these NPC forces are constantly harassing the local guilds and pose a headache even for the various superpowers. Hence, the various superpowers are all trying to enter the secret Covenant Tower, which doesn't have NPC intervention. Moreover, I'm afraid that they will only grow more desperate as the NPC forces scale up their harassment. Shi Feng frowned upon hearing Liang Jing's report on God's domains and the secret Covenant Tower's present situation. He hadn't anticipated that the NPC forces would actually begin taking action so soon. Moreover, with the NPC forces now taking action, the main continent of God's domain would enter an era where hundreds of countries fought for hegemony. To survive the upcoming chaos, the various superpowers would probably do everything they could to secure the sacred leveling ground known as the secret Covenant Tower. I understand. After giving the matter some thought, Shi Feng looked at Liang Jing and instructed, "For now, have everyone in the guild avoid going out to do quests if possible instead. Have them focus on grinding in the secret Covenant Tower and restrict their sphere of activity to Sky Spring City and our 3 guild cities. Also, have Crimson Emperor and Unyielding Soul hasten their exploration. It doesn't matter even if it increases the chances of the secret getting out. Our side will do the same as well." Originally, he thought that it would take the NPC forces another 2 weeks to take action. However, contrary to his expectations, the NPC forces had evidently completed their investigations already and made a move. Once begun, the NPC force's harassment would only escalate as time passed. It wouldn't be long before members of player forces would get attacked if they left the confines of towns and cities. Given enough time, NPC forces would even start launching attacks on guild towns and cities, forcing the various guilds to abandon their guild towns and cities. This, in turn, would cripple the guild's income and force them to disband. Okay, I'll contact them once I return. Liang Jing nodded. Shi Feng gave Liang Jing a few more instructions, such as secretly collecting the basic materials needed to construct the small mobile fortress, then brought gentle snow and aqua rose into the upper zone. As for Liang Jing and Lei Bao, after looking at the three of them enviously for a moment, they promptly left in the levitating car. In the upper zone, gentle snow and aqua rose's condition immediately saw slight improvements. Now, they no longer looked as cold and indifferent as before. The degree of mental deterioration they suffered also declined significantly. After they consumed the luxury set meals, which Shi Feng bought for 300 trade points each, their mental states even showed signs of stabilizing. They also no longer appeared indifferent to everything around them. At the very least, they display some interest in the upper zone's matters. Occasionally, they even took the initiative to say a few words. Seeing the two's condition stabilizing, Shi Feng breathed out a sigh of relief. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. The environment here should sustain the two of them for a long time. The next step is to figure out a way to consolidate my standing within the top 20. After seeing Gentle Snow and Aqua Rose enter their respective fearless cabins, Shi Feng started planning how to earn 7 Luminaries crystals in God's domain. Although he was currently ranked 10th in the contribution competition, the other participants had yet to take things seriously. Meanwhile, the competition's top 20 participants being able to exchange for 3 items from the middle layer presented a huge opportunity for the various corporations. They would definitely do everything they could to enter the top 20. If he wished to secure his position within the top 20, he would need 200,000 contribution points, at the very least, and possibly more if the competition was intense. After all, the various corporations had been operating in the upper zone for a long time now. The wealth they had accumulated wasn't something he could hope to rival. In other words, he was still short of 15,000 units of 7 Luminaries crystals right now. This was an astronomical number, even for the 5 great super guilds. Afterward, Shi Feng drank a strengthening potion and life potion before lying down in the fearless cabin in his bedroom. Log in. Chapter 2784, Tier 4 Upper Rank. Chapter 2784, Tier 4 Upper Rank Anti-Magic Mountain Range. Deep Valley. At the Anti-Magic Mountain Range's core area, the mana was scorching hot. Individuals without 300 points in fire resistance would instantly die upon entering Deep Valley. In addition, plenty of level 140 Great Lord ranked monsters occupied this place. Due to the environment, native Lord ranked monsters could exert power on the level of Great Lords, while Great Lord ranked monsters could exhibit combat power at the standard of Grand Lords. Let alone players, even Tier 4 NPCs of the same level wouldn't dare come here. However, a black shadow was currently flying through the flame-filled magma valley with over 100 Great Lord ranked magma colossi on its tail. All of these magma colossi were over 10 meters tall. When over a century of them ran together, their footsteps shook the valley. The commotion continuously attracted Lord ranked monsters to join in the chase. Magma Colossus, elemental creature, Great Lord, level 140 HP 1,950,000,000. It seems this is the most I can attract in this area. After a glance at the Magma Colossi and Magma Golems chasing after him, Shi Feng began chanting an incantation in midair. He had spent over a dozen minutes luring Magma Colossi. Despite his efforts, the group grew to just a little more than 100. Even the number of Lord ranked Magma Golems only hovered around 3,000. When he tried luring more, some of the ones chasing after him would lose interest and return to their original locations. It was evident that the main god system did not want to allow Tier 4 players to slaughter these low-intellect elemental creatures freely. Hence, the system had granted them the instinct to remain in their respective territories. Meanwhile, as the magma colossi were about to get close enough to attack Shurfong, he completed the incantation for Flame Domain and released it. Originally, Flame Domain was only an AoE offensive spell. Its range and power weren't comparable to large-scale destruction spells. Even so, it still possessed incredible power. However, Shurfeng's mana domain, mana quality, and the environment here had buffed Flame Domain to the point where it rivaled Tier 4 large-scale destruction spells. Even though the Magma Colossi and Magma Golems possessed high elemental resistance as elemental creatures, in front of absolute power, their HP still fell rapidly. The monsters lost over 16 million HP every second. Moreover, the damage even increased by 20% every second. By the time Flame Domain's 7-second duration ended, the Magma Golems were already in tatters. They had clearly fallen into a heavily injured state. The Magma Colossi, though, fared much better, as they had lost only around 100 million HP and nothing else. If only I had a great wizard here. Just one Tier 4 curse would be enough to deal with the Lord-ranked rabble. Afterward, all I would have to do is focus on dealing with the great lords. Shurfong felt a little frustrated as he looked at the heavily injured magma golems. He had been grinding for 6 consecutive days now, and he had basically wiped out the monsters in the anti-magic mountain range's outer and inner areas. Now he was left with only the monsters in the core area to grind for EXP. However, the majority of the monsters here were only at the Lord rank, and they awarded him with barely any EXP when killed. Moreover, they took the most time to kill due to their numbers. Fortunately, he had quite a few AoE skills at his disposal. The 7 Luminaries Ring's Flame Domain was especially helpful. Without these skills, he would have collapsed from exhaustion just dealing with the Lord-ranked magma golems. The next moment after casting Flame Domain, Shurfong followed up with Lightning Edge. This Lightning Edge was completely different from the Lightning Edge he had used in the past. When he executed the skill now, it looked as if he had summoned a raging river in the sky, one that covered 200 yards. When the raging river flowed across the crowd of monsters, the weakened magma golems were instantly killed. The power of the skill was not the slightest bit weaker than that of Tier 4 skills. Lightning Edge was capable of exhibiting such power now because Shurfong had already upgraded it to the limits of Tier 3. The skill's current power was worlds apart from when it was still at Tier 1 and Tier 2. Of course, the amount of EXP Shurfong had to invest in the skill was astronomical. This was also why, despite having grinded for 6 consecutive days, Shurfong had only reached 53% of level 138. Otherwise, he would have long since shot past level 140. However, Shurfong didn't really care about losing so many levels. After reaching Tier 4, levels were no longer that important to players. For Tier 4 players, reaching level 150 or even level 200 was a simple task. After all, they could earn EXP many times faster than Tier 3 players. In front of a Tier 4 player, Great Lord ranked monsters that Tier 3 players had difficulty dealing with were no different from common monsters. They merely had more HP and took more time to kill. Despite this being the case, during Shurfeng's previous life, one would often see Tier 4 players stuck at around level 130, even though Tier 3 players had reached level 145 already. The reason for this was simple. After reaching Tier 4, players would no longer gain significant improvements by relying on epic weapons and equipment. Only fragmented legendary weapons and equipment could help. Meanwhile, apart from obtaining fragmented legendary items, one other way Tier 4 players could improve their combat power by a large margin was through Tier 4 skills and spells. Hence, after reaching Tier 4, anyone with brains would search for Tier 4 skill and spellbooks. This was especially true for Tier 4 magical classes. A Tier 4 spellbook was more valuable than several pieces of top-tier epic weapons and equipment. Of course, due to the rarity of Tier 4 skill and spellbooks, not all Tier 4 players would be lucky enough to invest their EXP into nurturing their skills to Tier 4. Instead, most Tier 4 players would have to spend legacy skill points to learn Tier 4 legacy skills. Such players would be fortunate to have 3 or 4 Tier 4 skills in their arsenal. This was also why most independent players who reached Tier 4 would possess high levels, while the various large guilds' Tier 4 experts would have low levels. After all, the search for Tier 4 skill books required a lot of manpower. They were not items that could be found easily by relying on one person's strength. Lightning Edge was a Tier 4 skill Feng had obtained from the Titan Library. Previously, when he was still at Tier 3, he couldn't gain EXP rapidly. Hence, he had always left the skill at Tier 2. Now that he had reached Tier 4, he naturally couldn't continue wasting the skill's potential. After all, the Titan Library was a place players could enter only 3 times in their entire lifetimes. In other words, players could obtain 3 skill books at most from there. Most of the players that had visited the Titan Library had left with Tier 4 skill books, because the Tier 5 and Tier 6 skill books were not things ordinary people could obtain. Even now, Feng was not confident he could get his hands on a Tier 5 skill book. After all, the higher players' tier was, the more challenging the trial they would face inside the Titan Library. Back then, he had managed to reach the library's central area because he was only at Tier 2. If he had visited the Titan Library when he was at Tier 3, he might not have reached the central area. Needless to say, now that he was at Tier 4, his chances of success were even lower. Hence, unless he spent his legacy skill points, he wouldn't be able to learn new Tier 4 skills for the foreseeable future. This fact remained true, even though he was currently in the ancient god's domain. Even during the ancient era, Tier 4 skill books were not common goods. Following this, Feng spent around 20 minutes finishing off the remaining magma colossi. After he defeated all of the monsters chasing him, his experience bar had gone up from 53% to 66%. Unfortunately, while these monsters awarded a lot of EXP, it would be some time before they would respawn. Apart from the generous EXP, the core area's monsters also awarded much more lucrative loot. Just killing this group of monsters netted Feng over 500 fire-attributed magic crystals, 4,000 ordinary magic crystals, and plenty of epic materials. As for the rest of the items the monsters dropped, Feng simply checked them into his bag without checking. After all, it would take him a lot of time to inspect and organize all of the loot. To earn as much EXP as possible, he decided to ignore the items for now and have other people help him inspect the loot after he returned, as he had to admit that the benefits of reaching Tier 4 and grinding in high-level maps ahead of others were truly wonderful, especially in the ancient god's domain. Not only did he not have to worry about competition, but he could also earn resources by the truckload. Since he started grinding in the anti-magic mountain range until now, he had collected over 350,000 standard magic crystals and 43,000 fire-attributed magic crystals. Subsequently, Feng continued clearing out close to half of the magma colossi in the core area. His level had finally reached level 139 as a result. This was a level that even the ancient era's Tier 3 experts wouldn't dream of reaching at this point. With this much EXP, I should be able to upgrade Lightning Edge to Tier 4. After looking at Lightning Edge's skill window, Feng promptly chose to upgrade it to Tier 4. Feng's level dropped from 139 to 136. The skill had instantly devoured 3 levels worth of EXP. What a gluttonous fellow. Thank goodness I leveled up to 139 beforehand. Otherwise, I wouldn't even be at the average level of Tier 4 players right now. Feng smiled bitterly as he looked at his own level. If he hadn't leveled up to level 139, Lightning Edge's upgrade would have taken at least 4 levels worth of EXP, dropping him to level 135 or lower. However, the benefits he gained were correspondingly massive. With Lightning Edge at Tier 4, the skill would finally blossom and reveal its true power. Lightning Edge action type, Tier 4 upper rank. When skill completion rate reaches 120%, the skill can exhibit power at the Tier 4 peak rank. Channeling time, 0. 2 second deals 1,200% physical and 1,500% lightning damage in a cone in front of the user. Initial coverage range is 500 yards. Duration, 7 seconds cooldown, 10 minutes amazing. As expected of a Tier 4 skill from the Titan library, Sher Fong was astonished when he read Lightning Edge's detailed introduction. It can already exhibit power at the Tier 4 upper rank standard, even in its normal state. If I can execute it at 120% completion rate, combined with the skill's range, it is practically comparable to a Tier 4 taboo skill. As a swordsman, most of his skills were single-targeted, a huge limitation when fighting large numbers of monsters. However, Lightning Edge could now make up for this weakness. The only downside was the skill's relatively long cooldown. Even so, it would be more than enough to inflict heavy injuries on monsters and mythic bosses. Just as Sher Fong was planning to continue grinding for levels, he suddenly received a message alert. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. The sender of the message was Solitary 9, and the message's content was simple. Everyone has left their respective legacy lands already. That's quick of them. Sher Fong smiled when he saw Solitary 9's message. Now that I've resolved the problem of my deficient skills and level, it's time to head back. He activated the 7 Luminaries' rings space movement, teleporting toward Meteorite City. As return scrolls did not exist in the ancient god's domain, players had to rely on their own 2 feet to travel to NPC towns and cities, which was a great inconvenience. If not for him having reached Tier 4, which granted him the ability to fly freely, and the omnipotent 7 Luminaries ring, returning to Meteorite City would take ages. However, perhaps that was why the Ancient Era's players did not surpass the Modern Era's players by too much in terms of levels, despite the Ancient Era's advantages over the Modern Era. 20 minutes later, Sher Fong arrived before Meteorite City's entrance. Just like before, he could still see a ton of people coming and going. Chapter 2785. Differences gradually emerge. Chapter 2785. Differences gradually emerge. Meteorite City, Main Street. As Sher Fong walked through the city's main street, he noticed a visible change in the city's players. The number of Tier 3 experts roaming the main street was around 10% more than before. While this increase didn't seem significant, if one street saw a 10% increase to its Tier 3 traffic, then the other streets should have experienced a similar increase as well. In other words, Meteorite City as a whole had gained a 10% increase to its Tier 3 player population. In the case of Meteorite City, such an increase meant that the city had gained over 100,000 more Tier 3 experts, a number that probably exceeded even the total of the 5 great super guilds' Tier 3 experts. Aside from the Tier 3 player population, another evident change had also occurred to the city's atmosphere. To be precise, an atmosphere of tension and excitement now enveloped the city. Before Sher Fong could start looking into the city's situation, though, he overheard a conversation between several Tier 3 experts in a nearby open-air bar. Crap, my application actually got rejected. I'm a level 131. Tier 3 ranger, for God's sake. Any other adventure team or guild would be more than happy to welcome me with open arms. Skyflare is simply too arrogant. A tanned, robust youth snarled. A level 132, middle-aged man carrying a round shield shook his head and chuckled at the male youth's complaint. You're not the only one. The number of Tier 3 expert Skyflare is rejecting currently ranges between 700 to 1,000 daily. less than 10% of those who apply at Skyflare actually get in. Moreover, Skyflare's recruitment criteria are growing stricter by the day. That's right. The present Skyflare is no longer the same as before. It already has 4 Tier 4 experts. Moreover, according to insider information, 2 of them managed to reach Tier 4 thanks to the Crystal of Souls and Soul Water. From what I heard, Skyflare still has plenty of Crystals of Souls and Soul Water, a level 131, Tier 3 Assassin Youth said, agreeing with the middle-aged man's words. I heard that one of those 2 newly promoted Tier 4 experts relied on only the Soul Water to get promoted, the middle-aged man added. The Crystal of Souls is incomparably rare, but it's a different story for the Soul Water. Even Skyflare's normal members have a chance to get a drop of Soul Water. Right now, if you lined up the people trying to join Skyflare, the line would probably extend from one end of the city to the other. I also heard that news of this has reached the neighboring cities' Tier 3 experts, and many of them are already making their way to Meteorite City. Once they arrive, the number of Skyflare's applicants will definitely skyrocket. If I'd known something like this would happen, I would have joined Skyflare long ago. Even if I can't get my hands on a Crystal of Souls, I would still be able to get a drop of Soul Water and maybe get promoted to Tier 4 and live a good life in the civilian area. The Assassin Youth side. The Skyflare Adventure Team had recently raised its recruitment standards. Now, even ordinary Tier 3 experts wouldn't be accepted. At the very least, one needed to be at the half-step Refinement Realm Standard or Truth Realm Standard to join. It seems Skyflare has recently developed quite a bit. When Sherfong overheard the Tier 3 players' conversation, he didn't feel particularly surprised. After all, the Skyflare Adventure Team possessed a bunch of peak experts. In addition, unlike the modern era's experts, the ancient era's experts had long since regarded God's domain as their everything. The combat standards of the players here were far superior to those of the modern era's players. If not for the ancient God's domain lacking means of restoring one's concentration, there would have been many more Tier 4 players roaming the world. After all, the ancient era's players had a massive advantage when it came to getting promoted to Tier 4. Afterward, Sherfong eavesdropped on a few more conversations about Skyflare's and Meteorite City's current state. From what he heard, he understood that Skyflare was preparing to expand its influence to other NPC main cities, and it was recruiting the necessary manpower to do so. Once it had enough Tier 3 experts, it would most likely make a beeline for the neighboring main cities. As for the local player forces of those main cities, they would probably have difficulty stopping Skyflare's encroachment. This was welcome news for Sherfong. After all, the stronger Skyflare became, the easier obtaining all sorts of resources would be. After listening in on a few more conversations and finding no more useful information, Sherfong went to the Silver Hotel. Silver Hotel, high-end room. When Sherfong entered the room, he found Lifeless Thorn and the others waiting for him. Of the 5 people in the room, 3 looked elated while 2 looked crestfallen. Sherfong also noticed that the auras of the 3 had undergone a qualitative transformation. These 3 people were Lifeless Thorn, Solitary 9, and Yuluo. As the 3 of them did not wear a black cloak to conceal themselves, their Tier 4 life auras were on full display. "Commander, we've let you down," Yenya said in a depressed tone as she watched Sherfong walk over. Cleansing Whistle, who stood beside Yenya, was also gloomy. It was evident she felt frustrated over her failure to get promoted to Tier 4. No need to be discouraged. Getting promoted to Tier 4 has never been easy. Even peak experts have a high chance of failure, let alone your present selves, Sherfong said in consolation. Moreover, now that you know where you're lacking, you can spend this time thinking of ways to address your flaws. I believe it won't be long before you two reach Tier 4 as well. Sherfong didn't feel particularly surprised by Yenya and Cleansing Whistle's failure. In fact, he wouldn't even have found it strange if Lifeless Thorn and Solitary 9 had failed. After all, the Tier 4 promotion quest truly was a difficult hurdle to cross. one players couldn't overcome just by relying on combat standards. It required players to comprehend Tier 4 skills and spells under time constraints. However, there was a massive difference between Tier 3 and Tier 4 skills. Learning a Tier 4 skill to 80% completion rate within a limited period was an incredibly difficult feat, in fact. A large part of the reason why Shifeng had managed to complete his own promotion quest was his extensive experience, having undergone it several times before. In comparison, Yenya and Cleansing Whistle did not have such experience. Hence, their failure was very normal. According to past statistics, 99% of the various superpowers' core members failed their Tier 4 promotion quest when they challenged it for the first time. Most never reached Tier 4. Those capable of reaching Tier 4 had normally experienced 2 or 3 failures before succeeding, with some even having suffered 5 or 6 failures. Hence, Tier 4 could be considered an invisible barrier that thoroughly distinguished players from each other. It was also because of this invisible barrier that an insurmountable gap had formed between the various superpowers and ordinary powers. Upon hearing Shifeng's words, Yuluo nodded subconsciously in agreement, as she had very nearly failed her promotion quest this time. Were it not for the Soul Water's help, she definitely wouldn't have finished learning her Tier 4 spell within the allotted time. Guild leader can whistle, and I remain here then? Yenya asked Shifeng. Unlike the modern God's Domain, players here were not required to search for their legacy land when challenging their Tier 4 promotion quest. They could attempt their promotion so long as they paid the necessary magic crystals. The only problem was that players who failed their promotion quest had to wait 20 natural days before they could challenge it again. This, Shifeng was at a loss as to how to answer Yenya. I can't say for certain. I don't mind letting you challenge your promotion quests again 20 days later. However, I honestly don't know whether you can remain here for such a long period. The old man did not say how long they could stay in the ancient God's Domain. They also didn't know what would hasten their departure from the ancient era. Of course, they weren't completely without options for leaving. Previously, the old man had said that if they drew the attention of the world of God's Domain, they would be repatriated to the modern era. In other words, so long as they did something to make the world notice them, they would quickly be banished. One possibility Shifeng could think of was raiding the Tier 4 infant dragon themselves, without Angelica Teresa's help. Angelica Teresa was a historical figure in the modern God's Domain. If the miracle of her slaying a Tier 4 infant dragon disappeared, the world of God's Domain would most likely notice them. If even that didn't work, they could just cause a ruckus in the ancient era, such as killing important NPCs and affecting God's Domain's history. The world would definitely notice them then. However, Shifeng didn't know when they could return to the ancient era again in that case. He also didn't know what kind of effects their actions would have on the world. Is that so? Yenya and Cleansing Whistle couldn't help feeling helpless when they heard Shifeng's answer. If they returned to the modern God's Domain, reaching Tier 4 would become many times more difficult. After all, the task of searching for their Tier 4 legacy land was incredibly challenging afterward. Lifeless Thorn, Solitary 9, and Yuluo shared their experiences learning their respective Tier 4 skills and spells with Yenya and Cleansing Whistle. At the same time, the three of them also sought guidance from Shifeng regarding the combat methods of Tier 4 players. They were especially keen to learn how to utilize environmental mana in combat. After reaching Tier 4, they finally understood just how massive the gap between Tier 3 and Tier 4 classes was. Particularly, the way they controlled mana was completely different. As the first among them to reach Tier 4, Shifeng naturally had a better understanding in this regard. After Shifeng taught Lifeless Thorn's group for half an hour, Skyflare's commander, Lionheart, suddenly contacted him. In the ancient God's Domain, if two players were too far away from each other, video calls between them would be impossible. At most, they could only exchange messages. The transmission of messages wasn't instantaneous, either. Depending on the distance, the transmission times would also vary. In the aspect of communication, the ancient god's domain was far inferior to the modern god's domain. However, it was this inferiority that made the ancient era feel more like a real world. "Brother Black Flame, you're finally back," Lionheart said, a hearty look appearing on his face when he saw Sherfong. "May I know when we can meet up?" "We can meet up now. I've already dealt with the matters on my side," Sherfong replied, smiling. "It just so happens that I need to discuss the previous matter with you." From Lionheart's expression, Sherfong could tell that the crystals of souls and soul water were of significant help to the Skyflare adventure team. Otherwise, Lionheart wouldn't have contacted him as soon as he returned. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. You okay? Let's meet in the Skyflare Hotel. I've already prepared everything on my side, Lionheart said, smiling. I also have a big surprise prepared for you, Brother Black Flame. No problem. I'll head over now. Sherfong nodded. He then disconnected the call and turned to Lifeless Thorn and the others. The three of you should get ready. We'll be heading to the Skyflare Hotel in a moment, and we might begin the operation right away. In response, Lifeless Thorn, Solitary 9, and Yuluo nodded without hesitation. They understood that they were what Sherfong had been waiting for all this time. Now that they had completed their promotion quests, it was indeed time to take action. As for Yenya and Cleansing Whistle, Sherfong decided to let the two of them remain in Meteorite City in the hopes that they could avoid the world's detection and challenge their Tier 4 promotion quests again 20 days later. Shortly afterward, Sherfang's four left the Silver Hotel and made their way to the Skyflare Hotel.